Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam, anandanubhavaswadam, sarvaroga nivarakam, vande papa vinashaktam. Nithyanandaya swagatam, nityamuktam nirvikalpam, dhyanaloka pradipakam, vande shantamayam bandham. Nithyanandaya swagatam, anandagandha sancharam, sarvopadi vinirmuktam.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्.
First, today we will understand the concept of birth. You may think, why we need to know about birth to live enlightenment? Because birth is over. It has already happened. What is the use of knowing about birth to live enlightenment. Please understand, knowing about birth will reveal great truths to you about your life. Knowledge about the starting point is very important for your travel. How you started, why you started, where you started, when you started, what for you started, will really help you to tune yourself to that original truth in your life. If your life is in tune with the purpose of your birth, you are living enlightenment. Please understand? If your life is in tune with the purpose of your birth, you are living enlightenment. A person who is in tune with the purpose of his birth is Jivan Mukta. So knowing the secrets of birth is a very important thing we need to do to be a Jivan Mukta, to live enlightenment, to radiate enlightenment. First thing, you need to know the secrets, how the birth happens. Please understand. Ordinary human beings think the moment they come out of their mother's womb, they are born. Some people say, no, the moment they are conceived, they are born. Or some say, the moment the outer fresh air, the world is felt, they are born. There are so many theories. Please understand, the truth is, you are born before even the idea of landing on the planet Earth happens. See, your birth, what you think as birth, is only one incident in your whole life. I am trying to express some of the strong, intense truths to you. Birth, what you think as birth, is not the beginning. What you think as death is not end. Please understand, in the whole life, it is one part. What you think as birth is only one incident. What you think as death is only one incident. You need to understand with a little clarity about the whole life. Only then you can look into the idea of this birth and this death. Only then you will understand the purpose of this birth. If you think this birth, taking the body which you are having now, is the beginning, then you cannot know the purpose. You cannot know the purpose. We need to understand, we are repeating the same thing again and again and again. Only then we can stop repeating. Please understand. Unless you know you are repeating, you will not have the intelligence to stop repeating. Small story. In a bar, one guy meets the other guy and says, "What's your name?" That guy says, "Smith." This guy says, "Oh, I am also Smith. Where are you living?" This guy says, "Just down the street." This guy says, "Yes, I am also living there." "Which floor?" "Second house, third floor." This guy says, What? Believe me, I am also living. That's same house, same floor." Bartender, looking at this conversation, turns towards other client, other customer, and says, "Oh God, this is the same thing happening every Saturday. These fellows are father and son. What to do?" Please understand, we are repeating unconsciously same thing again and again and again because we are in unconsciousness. Our birth and our death is just like this story. The father Smith and son Smith talking to each other every Saturday. That is what our birth and our death. First thing you need to understand about birth is we are repeating it again and again and again. First. Second, why are we repeating it again and again and again? Because after the birth, before the death, we forget why we are born. We fall into unconsciousness. If we know the purpose of birth, from birth to death, we will not be repeating the same thing again and again and again. Man who forgets the purpose of his birth, between his birth and death, is an ordinary man, unconscious man. Person who very clearly remembers the purpose of his birth, from his birth to death, is a Jivan Mukta. A person who lives this life at least once, very clearly, knowing the purpose, in tune with the purpose. If he takes birth again and again, even if he takes birth, he is called incarnation, Avatara Purusha. So, knowing the purpose of birth and secrets of birth plays a major role in living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. In the world, there are so many religions, so many spiritual groups, so many spiritual theologies, so many spiritual ideologies. I can classify all major religions into two categories. One which accepts reincarnation theory. The other one which does not accept reincarnation theory, which says only one life. I am not saying somebody is right, somebody is wrong. Both of them are using these truths as a technique. When Buddha says there are so many births and deaths, he is telling you, why do you want to be born again and again and again and die? Don't you feel it is boring? Just get out of this. Get out of this same cycle. Be liberated. And same way, when some other master says, no, only one birth, he means live with consciously, live with awareness, and go beyond this. No other time. Not much time is left. Even that word should be taken as a technique. Whether Buddha says there is so many lives, or some other master says there is only one life, everything should be looked as why it is said. They are using this as a technique to liberate you, to make you enlightened. And please understand, as far as I am concerned, I have experienced a zone, a space where the truths, many cosmic truths are revealed to me as my own experience. So, not because of my Indian conditioning, not because of my Hindu conditioning, from my experience, I can share some of the secrets and truths about the birth to you all. Very beautifully. Very beautifully. The great masters like Ramakrishna, Osho, Vivekananda, Raman Maharshi, all have spoken about the birth and their past lives, or many truths related to the reincarnation theory. Please understand, now whatever I am going to express is from my experience. I have experienced a state where these cosmic truths have become part of me. They are experienced by me. So I am sharing those experiences with you all. That's all. First thing I want to tell you, what you call as birth, what you call as life in you happens within the 3 kshana of your mother delivering you. See, that moment when a baby is being delivered, and that moment your individual soul, individual reflection happens in the body. You may be questioning me. No. Scientists are saying, no, 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 no. Inside the stomach, inside the womb of the mother, the baby has a heartbeat, baby has a life, baby has everything. How can we say life enters only at the moment of delivery? Please understand, whatever life is experienced by the baby inside mother's womb is the extension of mother's life. Physiologically, baby is alive. Baby is alive, heart is beating, and body is functioning. All the organs are alive. Physiologically, that is true. But individual conscious soul enters the body only when the baby is delivered. In one body, two souls cannot stay. Please understand. In one body, mother's body, two souls cannot stay. Two way of thinking cannot happen. Two way of actions cannot happen. So, only when the delivery happens, the soul enters the body. This is the first truth. And second thing, what I call as life does not start when your body is delivered, when you get your body. What I call as life has started long before. It is equivalent to eternity. It is much beyond the time. You are here eternally. Only thing, at some point of time, you think you are here as the body, as you are now. After some time, you think you are here as this body at that way. See, for example, when you are at the age of 7, you thought you exist as a 7-year-old boy going to school. When you are 25, you think you exist as a 25-year-old man doing business. When you are at the age of 50, you think you exist as a 50-year-old man with all the success and society. At the age of 80, you think you exist as a 80-year-old man, as a completely relaxed and retired. Please understand, you think at various times, at various moments, you exist in various forms, in various ways. After death, you may start thinking you don't exist, or you do not know how you will exist. That's the fear. Please understand, whether at the age of 7 or 25 or 50 or 80, you think you exist in different ways and different forms. But I am telling you, beyond all these things, eternally you exist. Only one thing, time to time, situation to situation, your identity, the ubadi, that only changes. In Sanskrit, we have a word called, very beautiful word called ubadi. That word means two things. One, added, another, disease. Anything added to you is disease. Anything which is changing is disease. So we need to understand the truth. Please understand, this is a very important secret, very important truth. Eternally you exist. At some point you feel you exist with a success, name and fame. At some time you feel you exist without name and fame, with failure. At some time you feel you exist as an old man. At some time you feel you exist with vigor and life. Please understand, the truth is you exist eternally. When this thread, when this truth is understood, all the ubadis which gets added and deleted from you does not bring suffering to you. And these additions and deletions does not remove you, move you away from the purpose of your birth. Your purpose of your birth, your bio-memory is very straight. Your bio-memory is very honest. Your bio-memory is very clear. Your bio-memory is alive. Please understand, living the life of straight, alive bio-memory from the birth till you leave the body is Jivan Mukti. As long as you don't have conflict with your biomemory, you don't have contradiction with the purpose of your birth, you don't have conflict between your life and the purpose of birth, you are a Jivan Mukta. First secret, you need to understand, what you call as life enters only during the time of delivery. Second thing, what I call as life is eternal, and suddenly at some time it feels it exists as child, at some time it exists as a youth, at some time it exists as big guy, sometime it suddenly feels it exists as an old man, and it suddenly gets into the idea it may not exist. Again it exists as a boy, as a man, old age. This goes on and on and on. First important thing you need to understand, you exist as life. Second thing, when I say you exist as life eternally, when you feel you exist as a person individually, why that life feels as individual? Why this gap? If we look into that, we will understand the purpose of birth. Why existential reality reflects itself in comparative reality. Whatever you experience as reality is comparative reality. Why existential reality reflects itself in comparative reality? If we look into that truth, if we understand that secret, we will understand our purpose of birth. We need to look, each and every person need to spend little time within himself, avoiding the fear and greed to know their biomemory. Please understand, the only thing which stops you knowing your life's purpose is your fear and greed. Your fear will not allow you to know your purpose of birth, because if your purpose of birth is living like a sannyasi in a forest, you may have to give up everything now. Too much is at stake. Wealth, relationship, family, security, comfort, too much is at stake. So naturally, you do not want that kind of revelation to you. Same way, sometimes people think, oh, now I am a doctor, but if my life's purpose suddenly reveals I should have become lawyer, what to do now? Please understand, we lived so many years unconsciously. We do not know if our purpose of birth is revealed to us, whether whatever way we lived is going to be accepted by that purpose or rejected by that purpose. We do not know. We need to understand this truth. The fear that we might have done some mistake, or in future we may not be able to fulfill the purpose of our birth, makes you keep the purpose of your birth in unconsciousness. But that is not a solution. Putting the problems under the carpet is not going to solve the problem. Without fear, without greed, sit with yourself every day. What are the thoughts again and again coming in your being, in your mind, making you work, making you function? Contemplate on it. Center yourself on it. Meditate on it. Please understand, knowing the purpose of birth will resolve thousands of wrong decisions you are making, wrong moves you are doing, wrong things happening around you and within you. Every day, sitting with yourself with a deep awareness. See, anything done in the outer world to know the truth is experiment. Anything done in the inner world to know the truth is experience. every day sit with yourself, spend little time. What kind of thoughts are again and again giving you power, energy, intelligence to function? What kind of thoughts are again and again putting you in low mood, dull, depression? Look into it, go into it, go through it, live it. Look again and again and again inside. You will see the truth, secret, purpose of your birth will be revealed to you. I cannot give you the purpose like a tablespoon feeding, a teaspoon feeding. No, I found my purpose. I can give you the method through which I found my purpose. So you can also find your purpose. You can also look into your purpose. So meditation for this week, for next 1 week, 21 minutes morning, 21 minutes in the noon, 21 minutes in the evening. In Sanskrit we have a word called Trikala Sandhya. 3 times when the different time zones meet, see, when morning and day meets, when the day and the noon, the midday, and in the evening when the day and night meets, these 3 times, all these 3 times, next 1 week, sit with yourself 21 minutes and look into yourself. What kind of thoughts are giving me power, energy? What kind of thoughts awaken my biomemory, interest me? And what kinds of ideas are depressing me, making me dull, relaxed? Look in, and within this 1 week, each day 3 sessions, 21 session, 21 minutes per session. Within these 21 sessions, you will see many truths will be revealed to you. Many clarity about your purpose of birth will be revealed to you. Now let us start exploring the first truth, the first important thing about living enlightenment. Purpose of birth, the truth about the birth.
Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Offer your gratitude to the lotus feet of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Pratyaksha Pada Puja is a rare opportunity in a lifetime to express your surrender and gratitude directly at the feet of the Master, daily at 7 a.m. IST. You can register for e-Pada Puja online. You can receive individual darshan and blessings after the puja. You can send your blessings request to ntv@nithyananda.org or call 91-974-22-03311. Make the best use of this rare opportunity to be in the space of the living enlightened Master.
To the questions related to birth. Why do we forget the purpose of life when we are born? Beautiful question. Please understand, when you go through the process of birth, your body slowly comes out of mother's womb. With a heavy pressure, it comes out. That is the moment when the life, individual soul, reflects on the body. So it's a very strong process. One, you are coming out of the place where you are very comfortable, cozy, cool, happy, and completely protected and secured. You don't need to think about your food. You don't even need to think about breathing, because life was extension of mother's life. So there is no responsibility. You are completely protected, secured. From that secure place, you are moving into a space where you need to take the responsibility for yourself. First thing, now you need to start breathing. You need to start eating. You need to start digesting. Now you are responsible for your life. You need to enter into the different space where you become responsible for everything. So this is a very big change. First thing. Second thing, the individual life is settling into your nervous system. So it's a big chaos. In this big chaos, naturally you forget the purpose for which you assumed this body. You assume this body. That is why I always tell people, when you are in the body, go to that silence where you can really relive the moment of birth. You need to become so silent, so settled into your being, where you can encounter the moment when your life and body overlapped on each other, when your life and your body met each other, when you started taking the responsibility of breathing, when first time you threw the mucus through your nose out, first time you started inhaling and exhaling. If you settle with yourself, you can go to that space. When you understand, experience that space even once, you will see very beautifully, very clearly the purpose of your life, which you have forgotten. Actually, the chaos which happened during your birth made you forget why we are born, why you took birth. The purpose of life is forgotten because of the chaos you go through at the time of birth. Now, if you rest, enter into the silence, go back to the same moment. Go back into that same deep moment. You will know the purpose of life. You will accept. You will understand. The next question. Do I have the same purpose of life in every birth? No. Before the birth, at your previous death, see, before you leave the body, your whole life is presented in front of you. You see the whole thing, all the major things which you thought as essence of your life. You see, when you live, you think many outer world things as essence of your life. Many things drives you. For somebody, money drives their life. For somebody, love drives their life. For somebody, eating drives their life. For somebody, sex drives their life. For somebody, power drives their life. Whatever may be driving your life, whatever is purpose of, whatever you think as purpose of your life, you run behind it. At the moment of death, you will evaluate whether your running was proper, whether your running was right or wrong. If your running was right, you will think, oh, that's right, then I'll run for the same purpose in next life also, in a deeper sense, in a much higher scale. If you feel for which you ran in this life did not give what you wanted, you will see, no, let me change the direction. Let me change the direction. So please understand, the purpose for which you ran in your life, at the time of death, if you feel you are fulfilled, then you may not be bothered to take one more birth. If you feel the purpose for which you are running gave you a lot, but you need to run in that same direction more, then you may take the life and have same thing as a purpose in a higher scale. But if you think, no, for what you ran did not give that fulfillment or did not make you feel happy, comfortable, then naturally you will feel, oh, then let me change the purpose of life. Before the death, Your whole life will be in front of you, like a fast forward. Based on that, you make the decision on purpose of next life. For example, if somebody thinks during the moment of death, eating was the best thing they had in their life, that's the best enjoyment they enjoyed in their life. For example, eating all kinds of food was the best thing they had in their life. I've heard, and I've even seen some people, they travel country to country just for food, just to taste the food they travel. Anyhow, so if you feel eating was the best thing you had in your life, maybe you'll think, oh, then let me take the birth, such a body, that kind of a situation. I'll spend all my life in eating, maybe like a pig. Pig spends his whole life eating, nothing else. So, but if you think just sleeping and retired, tamasic way of life is the best thing you enjoy in the life, then the person will think, oh, let me become buffalo. Whole life I don't need to do anything. So based on the experiences of life, what you think as life, you naturally decide the course of your next life. So during the previous death, you decide the purpose of the next life. It is not that always your purpose is same. Many times we do trial and error method. We do again and again trial and error method. A man who has done this trial and error and perfected his purpose of life and achieved, who can tell everybody the ultimate purpose of life and show that path to human beings, is master. So it is not that the same purpose of life in every birth is carried, or people have the same purpose of life in every birth. Thank you. Dear one and all, the next question. Can I change the purpose of my birth? Can I decide for my next life? Yes. That is the beauty of life. Please understand, what you decided in the last birth, in the previous death, that is the purpose of your present life. Now, whatever change you want to make, you can make, because whenever you are conscious, you are free to choose. Now, you are conscious about the present. You have freedom to choose about the future. Not only about the next life. If you are fully conscious and completely break from the past, choose strongly. You can choose from now for the next moment. Not only you can change the purpose of next life, you can change the purpose of this life if you consciously take decision. Please understand, you are more unconscious, more superficial, more conscious, more deeper. If you are completely unconscious, I can say your birth is birth and death is death. If you are little evolved, every day when you fall asleep it is death, when you wake up it is birth. If you are fully conscious, every inhaling breath is life, every exhaling breath is death. If you are completely unconscious, you can change the purpose only during death and birth. If you are a sadhaka, meditator, little evolved, you can change the purpose of life during the sleeping and waking up. If you are fully aware, conscious, you can change the purpose of life when you inhale and exhale. Because inhaling is life, exhaling is death. Even at that moment, you can change the whole purpose of life. Please understand, you can change the purpose of life, the very life. Nothing is impossible. It is possible. Only thing, how conscious you are. Everything depends on that. Fourth question. Is the purpose of everybody's life the same? To get enlightened? No. I can say ultimately the purpose of everyone's life is to get enlightened. May not be in this life itself. People may not feel the need for enlightenment in this life itself. They may feel money is the greatest thing, or they may feel power is the greatest thing, or if they may feel the physical pleasure is the greatest thing. So whatever they feel is the greatest thing, that will be the purpose of this life. But ultimately, when they are conscious enough to understand that they are going through the same rut again and again and again, like a child's playing, kids playing. Kids play. Okay, let's see, when you see the kids, they just build sand castles. When it's evening, if they are feeling bored, they just jump on the sand castles and destroy and go. Again, next day they start playing, building. Again they destroy and go. If you understand, your life is also just like that play. You build stone castles, leave it and go. Again come back and build the stone castles, leave it and go. If you understand, you are also doing the same drama, same game, same play, then maybe one day you will realize, oh, why to do the same drama, same play, same game? Let us be awakened. Let us be fulfilled. Let us achieve the ultimate. Then your purpose of life is enlightenment. Till you realize that you are doing the same game again and again and again, enlightenment may not be the purpose of your life. So ultimately enlightenment is purpose of all lives, but all lives may not have enlightenment as the purpose of this life. What about people who die young, have accidental deaths, or commit suicide? Have they planned this also as the purpose of their life? No. Please understand, maybe they are prone, their mental setup is prone to attract suicide or to attract accidents. But that does not mean they plan it. If they plan, then how can it be called as accident? Accident is an accident because it is an accident. It is not planned. But their mental setup can be prone. For example, a person who is continuously taking risks, then he can be prone to accident. A person who is considered continuously living in depression, again and again falling back to the suicidal tendency, then he is prone to suicide. That way only we can say, but otherwise they don't plan particular incident as accident or suicide. So I don't want to say they plan for accident or suicide, but if they carry that kind of a mental setup, they attract those things in their life.
Books by Paramahamsa Nithyananda. In the true spirit of the Vedic tradition, all the 250 books of Paramahamsa Nithyananda are now available online for free. Access the free library at lifelessprograms.org/books.
Based on the state in which you stayed most of your time, that is the state will automatically erupt when you are leaving the body. If you stayed most of your time in the waking, clear state, if that was the strongest experience of your life, that was the essence of your life, you will see when you leave the body, only that will come up. If dream state is the state you spent most of your time, or you feel that is the essence of your life, that will come up when you leave the body. If deep sleep state was the real experience you enjoyed, most of your life you spent only in that state, then naturally when you were about to die, you will fall into coma. Understand? Based on the person's death, we can say how he lived. If a person can leave the body consciously, he lived consciously. The majority of his life was conscious, means in the waking state. Understand? All the time you are able to move your body and mind as you want, do not think you are waking state. No. Many times you will be driving, but you do not know in which road you are driving. Only when you reach your office and park the car, suddenly you remember last 30 minutes you drove. At least 200 decisions you would have made to drive, right, left, stopping in the red signal. 200 decisions you have made without being aware you are driving. You are doing something. So all the moments in which you are able to move your hands or leg as you want does not mean you are in waking state. Second, the dream state. If you lived most of your time in the dream state, means daydreaming and night dreaming. If your body is moving as you want, but your mind is also moving as it wants, the accounts will go only to dream state. That hours cannot be considered as a waking state. The person who spent most of his time in dream state, you will see him talking, blabbering, uttering some illogical words before he dies. Not only that, he will fall into the dream state and leave the body. And the person who lived most of his time in the deep sleep state, potato couch we call, who did not do anything else except eating and seeing the TV. And this kind of people, they naturally land in coma before they leave the body, and leave the body unconsciously. Only a person who lived, understood and left all these three bodies relaxes into enlightenment. Very rarely person who has become enlightened again lands in the body out of deep compassion and love. That is what we call avatar incarnations. Person who died with the waking body, he enters. Of course, if you died in waking body or dream body or deep sleep body, naturally you will take birth immediately. The next body, you will start searching and entering into the next body. Person who died in the waking state, with the waking mood, he will enter into the body, he will enter into the world with another one body, which is created in a normal way, with a physical relationship, with a physical intercourse, with the ordinary sex. He will catch that kind of body and land. And the person who left the body in the dream state, he will select the body which is created by the tantric intercourse, means the meditative parents. Even though there was a physical relationship, there was a lot of meditativeness into that. Both of them were real seekers, spiritual persons. In that kind of womb he will enter. A person who left the body with a deep sleep state, in the deep sleep state, he will naturally enter into animalistic, means completely the move or the thinking, physical and mental movements are unaware. Animalistic means it may not be four-legged animal, even two-legged animal it can be. It can be even human animals, means who have the human body, but the Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness awakening has not happened. He will choose that kind of parents and land in that kind of body. Person who has left the body after disconnecting, unclutching from all the four sarira, the enlightened beings, if they land in the body, they will land in the immaculate conceptions. They will take up a body, they will land in a body which is created not by any intercourse or any physical relationship. Understand? Looks very illogical. Kundi experimented with this and gave birth to Karna. Kundi did not carry Karna 9 months. And all other 5 kids, all Panchapandavas and Karna, all the 6 have been given birth by Kundi in this way. In the way of immaculate conception, means created without any physical relationship. The science was alive, science existed, there is a possibility, and even though logically it is very difficult to understand or relate with, the science existed. Even now, the incarnations, people who are left after enlightenment, left the body after enlightenment, they land this kind of sariras. There may not have been any physical relationship, but suddenly the body will start getting created in the mother's womb and the child is there. If you see even the modern day incarnations like Ramakrishna, when Ramakrishna took birth, his father was too old. But the story, even the reminiscence says, when she felt she is carrying Ramakrishna, the Ramakrishna's mother, the father was far away, somewhere. It's like from a Shivalinga, a light entered, and she knows she is carrying a child now. Understand, person who left the body beyond all these 3 shariras lands by creating a body which is not related to any physical relationship. May not the physical relationship exist, but he knows how to create a new body, and he lands in the superconscious body. How does the soul choose the body? This is a very important thing to be understood. I think in earlier questions I was describing, before taking the next birth, during the time of previous death, leaving the body, you go through the whole thing in front of you. The whole thing is presented in front of you. Whole thing is available in front of you. You go through like a fast forward. Please understand, like a whole thing appears in front of you. You can see very clearly. Whatever you enjoyed very strongly, deeply, happens in multicolor. Whatever you enjoyed very politely, mildly, did not enjoy much, just so, dull, unconsciously, that goes through in black and white. So you see which was very strong experiences, and you decide, do you want the same thing in your future, in your life, in your next birth? Based on that, you choose the body and the place and the way in which you wanted to live in the next life. Thank you. Next question. Can you please define Kshana? It's a very beautiful concept. Please understand. In Vedic tradition, time is calculated based on the space, on the being, more psychological than chronological. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. If you are a restless person, too many thoughts going inside you, your Kshana can be microsecond. If you are a peaceful, relaxed person, Your kshana can be even 1 hour or 2 hours. You can see in your own life, sometime, if you are sitting with somebody who is very calm, quiet, relaxed, comfortable, safe, feeling secured, you will not even bother about how time passed. Suddenly you will see the watch and, oh God, already 5-6 hours over. But if you are sitting with somebody with whom you are not comfortable, happy, restless, agitated, every 5 minutes you will look at the watch. Oh, time is not moving. You know how it feels. So please understand, time is more psychological, not chronological. So kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. The gap between one thought and the other thought. So within 3 kshana, you assume the body. When your body is being delivered by the mother, within 3 kshana, you assume that body. Means, if you had a peaceful, restful life in the last birth, then you can choose slowly and settle into the body very slowly, because your kshana will be very long. If you had a restless life in the previous birth, then you have to hurry, enter into the body. That will be an unconscious birth. That is why I say, now have a conscious, restful, relaxed life, aware life. So next birth, you will see, you will have conscious birth. Conscious life leads to conscious death. Conscious death leads to conscious birth. So, having conscious life is the technique to prolong the kshana. Next question. Does the moment of birth, space, time define the purpose of birth? If so, can it be changed by planned birth? Yes. The moment of birth, space and time really helps the soul to fulfill the purpose of birth, to achieve the meaning of birth. So I am all for planned birth, like a cesarean delivery. Planning the time of the birth and helping the child to assume the body in a very planned way, in a very loving, beautiful atmosphere, especially like a delivery under the water and delivery in a very receptive, prayerful atmosphere, delivery during the beautiful, blissful mantra chanting, and in a very spiritual atmosphere. I am all for it, creating a right time, right space for baby to enter into the world in a very receptive, welcoming way, by a very meditative doctors, healers, who are very blissful people, blissful doctors, meditating doctors, who are Jivan Mukta doctors. In their presence, if the baby is received in the planet Earth, it will really help the baby to consciously settle into the body and experience the purpose of birth. I am all for it.
Kailash, the abode of Shiva. Explore the peak of mystery with Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a living enlightened master to the most sacred pilgrimage destination on earth. Added bonus, a visit to Madurai is added to the itinerary of the full trip with Swamiji after returning from Kailash. For more information or to register, visit n-yatras.nithyananda.org or write us at n.yatras@nithyananda.org.
You don't worry when your boyhood turns into youthfulness, because you just know you are going to continue to exist. then why do you worry when the old age turns into death and assuming another one body? Because you are afraid you may not continue. I tell you, anybody with a simple logic can see how can life end with one body? Just to do this drama of 100 years, I don't think you need so many tools and weapons and instruments like a mind, intelligence, consciousness. No. The fear of discontinuity is only for those short-sighted fools. Please understand. Krishna is not promoting any religious concept or philosophy. He is not teaching any theology. He is talking to his close friend who is in a big crisis. He is counseling his personal friend who is in a big crisis. He is naturally not only honest, too straight. Come on, Arjuna. Just as the consciousness goes through the tenderness of the boyhood and bloom of the youthfulness and infirmity of old age in this body, in the same manner, it takes another body. The awakened one who knows this does not get perplexed. I am not able to add one word in this verse and delete one word. There are many other translations which says very blindly, oh, just like a spirit passes through a childhood, youth and old age. No, the spirit does not pass through childhood, old age and youth. It goes through the tenderness of boyhood, bloom of youthfulness and infirmity of old age. Please understand, it goes through only the characters of boyhood, youthfulness and old age. It is straight truth. I want all of you to understand. Drop all the fears you carry about the discontinuity. Whether the wealth, money you accumulated in the outer world, or the wealth, all the great qualities you accumulated in the inner world, does not get disconnected due to your death and next birth. Please understand, the sacred secrets from this great verse. First thing, you just move from one body to another body, just like how you move from boyhood to youth, from youth to old age. Same way you just move from old age to death and death to again birth, next womb, next birth, and from birth again childhood, then youth. You don't lose anything. Understand? This is the first thing. Second thing, maybe you will believe this much. I think I don't lose my inner good qualities. The karma comes, the mental pattern comes with me, I know. But what will happen to all the wealth I created? Don't worry. You take birth again in the same family, same type of family. I don't want to say same family, same kind of family where the same amount of wealth is there. So don't think you will die as a billionaire and take birth roadside, live in slum. No. Neither the great qualities you accumulated in the inner world nor the wealth you accumulated in the outer world is lost by death. Understand? Same way, if you accumulated tremendous laziness in the inner world and poverty, which is side effect of the laziness in the outer world, even death cannot take that away from you. After death also that will continue to be with you. So if you want to transform your life, do it when you are alive. In this verse, Bhagavan describes the principle of incarnation, the principle of birth and death. As I said, every time you start responding in a new way to a problem or situation or crisis, you take new birth. You live many times in one body, many minds, in one mind, many bodies. Sometimes you are stuck with one mental pattern. Without coming out of it, you spend janmas after janmas after janmas, lives after lives after lives. Same way, sometimes within one body, you go through so many minds. Best use of time is within one body, go through all types of minds. That's best use of time. Don't waste cosmic time. Once in a while, when you look back, you feel, God, 6 years before how I was, how I used to respond to every situation, how my mental patterns were. Now see how I am. If the period you feel you were different and now you are different, if that period is coming down, your spiritual growth is happening in full speed. Understand? That period is what I call one birth. For some people it's 5 years. Some people one full janma also don't feel. Those days how I used to be, now how I am. No. It's all same. See, that period of transformation is what I call one birth. When you look back, what was the time? You will honestly feel as your old personality's death and the new personality's expression. If you look back, is it 3 year or 4 year or 1 year or 8 months? Look back. See the transformation period. That is what I call as time of one birth of your mind. One birth of your mind. One life of your mind. If all your patterns, you are responding in a new way, then the old mind is dead. One life of your mind. Actually, one life of your mind, when it reduces, your spiritual growth is intensely increasing. If you have not yet started responding to all your major patterns of life in new way, then still your mind is not yet dead. Still the period is happening. Your mind is only getting more old, not yet dead. liberation from birth and death. Somebody asked me the other day, what is the need to get out of birth and death? No problem, come on, enjoy. But I tell you, once you realize the space of freedom, even in a remote possible way, you will understand the ecstasy. If you liberate yourself just from one or two mental patterns and live, then you will understand power of liberated life. If you are liberated from some patterns, then you will understand the necessity for liberation. Most important, strongest pattern with which you are suffering is taking birth and getting into death. Birth and death is the worst pattern with which you are suffering. Another one person gave me a letter. I have too much of emotional suffering. Give me a way for death. You don't understand. Birth and death is the worst pattern. Then all your depression, ups and downs. Birth and death is the worst pattern any beings go through. How beings live. Karmajam buddhi yuktahi phalam tyaktva manishinaha januma bandha vinirmuktaha padam kachyantyanāmayam. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapītam Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Please understand. Now I am going to lead you to a very powerful completion process. This process is a very strong, powerful process. Mahadeva himself defines completion. 22nd Sutra of Shiva Sutra. Mahadeva has given 60,000 verses to Devi, which as Kularnava Tantra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva Sutras, Spandakarika, Guru Gita, Mahadeva talks about all the major subjects of the world to Devi and teaches her so beautifully. Mahadeva's tremendous clarity, and he teaches with so much of love to beloved. So every time Devi has confusion, problem, incompletion, question, doubt, Mahadeva attends to each one of that so beautifully. 60,000 verses. And the whole Shaiva tradition, Saiva Siddhanta of Tamil Nadu, Basavanna's Veerashaivism, Lakulisha's Gujarat Saurashtra Saivism, and the West Bengal Tantric Shaivism, and Kamakhya's Kameshwara Shaivism, and Kashmiri Shaivism, the Central India Mahanatha Shaivism, this whole, all different branches of Shaivism originates from that 60,000 sutras. So 22nd Sutra, Mahadeva defines completion. Please listen. Now you have to listen because it is like initiation. This is the real initiation into completion. I have spoken many times about completion. Defining, redefining, introducing, asking you to giving you simple techniques and methods. This is exactly the definition of the completion. Okay? So all of you are ready to listen? Listen. Have your attention in your inner space where your past is being relived but unconnected to your form which is appearing as you in that reliving. For example, you are going to relive your incident happened in your life at the age of 6. Relive without connecting to that 6-year-old of you. Understand? When you are reliving, be very clear, okay. Why that happened? That is the way that happened. So that 6th year is not me now. Now I am different. I have become different. I don't need to carry the same inadequate cognition suffering. For example, at the age of 6, you are playing with the toys. Your mom snatched your toy. You developed suffering, pain in you. Now if you remember that back, your cognition has grown where you don't need a toy. Is it not? Then why should you suffer still for the toy which was snatched when you needed? Now you don't need, you already grown out of the need. Now still why should you suffer? Associating yourself to that 6-year-old boy. Am I right? So, reliving the whole past, unidentifying means unclutching from that form of that past of you. Then what happens, That form melts down. When that form melts down, the incompletion built on that form melts down. Clear? How many of you are clear? If you have not understood, please raise your hand. I'll repeat once more. Listen. Keep your attention on the inner space. Look at your past being relived by unclutching from that past form of you. So when that reliving happens, when you are just watching unclutched from distance, that past form melts down and all the incompletions melts down. Clear? Unclutching means distance, unidentified. All of you understand the word unidentified? Without identifying yourself with that 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old, or even yesterday's form. You may really, something happened yesterday. So, be unidentified with that. That form will melt down when you are unidentified with it. All the incompletions connected to that form will melt down. Clear? Question from Vancouver. She asks, what happens when you don't have identity with an image of the past image of me, but instead identify with the feeling or sensation of the incompleted past? So even that relive by completely disidentifying, unidentifying, unclutching with that feeling and sensation, it will melt down. So now understand, please listen. I have initiated all of you into the process of completion with a clear definition. Now all you need to do, sit, relive everything you know about you from the everything, every incident you remember from your past, the earliest memory to till this moment. You are going to relive. Please listen. Not only you are going to relive, you are going to pen down also. We are going to write, each one of you are going to write your autobiography. Because you are going to complete with the whole past. Actually, your whole past is not WHOLE past. It's a HOLE past. Singapore is asking, Swamiji, are incompletions carried from previous birth? Yes, we do carry some incompletions from previous birth. That we will work later on. There is going to be one session specially working on the incompletions which you bring from past birth. Now we will complete with all the incompletions of this birth. Please distribute the assignment sheet now. Please understand, listen 1 minute. You may think you have done this process already in the NSP. The context is different, now the context is different. Don't think you have done it, you have not done it, it is new, do it now. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Twitter Live, Facebook Live, and two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha. I'll continue to expand on Sadashiva Rahasya. The first Sadashiva Rahasya, the sacred secret I've revealed from the state of Sadashivatva, oneness with Sadashiva. When the space is created and a command is manifested, a power manifested, if it becomes immediately reality in the plane you wanted it to manifest, great. If not, you are only manifesting less power. So the solution is manifesting more power, not questioning the legitimacy of the science or your ability to live that science. Listen carefully. Because the state is a gift from me, it cannot be taken away. Actually, you can't be out of the state, that is the problem. Now the next question comes, yes, if I am manifesting less power, what to do? How to manifest more power? Listen, this is the precise understanding you need to have. Listen carefully. This is the precise understanding you need to have. State is the bow, the space is the thread, and arrow is the sankalpa with which you pull. When it goes and attacks and manifests, what do you want is the power manifestation. Listen carefully. State is the bow, space is the thread. The action of putting the arrow is the sankalpa, putting the arrow and pulling it, that is creating the space and manifesting the sankalpa as the reality. Listen carefully. The way to manifest more power is create better space. What I mean by the word create better space, more and more integrity, more and more completion, more and more responsibility, more and more enriching, complete with more and more of the blind spots you are carrying. Understand? Your stomach pain will be directly connected to the cobwebs you have not cleaned in your bedroom. Your ulcer is directly connected to the outside veranda you have not cleaned your house. Don't think how can that and this be connected. Only if you have ulcer, stomach problems, your eyes will not even be aware of the dirt around you. If your eyes are not even aware of the dirt around you, something is boiling inside you. You are preoccupied. All preoccupation manifests ulcer, understand? All preoccupation. If you take haritaki powder, you will clean your house. This may all look very funny, very funny side effects. You think, oh, if I take haritaki powder, I will clean my restroom. That I understand. Why will I clean my veranda? Live, you will understand. Many of these things are interconnected. Many of these are interconnected. If you take haritaki powder and heal the ulcer inside, suddenly your words towards your mother-in-law will become soft and completion based. The relationship will develop. It's too funny. It is too funny. What affects what? Which one touches which one? It is too funny. Let me give you the precise solution. State is achieved by unclutching, completion, all the methodologies of putting you in Nirvikalpa Samadhi as on now. Understand, I don't see any of my disciples at least manifesting any power without touching the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. And I also make sure you don't manifest powers before you touch the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because if you start manifesting before you touch Nirvikalpa Samadhi, it will be Siddhi, not Shakti. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is too important. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is too important. State is achieved by unclutching, completion. Of course, ultimately by initiation. The Shaktipada puts you into the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, state of Sadashivatva, oneness with Sadashiva. The space is created by more and more completion with others. When I say completion with others, whatever you perceive or cognize as others, making them part of your oneness is completion with others. Understand, whatever you cognize as others, persons, river, hill, whatever you may cognize as others, imbibing them as part of you, getting them as part of you, making them feel as you, recovering your oneness with them is completion with others. Understand? I am defining completion with others. Anything, anybody you cognize as others, bringing the original cognition back that they are one with you, waking up to the oneness with them or at or it, Realizing the oneness again is completion with others. Completion with others is not apologizing to others, understanding others. Others are as complicated as you. Understanding others are as complicated as you brings completion with others. You are not a bad person, you are a complicated person. All your dimensions are very strong. What others consider as good part of you, what others consider as bad part of you, all are very strong. I tell you, just like you are complicated, everyone is complicated. Understanding everyone is complicated brings completion with others, and you start feeling oneness with them. You start feeling oneness with them. Identifying yourself with others, putting yourself not in their shoes but in their crown. Why should always that word, putting yourself in their shoes? No. We Hindus, we put ourselves in their crown. Understanding the complications and realizing the oneness is completion with others. Taking responsibility and enriching. Understand completion with others, taking responsibility for others and yourself, and enriching yourself and others. This is what is creating space. Put more and more energy in that. If you are not manifesting powers, means that arrow is not pulled back much. The string is not tied strong. String need to be tied strong and arrow need to be pulled back strongly. Creating the space. The more oneness space you create, more powers you manifest. It is the space you create decides whether the sankalpa is going to become reality or not, whether the command is going to become reality or not. Understand? More and more proper space means continuously discover the blind spots and complete with it. Discover the blind spots and complete with it. If the power manifestation is not happening, if what you want is not becoming reality, what you want is not manifesting, understand, all you need to do is create more powerful space by completion with others, taking more responsibility for your life and others' life, enrich yourself and others. Listen, state. For all of you, you don't need to do anything for the state, because just like that I transmit it. If you have heard Arunagiri Yogeshwara's story once, that's all. The state is already transmitted. Even if you felt connected to that story and felt, wow, I should be enjoying Swamiji like this. State is done, over. If you do something to enjoy like that, then the space gets created. The amount of responsibility to enrich myself and others I have shown, I have demonstrated in my life. That was the reason Arunagiri Yogeshwara started manifesting himself completely through this body. Understand? I'll repeat the whole thing in few lines. Listen. Creating the space by bringing unclutching, complete completion or oneness with Guru or Sadashiva, and creating a space through responsibility, enriching completion with others, and manifesting your sankalpa is power manifestation. This is the first principle for Shaktipada. From today, the program which we are starting, power manifestation, Shaktipada. This is the first principle. So start with this first principle. I'll continue to expand on making this first principle into reality. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Shaivam, Sada Shivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Singapore, Singapuram, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Palani, Indrani, New Jersey, San Jose, Madurai, St. Louis, Festus, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Nithyananda Nagara, Bididi, Houston, Kalahasti, Seattle, Chidambaram, Anaheim, California, Toronto, Kailasam, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, Ohio, Prayag, Madurai, Dhyanapitham, Phoenix, Kanchipuram, Mumbai, Dharavi, New York, Varanasi, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, Seramban, Shivakasi, Hebal, Bangalore, Erode, Adinithyananda Dhyanapitham, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Jorpati, Nepal, New York, Varanasi, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Abu Dhabi, High Pine, North Carolina, Sherman Oaks, California, Port Washington, New York, Dhyanapitham, Huzur. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I wanted to expand on the oneness, Advaita, the non-dual space being and doing in both, establishing yourself in that non-dual space of Advaita. Listen, please listen. The non-dual space, the Advaita, need to be lived in being and doing. It's one of the most unfortunate thing. Some of the traditions, the spiritual traditions, have given so much of importance to being in Advaita, they forgot as long as human body is alive, there will be doing also. When the process, methodology, technique for doing without disturbing being in Advaita is not established, people lose Advaitic space. Understand? Today morning, when she was describing, one of our IA participants, she described that the non-dual space, one has happened, staying for weeks and weeks and weeks. Not for any brand promotion or pride. I am telling you, only an inner awakening participant can enjoy that space and experience that space. Because she was telling that I went to all types of techniques, methods, gurus, places, meditated. It never happened. Even if it happens, it will only give you the glimpse of being in Advaita. When your whole body is arrested, mind is arrested, you can have a glimpse of that light. That's all. But not just being in Advaita, being even while you are doing in Advaita only becomes Samadhi. Being even while you are doing in the space of Advaita only becomes Samadhi. That happens only when Master trains you to experience Advaita from in all aspects and in all dimensions of your life. Various dimensions of your life. You are not just the body. Body is one dimension of you. You are not just the mind. Mind is one dimension of you. Whatever you call as life, mostly your lifestyle only you call it as life. The way you eat, the way you dress, the way you house yourself, the way you act and react, your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is one of the dimensions of you. And all the relationships you have, how you relate with people, how people relate with you. Infusing Advaita even in your relationships, in your lifestyle. The way you react and respond to wealth, the way you react and respond to relationships, the way you react and respond to crisis in your life, the way you react and respond to the survival threats, the way you react and respond to life in every dimension, everything, you need to be established in Advaita. You need to be in the space of Advaita. be in the space of Advaita. Just giving you the glimpse of being in Advaita does not take me more than 10 minutes. Please understand. By 11th minute, I can put anybody. By 11th minute, I can put anybody. I can say within 11 minutes, I can put anybody in the space of Advaita in being. But being, unfortunately, becomes only one part of you. You are clouded, corrupt so much. I don't even want to use the word corrupt. I may want to use the word polluted. Corruption is more like knowingly doing. Pollution is more like imposed on you. Polluted so much with so many things. Just being in Advaita is not going to make you live enlightenment. Being in Advaita, even while you are doing, only that is going to make it happen. Only that is going to make it happen. Jivan Mukti is possible only then. And I am so happy. She has walked out of her self-doubts and self-hatred, self-denial so much. She has come out so much. She is able to hold herself up and say, I am living Jivan Mukti. I am proud of her. I am really proud of her. And I wanted you to know she is not lying. She is telling the truth. I was only afraid that slowly that SDHD may eat it away, but she's reached the completion level enough that not to allow SDHD to eat away. It is like how the Rahu and Ketu eat the sun and the moon. You need to know this modern day so-called space researchers and astronomers are saying, see, in the Indian astrology it is said that Rahu and Ketu eat sun and the moon. And these modern day astronomers go on abusing us, saying, no. There is no Rahu, no Ketu. Eats sun and the moon. It is there as it is. Only the shadow of the earth falls on moon, or the shadow of the moon falls on earth. That is what is eclipse. Please understand, these modern day astronomers, they may know the mass planets. Even that they are not very clear. What's the number, how many and all that. But in our Vedic tradition, we never considered the mass planets as grahas. The influence of those planets only we called as grahas. The energy they radiate, the energy they exert, the energy they radiate into the cosmos, into the universe, that only we called as graha. Please understand, during every eclipse, the Rahu's energy completely nullifies the energy radiated by moon or the sun. The Ketu's energy nullifies completely the energy radiated by the sun or the moon. No energy, no effect, whether good or bad, of the moon reaches the planet Earth during the eclipse. It's an energy phenomena our masters are talking about. Anyhow, just like how Rahu and Ketu eat sun and the moon, your SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, denial, eats away your experience of Advaita. The one and only way you can save yourself from the SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, and denial is living Advaita in your actions, being in Advaita not just while you are meditating or being, making it as a lifestyle, thinking style, the way you relate with others and yourself in your very doing. Understand? In your very doing. In every doing, the oneness, non-dual consciousness, the non-dual space, the Advaitic space of you is not something supposed to be experienced in your meditation alone. That is why some of the Vedantis who don't understand Vedanta, they go on saying, Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. Means the God alone is true, Brahman alone is true, the world is illusion. Yes, I am not saying it's wrong, but they miss the third statement. Jivo Brahmaiva Naparaha. The individual Jiva you experience is nothing but Brahman. So whether being or action, the oneness has to be radiated, lived, experienced. The process yesterday was going on in the inner awakening, the 12th day process. Everyone experientially understood Jagat Mithya, whatever you see as the world is illusion. The moment one incompletion is triggered by somebody, then that's all. You don't see the world anymore. The world does not exist, only my world exists. That is what is meant by the great Mahavakya, Jagat Mithya. What you perceive as my world is Mithya. Because a small incompletion, the moment it got triggered, it gets triggered. A small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered, you stop seeing the world and you are deluded in my world. Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. I don't disagree. Jagat Mithya. But that does not mean in your actions you will not radiate the truth Brahma Satyam. In your actions also, you have to radiate the truth of oneness, non-dual consciousness. Every relationship, the attitudes you build towards every relationship, the attitudes you build towards your money, the attitudes you build towards your health, the attitudes you build towards the people around you, the situations around you, things around you, pets, plants, planets, everything around you should be from that same oneness and completion. Should be from that same non-dual consciousness. Only then you understand the third statement, important statement, Jivo Brahmaiva Naparaha. The individual self you experience is nothing but the cosmic consciousness. Your SDHD will eat away even if I give you the glimpse of Nirvikalpa Samadhi just in your being level. Actually, during the unclutching initiation, all of you already had Nirvikalpa Samadhi. No doubt about it. Unless you have Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I don't leave you out of the room. It is that is the QC past, quality control pass I do. The drilling in your Ananda Gandha has to happen with that pure consciousness. Naturally, it becomes Nirvikalpa Samadhi. But the real effects of Advaita happens in you only when that oneness starts radiating. Only when you radiate that oneness in your doing. While you are seeing your finance, your accounts, sitting with your auditor, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? While you are sitting with a spouse and having a dinner or lunch, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? When you are sitting with your team and discussing your corporate strategy, your office strategy, your consciousness, does your consciousness be established in that oneness and non-duality without falling into the powerlessness? Look in. Just your back pain disappearing is not the result of Advaita. All the pain which you have hidden in your back should disappear. Not just back pain disappearing. All the pains which you have put it in back has to disappear. Suddha-advaita Sugabodha Jnanam. The pure Advaitas, joyful influence and the wisdom which comes out of joyful influence. Please understand, the joyful influence of Advaita is what I call completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call perpetual completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. The blissful influence of Advaita in your every step of life, which can't be eaten away by SDHD, is what I call Nithyananda. So, biggest enemy for living Advaita, biggest enemy for Advaita in your doing, in your actions, is your SDHD. Self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Your SDHD is the biggest enemy, biggest Rahu and Ketu who swallows sun and the moon. Sun is Advaita in being, moon is Advaita in action. Rahu is your SDHD, Ketu is self-blackmailing pattern. Rahu is SDHD, Ketu is SB. Self-blackmailing pattern. Please understand, when these two eats your being in Advaita and living in Advaita, you forget that you are Jivan Mukta. You live Advaita. And I really felt bad when I listened to Madhuri's sharing. I'm so happy. Finally, she found her living enlightenment, which is not getting lost, which is continuously living. But I feel so bad. In Indian tradition, Vedic tradition, somebody has to struggle for 17 years to achieve this experience. Have we become so enlightenment poor? No poverty takes away our pride. We Sanatana Hindu Dharmis are pride about our poverty. Understand, go to any village, the amount of pride people carry about their poverty. We are proud of our poverty, but not of this poverty where 17 years somebody has to search for living Advaita. I tell you, the Rahu and Ketu for the Vedic tradition is all the lifestyle patterns which strengthened our SDHD. The Macaulay's education, which took away our clarity about Advaita. The colonial mental setup, is our SDHD. Self-doubt, hatred, denial. It is this colonial mental setup took away our Advaita from us, I tell you. First of all, we never had poverty till we have been swindled by all these invaders. Till 17th century, we were the richest country in the world. We never had poverty. The poverty was imposed on us to break our confidence. The artificial famines created by the British Empire, how they broke our backbone by creating artificial poverty. The Bengal famine was planned by British. Around 17 famines we had to go through, which was never part of our Vedic tradition. Only in the colonial periods, under the invaders, we went through 17 major famines, where millions were killed. It is just to break our confidence on our Vedic tradition, on our lifestyle, on our thinking pattern. I tell you, that is the way they inserted SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial into us. They swindled the country. Ships and ships of gold from this country has been shipped out. And then they start the missionaries and charity, giving few pennies back to us in the name of missionary and charity, to take away our confidence from this great Sanatana Dharma, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Many times people ask me, why do you wear this gold Rudraksha, gold throne? I want to tell you, it is not gold, it is gold painted. Second, I wanted to remind you guys the richness, the way the Vedic tradition lived the richness we had in the Vedic tradition. Unfortunately, all the good things, auspicious things are attributed to the Western colonial lifestyle. The other day I was browsing through some of the photographs of the recent museum inaugurated in the Rashtrapati Bhavan in India. I was feeling so sad. All the best things we are showcasing is from the colonial era. Only the British things are gold coated, golden. Very unfortunate. The idea of best life is somehow associated with the people who ruled us, who made us slaves. Somehow the good life has become their lifestyle. The idea of good life has been branded as the British lifestyle. We forgot the good life of the Vedic tradition. Last 300 years, 17 famines. What will happen to a civilization? When we look back, you can only remember the 300 years. And you remember only poverty, poverty, poverty as the lifestyle of Vedic tradition. That is why the stupid word Hindu rate of growth has been developed. Please understand, our self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial has been created, injected, encouraged by the British by putting us into poverty, showing their lifestyle as a good lifestyle. And still we stupid fellows are practicing and believing the same. Practicing and believing the same. We should tell the world Vedic lifestyle, Vedic beliefs is good life. And that brand of good life, royal life, luxury life, best life should be again connected back to living Advaita, the non-dual consciousness. The people who live and practice non-duality does not need to be always with a begging bowl. We picked up the begging bowl voluntarily because that is the only way we can relate with you. We will have the opportunity to come to your doors, not to receive but to give. Buddha picked up the begging bowl. Buddha picked up the begging bowl not to beg from you. He took that as opportunity to come to your doorsteps to show you the grace of being Buddha. Mahadeva picked up the begging bowl not to beg from you. He doesn't need to eat anything, or he can eat anything. He doesn't need to eat anything, or he can eat anything. He did not pick up the begging bowl to receive something from you, to come to your doorsteps so that you see his grace, the grace he carries. and may follow living Advaita. In 1943, millions of people in Bengal starved to death by artificial famine created by British. This was the last effort to break our confidence that we won't be able to survive on our own without British ruling us. British government ordered the destruction of all boats and rice stocks in coastal Bengal. And it exported 70,000 tons of rice for the use of British troops and British civilians. More than 4 million people were made to die to break our confidence in the Vedic lifestyle. But the news was never left out because British authorities took the advantage of wartime censorship. See, wartime you have the power to stop the news. They took the advantage of the wartime censorship to keep this news quiet. I tell you, it's unfortunate. Even we started believing the reason for our poverty, our suffering, all the bad things is our lifestyle and our thinking style and the cognition given to us by the Advaitic tradition, which is completely wrong. Understand? My only hope is NRIs. It is you guys, only you can tell the world Advaita is the best way of thinking. Advaita is the best way of doing. The Advaitic oneness in being and in doing is the best lifestyle, royal lifestyle. The best life tag should be connected, branded with Advaitic lifestyle, the non-dual lifestyle. My only hope is the NRIs. Only you guys will be able to do that. Once you do it, Indians will follow. That is the way we lived, what to do. Bring Advaita, the space of completion, the space of powerfulness, which comes when you experience Nirvikalpa Samadhi in meditation, in unclutching. Bring that in your doing, in your business deals, in your corporate strategies, in your profession, in your career. Whether you are a housewife, homemaker, or a lawyer, engineer, doctor, social leader, spiritual leader, political leader, whatever you are doing, bring the being of non-dual consciousness, Advaita, into your doing. Always be in the space of completion and powerfulness and go on handling your life, you will radiate the grace of Advaita, and that best life tag should be added to Advaitic lifestyle. All this is nothing but trying to add the best life tag to Advaitic lifestyle. That's all. Nothing else. The best life tag was unfortunately taken away from us purposely in a very planned way by the British, by pushing us into poverty, causing artificial famines, sucking us out. You need to know, we don't need to build this country, we need to rebuild this country, because we had everything. Don't even think we need to build it, that we never had it. No. We just need to rebuild it. If you know we need to rebuild, you will have the confidence over the original thinking style, the lifestyle of the Vedic tradition. Essence of today's satsang. Do not allow the SDHD infused into your system, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, and bring Advaita not just in your being, in your every doing. Live Advaita in your doing. Live Advaita in your doing. Let the best life tag be added to Advaitic lifestyle, not the British lifestyle. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifebliss.
மனம்தான் வாழ்க்கையின் எல்லா நன்மைக்கும் தீமைக்கும் காரணம். நீங்கள் உங்களுக்கு நன்மை நடக்கிறதா ஃபீல் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் தீமை நடக்கிறதா ஃபீல் பண்ணுறதுக்கும் ரெண்டுத்துக்குமே காரணம் என்னதான்? மனம். மனம் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நன்மைக்கும் தீமைக்கும் காரணம். தீதும் நன்றும் பிறர் தர வாரா. பிறர் தர வாரா. நான் சொல்கிற ஒவ்வொரு கருத்தையும் சத்தியத்தையும் ஆழ்ந்து உள்வாங்குங்க. அப்போ மட்டும்தான் அந்த இறுதி சத்தியம் முழுமையாக மலரும் உங்களுக்குள்ள. தீதும் நன்றும் பிறர் தர வாரா. மற்றவர்கள் கொடுப்பதனால் நல்லதும் கெட்டதும் வருவதில்லை, நம் மனம் சார்ந்துதான் அது வருகின்றது. ஐயா, உலகத்தை நீங்கள் உணர்றதே மனம் சார்ந்து தானே. எப்படி நாக்கை சார்ந்துதான் ருசி அனுபவிக்கப்படுகிறதோ, மனத்தை சார்ந்துதான் உலகமே வாழப்படுகிறது. உண்மையில் உங்கள் மனம்தான் உங்கள் உலகமே. வேற ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. உங்கள் மனம்தான் உங்கள் உலகம். மனம் சார்ந்து மனத்தை உபயோகம் பண்ணி தான் உலகத்தையே நாம் பர்சீவ் பண்ணுறோம். எப்படி ஸ்பூனில் சாப்பிடும்போது ஸ்பூனை யூஸ் பண்ணி தான் சாப்பாடே வாய்க்குள்ளே போகுது. மனத்தை உபயோகம் பண்ணி தான் உலகத்தையே நாம் அனுபவிக்கிறோம். அந்த மனம் பக்குவமாய்விடுமானால் எதுவும் நம்மை தாக்க முடியாத ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய கோட்டைக்குள் நம்மை நாமே காத்துக்கொள்ள முடியும். மனம்னா என்ன? தேடி தேடி பாருங்களேன், என்ன மனம்னா? சில நேரத்தில் வேக வேகமாக இயங்குது, சில நேரத்தில் டல்லாக இருக்கு, சில நேரத்தில் டயர்டாக இருக்கு, சில நேரத்தில் போராக இருக்கு, சில நேரத்தில் டிப்ரெஸ்டாக இருக்கு, சில நேரத்தில் படு உற்சாகத்தில் குதிக்குது. மனம்னா என்ன? இருக்கின்ற இருப்பான இயற்கையை நேரடியாக எதிர்கொள்ளும் துணிச்சல் இல்லாததனால் நமக்கு ஏற்றாற்போல், வசதிக்கு ஏற்றாற்போல் சொகுசுத்தன்மையை ஏற்படுத்தி கொள்ள நாம் உருவாக்கிய திரைதான் மனம். ஆழமா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. கார்ல போகும்பொழுது ரோட்ல இருக்கிற அந்த மேடு பள்ளம்லாம் உங்களை நேரடியாக தாக்காமல் இருக்கிறதுக்காக ஷாக் அப்சார்பர்னு வைப்பாங்க, பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? எல்லா கார்லேயும் ஷாக் அப்சார்பர்ஸ் இருக்கும். அந்த மேடு பள்ளத்தில் விழுந்து இழறதெல்லாம் உங்களை நேரடியாக தாக்காமல் இருக்கு, இல்லைன்னா எல்லாம் பழுத்துரும். ஷாக் அப்சார்பர்ஸ் இல்லைன்னா எப்படி அந்த ஷாக் அப்சார்பர்ஸ் உங்களுக்கும் ரோடுக்கும் இடையில் இருக்கோ, அதே மாதிரி உங்களுக்கும் இந்த இருக்கின்ற இயற்கையான வாழ்க்கைக்கும் இடையில நீங்க ஏற்படுத்திக்கிற ஷாக் அப்சார்பர் தான் இந்த மனம். நேரடியாக இயற்கையோடு இணைந்து வாழ்வதற்கு நீங்கள் தயாராக இல்லை. பிறந்தோம், வளர்ந்தோம், வாழ்ந்தோம், இயற்கையோடு இரண்டர மண்ணாய் கலந்தோம். இந்த இயற்கையான சைக்கிளை நீங்க ஏத்துக்க தயாரா இல்லை. இதுல நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்க? எல்லாரும் பிறந்த மாதிரி நான் கிடையாது, நான் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்பெஷல். எல்லாரும் வளர்ந்த மாதிரி நான் கிடையாது, நான் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்பெஷல். எல்லாரையும் மாதிரி நான் செத்து போறதில்லை, நான் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்பெஷல். எங்கேயாவது நாம ஸ்பெஷல்னு யோசிக்க ஆரம்பிச்ச உடனே இயற்கையின் போக்கு நமக்கு முழுமையாய் இனிக்கவில்லை. ஏதோ ஒன்று அதிகமாக தேவைப்படுகிறது. அப்போ நமக்கு எது தேவையோ அது கிடைச்சா மாதிரி நம்மளை நாமளே திருப்தி பண்ணிக்கிட்டாகணும். கிடைக்காதுன்னு தெரிகிற இடத்துல கற்பனை பண்ணிக்கிட்டு அதை வச்சே வாழ்ந்தாகணும். ஒருவேளை கிடைச்சிருமோன்ற ஏக்கம் இருந்தால் அதற்காக அதை நோக்கி ஓடியாகணும். இந்த மாதிரி பல்வேறு இருக்கின்ற இயற்கையை அப்படியே ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளாமல் இயங்க வேண்டிய தேவை நமக்கு வந்ததனால் நாம உருவாக்கிக்கிற மெக்கானிசம் தான் மனம். ஒன்று இருக்கிறத ஜாஸ்தியாக்கி பார்க்கறதுக்கு, இல்லை இருக்கிறத குறைச்சி பார்க்கறதுக்கு. நான் சொல்லுவேன், உங்களுடைய மனம் ரெண்டு விதமான வேலையை தான் மெயினாக செய்யும். நீங்க யாரோ அதை விட ஜாஸ்தியா மற்றவங்களுக்கு காமிக்கிறது, அதான் அகங்காரம். எப்பவுமே என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? கிராஜுவேஷன் இருந்தால் போஸ்ட் கிராஜுவேட் தான் சொல்லுவோம். கேட்டால் அது மேலே ஒரு அண்டர்லைன் போட்டிருப்போம் பாரு. ஒரு லைன் போட்டால் என்ன அர்த்தம்? முடிக்கலை. அப்போ நான் கூட தான் எம்பிபிஎஸ் பிஹெச்டி என்னென்னவோ போட்டு லைன் போட்டுக்கலாம் மேலே, முடிக்கலை. இருக்கிறத விட ஜாஸ்தியாகவே காட்டுற அகங்காரம். அதே மாதிரி உங்கள் மனசில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் வச்சிருக்கிற கருத்து உங்களுடைய நிஜமான தகுதியை விட கம்மியாகவே உங்களை நினச்சிருப்பீங்க. அதுதான் மமகாரம். உங்கள் தகுதியை விட அதிகமாக வெளியிலே காட்டும் அகங்காரம், உங்கள் தகுதியை விட குறைவாகவே உங்களை மதிப்பிட்டு கொள்ளும், உள்ளுக்குள்ளேயே மதிப்பிட்டு கொள்ளும் மமகாரம். வாழ்க்கையே இவ்வளோதாங்கய்யா. இந்த அகங்காரத்துக்கும் மமகாரத்துக்கும் நடுவில் நடக்கிற சண்டை தான் வாழ்க்கை. இருக்கிறத அதிகமாவோ கம்மியாவோ மேனிப்புலேட் பண்ணி விளையாடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறதுக்கு நீங்க வச்சிருக்கிற மெக்கானிசம் தான் மனம். அதாவது நிகழ்வை நேரடியாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் தன்மையில்லா தனம். ஆசிரமத்தில் குருகுலத்து குழந்தை, ஒரு குழந்தை 6 வயசு இருக்கும், கீழே விழுந்து கை உடைஞ்சு போயிருச்சு. எந்திரிச்சு வந்து என்கிட்ட சொல்லுது, அவங்க அப்பா அம்மா பயந்து போயிட்டாங்க, அவங்க கலங்கிட்டாங்க. ஆனா அந்த குழந்தைகிட்ட நான் கேட்கிறேன், கண்ணே வலிக்குதாடா அப்படின்னு. இல்ல சாமி, நீங்க தான் சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்கீங்கல்ல, வலி எங்க இருந்து வருதுன்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறேன். 6 வயசு குழந்தை, வலி எங்க இருந்து உற்பத்தி ஆகுதுன்னு ஆராய்ச்சி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். கை உடைஞ்சு தொங்குது. ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு தூக்கிட்டு போனா அவங்க சர்ஜரி பண்ணி எல்லாம் பண்ணி முடிச்சுட்டாங்க. ரிலாக்ஸ்டா படுத்துட்டு சிரிச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறான். என்னடா வலிக்குதாடான்னு கேட்டா, டாக்டர் வலிக்கும் வலிக்குன்னு சொன்னாரு, நான் நம்பல. அப்புறம் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்லாம் முடிச்சுட்டு வீட்டுக்கு வந்த அப்புறம் கேட்கறேன் நான், என்னடா எப்படி இருந்ததுன்னு. அங்க என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு நான் ஒத்து பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருந்தேன்னா வலியே இல்லை. காலையில சத்சங்கத்துல நான் ஒரு சத்சங்கத்துல சொல்லியிருக்கேன், வலி எங்க வந்ததுன்னா எங்க இருந்து வருதுன்னு ஆழ்ந்து பாருங்கப்பா. வலின்னு சொல்லாம, அந்த பேரை சொல்லாம, அந்த உணர்வுக்கு வலின்னு டைட்டில் கொடுக்காம அதை பாரு, அது காணாம போயிருன்னு. காணாம போயிருச்சு சாமி. எனக்கே பெருமையா இருந்தது. இந்த குழந்தைகள் வளர்ந்து உருவாகும் போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, வளரும் பொழுதே அந்த ஞானத்தின் மலர்ச்சியிலேயே வளருவாங்க. 10 வயசு 12 வயசு குழந்தைங்களாம் இந்த மல்லக்கம்ப யோகம்னு அந்த கம்பத்து மேல ஏறி நின்று அது மேல சக்கராசனம் பண்றாங்க. என்ன சின்ன வயசுல ரகுபதி யோகி படு டார்ச்சர் பண்ணுவாரு. என்னுடைய யோக குரு பயங்கர டார்ச்சர் பண்ணுவாரு. கையில ஒரு கையை வந்து பின்னாடி கட்டி விட்டுருவாரு கயிறு வச்சு. நான் ஒரே கையில தூண் மேல ஏறி ஆகணும். தூண் மேல, தென்னை மரத்து மேல, நாகலிங்க மரத்து மேல ஏறி ஆகணும். சில டைம்ல ஒரு காலை மட்டும் தான் யூஸ் பண்ண அலோவ் பண்ணுவாரு. நான் அப்பெல்லாம் நினைப்பேன், என்னடா இப்படி உயிரை வாங்குறாரு அப்படின்னு. ஆனா இப்ப தெரியுது, அவர் அப்ப தயார் பண்ணதுனால நான் இப்போ அனாவசியமா சாப்பாடே இல்லாம நிம்மதியா வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கேன் பாருங்க. நீங்களே பாக்குறீங்க, 4 நாளா உங்களை உட்காந்து பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். ஒரு வாரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி நம்ம சேலத்து ராஜகோபால் டாக்டர் சொன்னாரு, ஓடும் பொழுது செலவாகிறத விட ஜாஸ்தியா கலோரி பேசும்போது செலவாகுதுன்னு. அதாவது நான் எவ்வளவு நேரம், இப்போ ஒரு அரை மணி நேரம் ஓடினா உடம்புல செலவாகிற கலோரி மாதிரி டபுள் பங்கு பேசினா செலவாகுதுன்றாரு. அப்ப பிராக்டிக்கலா நான் வந்து 15 மணி நேரம் பேசிட்டு இருக்கிறேன் உங்களோட. 15 மணி நேரத்தில் நடுவில் கேப், இந்த மெடிடேஷன் பண்ணுற டைம்லாம் விட்டோம்னா கூட ஒரு 5 மணி நேரத்தை எடுத்தலாம். 10 மணி நேரம் பேசிட்டு இருக்கேன். 20 மணி நேரம் ஓடுறதுக்கு சமம். 20 மணி நேரம் சாப்பாடு இல்லாம வெறும் 3 கப் ஜூஸை குடிச்சிட்டு ஓடிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். புரியுதா என்ன சொல்றேன்னு? சாப்பாடு இல்லாம 20 மணி நேரம். நீங்க பாக்குறீங்களா, அந்த 3 கப் ஜூஸ், காலையில ஒரு கப்பு, மதியானம் ஒரு கப்பு, சாயந்தரம் ஒரு கப்பு, 3 கப்பு ஜூஸ் வச்சுட்டு தான் 20 மணி நேரம் ஓடிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். எங்க இருந்து வந்தது அந்த பலம், சக்தி? அவர் கொடுத்த நன்கொடை. அப்ப நான் அவரை திட்டுன்னு திட்டுவேன். அந்த ஸ்கூல் பசங்க ஸ்கூலுக்கு போனோடனே இந்த கெட்ட வார்த்தையும் முதல்ல கத்துப்பாங்க, பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? இந்த ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து அது இதான் முதல்ல கத்து கொடுப்பானுங்க சீனியர் பசங்க. அதெல்லாம் கத்துட்டு வந்து இவரை திட்டுவேன். ஆனா என்னுடைய தாயாரும் தந்தையும் உறுதியா இருந்தாங்க. நான் என்ன திட்டினாலும் அவர் தான் என்னை வளர்த்தாகணும் அப்படிங்கிறத உறுதியா இருந்தாங்க. அவரும் நான் என்ன திட்டினாலும் அதை பத்தி கவலைப்படாம ட்ரெயின் பண்ணாரு. இதுவே தான் என் வாழ்க்கையே, என் லைஃபே இப்படித்தான். ஒரு நாள் இல்லைன்னா இன்னொரு நாள் இன்னொரு இடத்துல உட்காந்து கிளாஸ் எடுத்துட்டே இருக்க போறேன். இப்படிதான் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. ஆனா இது வரைக்கும் கடந்த 10 ஆண்டுகள்ல உடம்பு சரியில்லைன்னு ஒரே ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை கூட கேன்சல் பண்ணது கிடையாது. கை உடைஞ்சப்ப கூட சரி, நினைச்சது உண்டு, ஐயோ நம்மளை எப்படி அவங்கெல்லாம் வளர்த்தாங்களோ அந்த மாதிரி நாம ஒரு சில 100 குழந்தைகளையாவது வளர்த்து ஜீவன் முக்தர்களா வாழ விடணும். சன்னியாசி ஆக்கணும்னு நான் நினைக்கல. இப்ப சந்நியாசம் சம்சாரங்கிறது அவங்கவுங்க பிராரப்தம். நான் சன்னியாசி ஆக்கணும்னு விரும்பல, ஆனா ஜீவன் முக்தர்களாக்கி வாழ விடணும். அதுக்காக இந்த குருகுலத்தை ஆரம்பிச்சேன். இந்த குழந்தைகள் பண்றத பார்த்தா, அவங்களுடைய லைஃப் ஸ்டைலை பார்த்தோம்னா, அப்பா கொஞ்சம் யோசிச்சு பாருங்க. ஒரு கை உடைஞ்சா அந்த நேரத்துல சாமியோட டீச்சிங்ஸ் உங்களால அப்ளை பண்ண முடியுமா? அதெல்லாம் அப்புறம் பார்த்துக்கலாம், பிராக்டிக்கலா இப்ப என்ன பண்ண பாடுறா. அப்ப சாமியோட டீச்சிங்ஸ் இம்ப்ராக்டிக்கலா? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. நிஜமாக நடக்கின்ற இயற்கையின் போக்கை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள முடியாததனால் அதை மேனிப்புலேட் பண்றதுக்காக, மாற்றுவதற்கு நாம் செய்யும் முயற்சி தான் மனம். உண்மையில மனம் என்னன்னா, தொடர்ந்து நமக்குள்ளே இடைவிடாமல் ஓடிக்கொண்டே இருக்கின்ற எண்ண ஓட்டங்கள் தான் மனம். இப்ப நீங்க நடந்துகிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, நடக்க வேணாம்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? உட்காந்துருவீங்க. பேசிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, பேச வேண்டாம்னு நினைச்சா என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? மௌனமாயிடுவீங்க. அதே மாதிரி தான் மனசு சிந்தனை பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, வேணான்னு நினைச்சா நிறுத்திட முடியணும்ல? நிறுத்த முடியலையா? ஏன் நிறுத்த முடியல? அப்ப உங்க மனசுக்குள்ள வேற யாராவது புந்து யோசிச்சுட்டு இருக்காங்களா? சொல்லுங்க, எப்படி நிறுத்த முடியாம போவோம்? உங்க மனசு தானே. வேற யாராவது யோசிக்கிறாங்களா? அப்பா இன்னொரு ஆள் உள்ள போது யோசிக்கிறாங்கன்னா டேஞ்சர். அப்போ ஒரு ஆளையே சமாளிக்க முடியல. சொல்லுங்க, ஏன் நிறுத்த முடியல? நிறுத்த முடியாத காரணம் வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை, சரியான டெக்னிக்கோட ட்ரை பண்ணாதது, அவ்வளவுதான். நிறுத்த முடியாதுன்னு கிடையாது. எப்படி உட்கார்றதுன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், சின்ன வயசுல இருந்து கத்துக்கிட்டீங்க. நடந்துகிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, கால் வலிக்குது அப்படின்னா என்ன, எப்படி உட்கார்றதுன்னு அம்மா கற்றுக் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. பேசிக்கிட்டே இருக்கீங்க, வாய் வலிக்குதுன்னா என்ன? ஆனால் சில பேருக்கு வாய் வலிக்காம பேசிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. வாய் வலிக்காம பேசிட்டே இருக்கிறது தப்பு இல்லை, மற்றவங்களுக்கு உபயோகம் ஆகிற மாதிரி விஷயமா இருந்தால் குருவாக்கிடலாம் அட்லீஸ்ட். இதுங்க அப்படி இல்லையா, லபலபா மாமிங்க. அது ஒரு டெக்னிக்கல் டேர்ம். சின்ன வயசுல நாம் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்து வளர்ந்த அந்த தெருவில் ஒரு அம்மா இருந்தது. அந்த அம்மாவுக்கு லபலபா மாமின்னு பேரு. என்னன்னா, யாரையாவது ஒருத்தரை பார்த்தா அது பாட்டுக்கு பேசிட்டே இருக்கும், அவங்களுக்கு புரியுதா இல்லையான்னு கவலையே படாது. அதனால ஊரெல்லாம் சேர்ந்து அந்த அம்மாவுக்கு லபலபா மாமின்னு பேர். லபலபலபலபலபலபலபலபலன்னு அடிச்சுக்கும். நம்மள பெரும்பாலானவர்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா லபலபா மாமி மாதிரி தான் இருக்கும். நல்லா ஆழ்ந்து பாருங்க. நீங்க பேசும்போது அவருக்கு உண்மையிலேயே முழுசா புரிஞ்சுதான்னு யோசிக்கிறோமா? இல்ல இன்னொருத்தர் பேசும்போது புரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக கேட்கறீங்களா? அவர் பேசும்போதே உங்க ஆன்சரை ரெடி பண்றீங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். நீ முட்ரா மகனே, நான் வர்றேன் இரு, அது வரைக்கும் நான் இப்ப என் கண்ணை லோட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறேன், அது வரைக்கும் நீ வேணா பேசிக்கோ. தொடர்ந்து பேசிக்கிட்டே இருந்த, வாய் வலிச்சா வாயை எப்படி மூடுறதுன்னு சின்ன வயசுல கத்துக்கிட்டோம். தொடர்ந்து யோசிச்சு மனசு வலிச்சா அதை எப்படி நிறுத்துறதுன்னு சின்ன வயசுல கத்துக்கல, அவ்வளவுதான். நடந்து கால் வலிச்சா உட்கார கத்துக்கிட்டோம், பேசி வாய் வலிச்சா வாய் மூட கத்துக்கிட்டோம், சிந்திச்சு சிந்திச்சு மனசு வலிச்சா. டிப்ரெஷன் அப்படிங்கிறதே வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லைங்க, மனசோட வலி தான்.
எதையோ போட்டு குழப்பிக்கிட்டு, எதையோ பேசிக்கிட்டு, எதையோ சிந்தனை பண்ணிக்கிட்டு, வாழ்க்கை எதிர்காலத்தை பத்தி இல்லாத கற்பனை பயங்களெல்லாம் சேர்ந்துக்கிட்டு, இப்போ சும்மா இருந்தா என்ன பண்ணலாம்? பணம் சம்பாதிக்கிறதான வழி யோசிக்கலாம், இல்லை ஒரு வீடு கட்டலான்னு யோசிக்கலாம், கார் வாங்கலான்னு யோசிக்கலாம். இதெல்லாம் பரவாயில்ல. ஆனால் சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறோம், கட்டின வீட்டை இடிக்கலாமே அப்படின்னா இல்லை, நீங்கள் அப்படி தான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. நல்லா யோசிங்க. நல்லா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சும்மா இருந்தால் உடனே என்ன பண்ணுறீங்க? எதிர்காலத்தை பற்றிய பயத்தை உருவாக்குற யோசனைகளை பண்ணுறது. அதுக்கு என்ன அர்த்தம்? கட்டின வீட்டை இடிக்கிறது தானே. சும்மா தான் இருக்கேன், கை கால் நல்லா தான் இருக்கு, இந்த வீடு சும்மா தான் இருக்கு, இடிச்சுக்கலாமே. சும்மா இருக்கிறேன்னு வீடு கட்டினீங்கன்னா நல்லது. சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு ஒரு வீட்டை இடிச்சிங்கன்னா அதே மாதிரி தான் பண்றீங்க பாருங்க. இப்போ சும்மா இருக்கீங்க, எதிர்காலத்தை கிரியேட்டிவா வாழறதுக்கு யோசிச்சிங்கன்னா நல்லது. ஆனா இப்படி ஆயிருமோ, என் வீட்டுக்காரன் என்ன விட்டு போயிடுவானோ, இல்லை இந்த ஆள் சாவாமலே இருந்துருவானோ, வாழ்க்கை இப்படியே போயிட்டு இருக்குமா, பணத்தை ஏதாவது திருடிட்டு போயிட்டான் என்ன பண்றது, பிசினஸ் திடீர்னு கீழே விழுந்துட்டான் என்ன பண்றது, எதிர் வீட்டுக்காரன் வேற என் பிசினஸ்லேயே நுழையிறன்றான், அவன் மகா கில்லாடி. இது இந்த மாதிரி தொடர்ந்து இல்லாத கவலைகளை நீங்க உருவாக்கி பார்க்கும்போது என்ன பண்றீங்க? சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறோம், எதிர்காலன்ற வீட்டை இடிச்சு பார்த்தா என்ன? அதை தான் உண்மையில செய்றீங்க. நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சிந்தையை வலிக்கும் சிந்தனைகள் செய்து வலிவந்த பிறகும் சிந்திப்பதை நிறுத்த தெரியாமல் தடுமாறுவது தான் டிப்ரெஷன். ரொம்ப வேலை செஞ்சா கை வலிக்குது, வேலையை நிறுத்திட்டு கையை சும்மா இருக்க வைக்க கத்துக்கிறீங்க. அப்ப ரொம்ப சிந்திச்சு மனசு வலிக்கும் போது அதை நிறுத்த கத்துக்கவே இல்லைன்னா என்ன பண்ண போறீங்க லைஃப்ல? ஒரு உதாரணம் புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்க கையில ஒரு 100 கிலோ வெயிட்டை கொடுத்துட்டு இப்படியே பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறீங்க. வலி வந்தாலும் அதை எப்படி நிறுத்துறதுன்னு தெரியல. என்ன ஆகும் உங்க கதி? ரெண்டு நாள் அந்த 2 கையும் என்ன ஆகும்? தனியா கட்டி போட்டுற வேண்டிதான். இப்போ உங்க மனசு அப்படிதான் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கு. புரியலையா? இல்ல, நான் சொல்றதை கேட்டு வேக வேகமா சிரிக்கிறீங்க. உங்க சிந்தனைகள் படாத பாடுபட்டு என்னென்ன படுத்துது. ஆனா நிறுத்த வழி தெரியாம என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? யாராவது வந்து ஏன்பா இப்படி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிற, வலிக்கலையா? நீ வேற, என் மூஞ்ச பார்த்தா தெரியலையா, வலிக்குதாவா, உயிரே போகுது. அப்ப நிறுத்தம்பா. எப்படி நிறுத்ததுன்னு தெரியல சார். அப்படிதான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. உங்க மைண்ட் அப்படிதான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு பாருங்க. ஏன்பா இவ்வளவு டிப்ரெஷனா இருக்கிற, என்னென்னவோ கவலை, குற்ற உணர்ச்சி, பயம், துக்கம், வேதனை, வெறுப்பு. சாமி, ஏன்டா அதையே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? அதை பண்ணாம பொறுமையா இறம்பா, நிறுத்த தரல சாமி. அதானே நீங்களும் சொல்றீங்க. அதே தானே நீங்களும் சொல்றீங்க. கையில வெயிட்டை கொடுத்து வேக வேகமா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கவன் நிறுத்த முடியலன்னு சொல்ற மாதிரிதான். இல்ல, அதுதான் உங்களுக்கும். அந்த வெயிட் தான் என்ன? குற்ற உணர்ச்சி, பயம், தேவையில்லாத கவலை, தேவையில்லாத வலி, இதெல்லாம் தான் வெயிட்டு. ஒரு 4-5 மூட்டையை கையில கட்டிக்கிட்டு இப்படியே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறது. அதான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. ஏன் பண்றீங்க யாருக்கும் தெரியாது. வலி டிப்ரெஷனா தான் இருக்குதுல்லப்பா. நரம்பு தளர்ச்சி ஆயிருது இல்ல. சில நேரத்தில் யோசிச்சு 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 உங்க நரம்பே தளர்ந்து போதில்ல. சும்மா அடிச்சு புழிஞ்சு காய வச்ச மாதிரி ஆயிடுறீங்களா? ஆனா அப்புறமா என்ன பண்றீங்க? நாளைக்கு என் வீட்டுக்காரர் 2 வீலர்ல வரும்போது ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்றது? அவர் 2 வீலர் வித்து 4 வீலர் வாங்கி 4 மாசம் ஆச்சு. அந்த 4 வீலரும் வெளியிலேயே போறதுல வீட்டுக்குள்ளே தான் உட்காந்துருக்காரு. நல்லா யோசிச்சு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இல்லை ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்ணி பாருங்க. ஒரு நாள் காலையில் எந்திரிச்சு உட்காந்துக்கோங்க. ஒரு ரிலாக்ஸ்டா ஒரு ஈஸி சேர்ல உட்காந்துட்டு ஒரு சின்ன டேப் ரெக்கார்டர் பக்கத்தில் வச்சுட்டு யாரும் இல்லாமல் தனி ரூமில் உட்காந்துக்கோங்க. யாராவது இருந்தாங்கன்னா பார்த்தாங்கன்னா உங்களை பார்த்து பைத்தியம் நினச்சிப்பாங்க. ஏற்கனவே நினச்சிருக்காங்க, கன்ஃபார்ம் ஆயிரும். வேண்டாம், தனி ரூமில் உட்காந்துக்கோங்க. இது நீங்களே உங்களுக்கு பண்ணி பார்க்க வேண்டிய ஒரு எக்ஸ்பெரிமெண்ட். என்னெல்லாம் தோணுதோ அப்படியே பேசிக்கிட்டே இருங்க, எடிட் பண்ணாதீங்க. அது உங்க பிரைவேட் அனலைசிஸ், தனிப்பட்ட விதத்தில் உங்களை நீங்கள் வந்து அனலைஸ் பண்ணிக்கிறீங்க. பிளட் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணுற மாதிரிங்கயா, இது மைண்ட் டெஸ்ட். இப்போ 6 மாதத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை இல்லை 1 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை பிளட் டெஸ்ட்லாம் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கிறீங்களா, அந்த மாதிரி மைண்ட் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி பாருங்க. என்னெல்லாம் தோணுதோ பேசிகிட்டே இருங்க நீங்கள் பாட்டுக்கு. ஒரு மணி நேரம் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, எடிட் பண்ணாதீங்க. நல்ல எண்ணம் கெட்ட எண்ணம் நினைக்காதீங்க, என்ன தோணாலும் பேசுங்க, ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணிக்கிடுங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா நீங்களே உட்காந்து அந்த 1 மணி நேரம் அந்த பேசுனதை உட்காந்து அப்படியே கேளுங்க. கேட்டு எத்தனை எண்ணம் பயம் சார்ந்தது வந்திருக்கு அந்த 1 மணி நேரத்தில், எத்தனை எண்ணம் குற்ற உணர்ச்சி சார்ந்து வந்திருக்கு அந்த 1 மணி நேரத்தில், எத்தனை எண்ணம் உங்களை டிப்ரெஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி எண்ணம் வந்திருக்கு அந்த 1 மணி நேரத்தில். அது வந்தவுடனே சப்ரஸ் பண்ணிருப்பேன். இதே ஏண்டா நினைக்கணும், எவ்வளோ நல்ல விஷயம் இருக்குது அதை நினைக்கிறத விட்டு இதே ஏண்டா நினைச்சிட்டு இருப்பானே அப்படின்னு நினைப்பீங்க. அப்படின்னா என்ன, இந்த டிப்ரெசிவான எண்ணம். எத்தனை எண்ணங்கள் இந்த மாதிரி வந்திருக்கு அப்படின்னு ஒன்னொன்னா அனலைஸ் பண்ணுங்க. இதை அனலைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஒரு 2 மணி நேரம் ஆகும். அப்படியே ஒரு அனலைஸ் பண்ணுங்க. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் இந்த கையில் ஒரு 500 கிலோ, இந்த கையில் ஒரு 500 கிலோ வச்சு நீங்கள் இப்படி பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறீங்க. இவ்வளோ ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கு. அப்ப நிறுத்தலாம் இல்ல? புரியுதுங்களா என்ன சொல்றேன்னு? நிறுத்தலாம் இல்ல? இல்லை இந்த மாதிரி யாருக்காவது ஓடிக்கிட்டே இல்லைன்னு இருக்கீங்களா சொல்லுங்களேன் யாராவது. இல்லை எனக்கு உள்ள எதுவும் எண்ணமே ஓடுறதில்ல சாமி, அப்படியே நான் நிதர்சனமா நிம்மதியா நிர்விகல்பமா இருக்கிறேன். வாங்க பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்துக்கோங்க, உங்களுக்கு தான் சீட்டு. கிடையாது. அப்ப தேவையில்லாத குற்ற உணர்ச்சிகள் உள்ள ஓடிட்டே இருக்கு இல்லையா, தேவையில்லாத பயங்கள் ஓடிட்டே இருக்கு. நீங்க உட்காந்து எழுதி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தான் உங்களுக்கு தெரியுங்கய்யா. 1 மணி நேரத்தில் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 50 குற்ற உணர்ச்சி வந்து போகும், என்ன ஒரு 100 பயம் வந்து போகும், ஒரு 200 கவலை வந்து போகும். நிம்மதியா நல்ல விஷயமா கிரியேட்டிவா உருவாக்குற எண்ணமா 2 இல்லை 3 வந்தாலே அதிகம். அப்போ உங்க லைஃபை என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? உங்க அப்பா வந்து உங்களுக்கு 100 வீடு கட்டி வச்சுட்டு போறாரு. அவர் செத்த பிறகு அப்பா சும்மா இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு, நான் சும்மா தான் இருக்கிறேனே, இந்த வீட்டை நீ இடிச்சா என்ன அப்படின்னு ஒரு வீட்டை முதல் நாள் இடிக்கிறது. 2வது நாள் என்ன பண்றது, இன்னைக்கு சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறேன், இந்த கம்பெனி இடிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு கம்பெனி இடிக்கிறது. 3வது நாள் என்ன பண்றது, இந்த பங்களா நல்லா தானே இருக்கு, இந்த பங்களாவை கட்டி வச்சுட்டு போயிருக்காரு, நம்ம சும்மா தான் இருக்கோம், நம்ம சும்மா இருக்கக்கூடாது அப்பா சொல்லியிருக்காருல, இந்த பங்களாவை இடிக்காம பங்களாவை இடிக்கிறது. அவர் சும்மா இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு எதுக்கு சொன்னாரு, கிரியேட்டிவா உருவாக்குங்கன்னு. ஆனா நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்க, சும்மா இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு இடிச்சிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. சிந்தனை பண்ணாம சும்மா இருக்கக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக எதிர்மறையாகவும் பயமாகவும் குற்ற உணர்ச்சியாகவும் ஆசை அச்சமாகவும் யோசிச்சுட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா அப்ப நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்க, சும்மா இருக்கிற பதிலாக உங்க எதிர்காலத்தை இடிச்சு தள்ளிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. கேட்டா என்னால மிஷின் நிறுத்த முடியலன்றீங்க. ஜேசிபி ஆன் பண்ணிட்டு உக்காண்டேன், நிறுத்துறது தெரியல, அது அப்படியே போகுது, கண்ணு முன்னாடி வரதெல்லாம் இடிச்சுக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறேன். இந்த டிப்ரெஷன்ற சைக்கிள்ல மாட்டிக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களை மட்டும் இல்ல எல்லாரையும் அழிச்சிருவீங்க. ஜாக்கிரதை, எல்லாரையும் அழிச்சிருவீங்க. பல நேரத்தில் நான் பார்த்துருக்கேன், டிப்ரெஷன் சைக்கிள்ல மாட்டினாங்கன்னா அவங்கள பார்த்து நானே பயப்படுவேன். ஏன்னா இவங்களுக்கு என்ன அட்வைஸ் பண்ணாலும் நல்லபடியா எடுத்துக்க தெரியாது. அதுல ஒரு குதர்க்கத்தை கண்டுபிடிச்சு என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, தன்னைத்தானே அழித்து கொள்ளும் தற்கொலையிலிருந்து அவங்களும் வெளியில் வர மாட்டாங்க, நம்மளே முடிச்சு உள்ளே இழுப்பாங்க. ஆற்றுல முழுகிறவனுக்கு கையை கொடுத்து மேலே தூக்கலான்னு கை கொடுத்து அவனுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுவானுங்க, ஐயோ பாவனா, நம்மளே முடிச்சு உள்ளே இழுப்பானுங்க. அந்த டிப்ரெஷன் கும்பலெல்லாம் ஒன்றா உட்காந்துச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவோம், கிரியேட்டிவாக எதையும் பண்ண தெரியாது. அதில் இந்த டிப்ரெஷன் மென்டல் செட்டப் இருக்கவங்களுக்கு அட்வைஸ் பண்ணுறதே நிறுத்திட்டேன். எப்படியோ போ, நிறைய இடம் போனா என்ன, வளம் போனா என்ன, நம்ம மேலே பாயாம இருந்தா சரி, அவ்வளோதான். உங்கள் லைஃப்லையும் பாருங்க, டிப்ரெசிவான மென்டல் செட்டப், அதாவது எதிர்காலம் பற்றி எதிர்மறையாகவே தொடர்ந்து சிந்தித்தல். உங்கள் பெட்ரூமில் எழுதி வச்சுக்கோங்க, எதிர்காலத்தை பற்றி எதிர்மறையாக சிந்திக்கும் போது சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறோன்னு வீட்டெல்லாம் இடிச்சிட்டு இருக்கிற வேலையை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. இந்த உதாரணம் கரெக்டாக புரியும் பாருங்க உங்களுக்கு. சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறோம் அப்படின்றதாக இருக்கிற 10 பசுமாடு எடுத்து கழுத்தை வெட்டுறது, சும்மா தானே இருக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக. தமிழில் ஒரு பழமொழி இருக்கு தெரியுமா, வேலையத்தான் மட்டேன் என்ன அடுத்தனா இல்லைல்ல, அதான் கரெக்ட். பொண்டாட்டித்தில் ஒரு நாள் தானே கிடைக்கும், 2வது நாள் என்ன பண்ணுவான், 2வது நாள் என்ன பண்ணான், அந்த பக்கம் ஓடிட்டு இருந்த பூனையை பிடிச்சி தரச்சோம். 3வது நாள் அதுவும் கிடைக்காததுனால கிடைச்சதெல்லாம் சரிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சானா. அதே மாதிரி தான் நம்ம மனசு, வேலையத்த மனசு கிடைச்சதெல்லாம் அழிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருமா. அதனால தெரிஞ்சுங்க, வாழ்க்கையிலே உணவு உண்ண எப்படி கற்றுக்கொள்கிறீர்களோ அந்த மாதிரி அடிப்படையாக கற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டியது மனத்திற்கு ஓய்வு கொடுக்கின்ற கலை. தேவைப்படும் போது உபயோகம் பண்ணிட்டு தேவையில்லாதப்ப ஆஃப் பண்ணி வைக்க முடியணும். இப்ப அந்த மனத்தை ஆஃப் பண்ணி வைக்கிற கலையைத்தான் நிர்விகல்ப சமாதின்னு சாமி சொல்றேன். விகல்பம்னா எண்ண ஓட்டம், நிர்விகல்பம்னா எண்ணமில்லாத மனதிற்கு ஓய்வு கொடுக்கும் கலை. மனதிற்கு ஓய்வு கொடுக்கின்ற கலை, அதுதான் தீட்சை. நிர்விகல்ப சமாதின்னு சொல்றேன். அந்த நிர்விகல்ப சமாதிக்குள்ள நீங்க போறதுக்கான கலை தான் தீட்சைன்னு சொல்றேன். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. மனம் என்பது தொடர்ந்து உங்களால் கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாமல் இயங்குமானால் எதிர்காலத்தை சீரழிக்கும். எத்துணை வலி வேதனைகள் வந்த பிறகும் கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியவில்லை என்றால் தன்னைத்தானே அழித்துக் கொள்ளும் தற்கொலையாக மாறும். இல்லை, இப்போ இந்த 2 கையில வெயிட்டை கொடுத்துட்டு பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறீங்க, இதை மட்டும் தான் கற்றுக்கிட்டீங்க, ஆனால் இதை நிறுத்த கற்றுக்கல. அப்போ என்ன ஆவீங்க நீங்கள் கடைசியில்? இதனால் தற்கொலையில் தான் போய் முடியும். இப்படியே பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா 10 நாள் ஆச்சுன்னா அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன ஆகும்? மயக்கம் வந்து கீழே விழ வரைக்கும் அதான வழி. அதே மாதிரி தான் உங்கள் மனமும். பல நேரத்தில் நீங்கள் பார்க்கலாம், ஓவரா ஓடி 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 சிந்திச்சு 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 அந்த கவலை சம்ஸ்காரங்களை அடுக்கி அடுக்கி அடிக்கிங்கயா. அதாவது வியாபாரம் மொத்தமும் காணாமல் போயிருமோன்னு தொடர்ந்து கவலைப்பட்டுக்கிட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா வியாபாரம் நல்லா வளர்ந்துட்டு வரும், ஆனால் அவங்க கவலைப்படுற பழக்கம் போகாது. திடீர்னு ஒரு நாள் 10 லட்ச ரூபா வருமானம் வர்றதுக்கு பதிலாக 8 லட்ச ரூபா வந்துச்சுன்னா போதும், போச்சு. என்ன ஆவீங்க? ஐயோ இது இப்படியே போச்சுன்னா இன்னைக்கு 8 லட்சம், நாளைக்கு 6 லட்சம், நாளான்னைக்கு 4 லட்சம், அதுக்கு மறுநாள் 2 லட்சம், அப்புறம் 0, அப்புறம் இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் போய் 1 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் நான் ஓட்டாண்டி ஆயிடுவேனா? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. நீங்க கற்பனையா உருவாக்கி வச்சிருக்கிற பயத்தினுடைய தாக்கம் எதிர்காலத்தின் மீது படும் பொழுது எதிர்த்து தள்ளுகிறீர்கள். எத்தனை பேர் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சின்ன விஷயத்துக்கே உடைஞ்சு போய் அப்புறம் என்ன ஆகும்? இந்த கை தானா வேலை செஞ்சு இந்த செஞ்சு 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 மயக்கம் வந்து விழா மாதிரி அப்படியே டிப்ரெஷன்ல விழுந்துருவீங்க. எத்தனை பேர் இதை அனுபவிச்சிருக்கீங்க? ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாத டிப்ரெஷன்ல விழுந்து காரணம் என்னன்னு புரியுதா? மற்றவங்களாம் அந்த டிப்ரெஷனில் விழுந்தது கூட தெரியாமல் இருக்கு, அதனால தான் கை தூக்கலை, தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இதில் 2 கேட்டகரி தான். யமதர்மன் கேட்டானா, 100 ஆம்பளைங்க அன்னைக்கு வந்திருந்தாங்களாம் செத்து போய் மேலோகத்துக்கு. பொண்டாட்டிக்கு பயந்து வாழ்ந்தவெல்லாம் ஒரு பக்கம் நில்லு, மற்றவெல்லாம் ஒரு பக்கம் நில்லுன்னாரான். 99 பேர் ஒரு பக்கம் நின்னானுங்களாம் பொண்டாட்டிக்கு பயந்து வாழ்ந்த சைடில். இன்னொருத்த மட்டும் தனியாக இருந்தானா. இவர் கேட்டாராம், என்னப்பா நீ ரொம்ப தைரியசாலியான? இல்லை இல்லை, கும்பலாக இருக்கிற இடத்துல நிற்க வேணான்னு என் பொண்டாட்டி சொல்லி அனுப்புனா. அப்படித்தான். இப்போ கை தூக்கினவங்கலாம் டிப்ரெஷனில் விழுந்துருக்கிறீங்க, தூக்காதவங்களாம் டிப்ரெஷனில் விழுந்ததே தெரியாமல் இருக்கிறீங்க, அவ்வளோதான். மனம் அப்படிங்கிற மேனிப்புலேட்டிவ் மெக்கானிசம் தொடர்ந்து இயங்குவதனால் ஏற்படுகின்ற, ஓய்வில்லாது இயங்குவதனால் ஏற்படுகின்ற வலிதான் டிப்ரெஷன். அதிலிருந்து தான் வாழ்க்கையினுடைய எல்லா துக்கங்களும் துவங்குகின்றன. நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுங்க. டிப்ரெஷன்ல மட்டும் தயவு செஞ்சு எந்த முடிவும் எடுக்காதீங்க. டிப்ரெஷன்ல நீங்க எடுக்கிற முடிவு எல்லாமே பேய் நேரடியா உங்களுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்து நீங்க எடுக்கிற முடிவுகள். யாராவது பிரம்மச்சாரிகளோ ஆசிரமத்துட்டு போகணும்னு கேட்டாங்கன்னா சொல்லுவேன், அப்பா நல்லா உன் வாழ்க்கையை நீ கவனி, நான் எதுலையும் தலையிட மாட்டேன், என்ன வேணா பண்ணு, ஆனா இந்த போறது வந்து டிப்ரெஷன்ல போகாத. டிப்ரெஷன்னா நேரத்தில், டிப்ரெஷன் இருக்கிற நேரத்தில் முடிவெடுத்து எதையும் பண்ணாத. டிப்ரெஷன் இருக்கிற நேரத்தில் உனக்கு சத்தியமா நல்லது எது கெட்டது எதுன்னு தெரியாது. உனக்கு நல்லது மாதிரியே தெரியும், ஆனா மாதிரி நல்லது கிடையாது. எவ்வளோ பெரிய நல்ல முடிவுன்னு நீங்க நினைச்சீங்கன்னாலும் தயவு செஞ்சு டிப்ரெஷன் இருக்கும்போது எடுக்காதீங்க. டிப்ரெஷன் நேரத்தில் நீங்க எடுக்கிற எந்த முடிவாக இருந்தாலும் மேலும் மேலும் மாளாத பெருந்துக்கத்திற்குள் எடுத்து சென்று உங்களை சாய்க்குமே தவிர அதிலிருந்து நீங்க மீண்டு வரவே முடியாது. பெரிய முடிவுகளையும் வாழ்க்கையில் எடுக்கிற எந்த பெரிய முடிவு, பல பெரிய முடிவுகள் நீங்க எடுத்துட்டு இருப்பீங்க. கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கலாமா வேணாமா, இல்லை யாரை கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கலாம், எங்க வீடு கட்டலாம், எந்த வேலைக்கு போகலாம், எந்த ஊர்ல செட்டில் ஆகலாம், இந்த மாதிரி குழந்தை பெற்றுக்கலாமா வேண்டாமா, குழந்தைய எந்த ஸ்கூல்ல சேர்க்கலாம், எப்படி வளர்க்கலாம், பல பெரிய முடிவுகளை எடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருப்பீங்க. எந்த முடிவையும் எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் டிப்ரெஷன்ல எடுக்காதீங்க. அதே மாதிரி டிப்ரெஷன்ல யாரை பற்றியும் எந்த கருத்தையும் முடிவாக்காதீர்கள். டிப்ரெஷன்ல இருக்கும் பொழுது அப்பாவையோ அண்ணனையோ தம்பியையோ மனைவியையோ கணவனையோ யாரையாவது வில்லனாக்கி பார்க்கணும்னே மனசுக்கு தோணும். எல்லாத்துக்கும் இந்த தருதரம் பிடிச்சவன் தான் காரணம், எல்லாத்துக்கும் இவளை கல்யாணம் பண்ணதுதான் காரணம் நமக்கு தோணும். சில நேரத்தில் இவ வீட்டுக்குள்ள காலடி எடுத்து வச்சா வந்துதுரா சனிய, இவன் என் எதிர் வீட்டுக்காரனா வந்தான் அன்னையிலிருந்து வந்துதுரா எது சனி. அதாவது யாரையாவது ஒருவனை வில்லனாக்கி பார்ப்பதற்குத்தான் உங்களுடைய மனதோட டிப்ரெஷன் முயற்சி செய்யும். தன்மையை திரும்பி தேடும் தன்மை வரும்போது மன உளைச்சல் காணாது போகும். இது வந்து லா, இது சட்டம். அதனால மன உளைச்சல் என்ன பண்ணும், தன்னை காப்பாத்திக்கணும்னா முன்னிலை படற்கையின் மீதே உங்கள் முழு கவனத்தையும் வைத்திருக்கும். இவன் ரவுடி, இவன் திருடன், இவன் புறம்போக்கு, இவன் முள்ளமாரி, இவன் முடிச்சவிக்கி, எல்லார் மீதும் கை காட்டும் மனம். ஆனா தன்மையை சந்தேகிக்கப்படவே அனுமதிக்காது. இதுல இந்த பிரச்சனையில நான் ஏதாவது பங்களிச்சிருக்கேனா, அதை மாத்திக்க முடியுமா அப்படின்னு தன்மையை தேடும் தன்மையை மட்டும் அழித்து முன்னிலை படற்கை முன்பாகவே வைத்திருக்கும். அதுதான் மன அழுத்தம், அதுதான் டிப்ரெஷன். திருவண்ணாமலைக்கு பக்கத்துல பூண்டின்னு ஒரு கிராமம் இருக்கு. கலசபாக்கம்னு ஒரு சின்ன ஊரு. அங்க ஒரு சுவாமிகள் இருந்தாங்க, பெரிய மகான், பூண்டி சுவாமிகள்னு பேரு. கலசபாக்கம் ஆத்து சுவாமிகள்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. சாமி உடம்பால் அவரை பார்த்ததில்ல, பிசிக்கலா பார்த்ததில்ல, ஆனா பெரிய மகான்றதால ஞான சக்தியில தரிசனத்துல சின்ன வயசுல காட்சி கொடுத்துருக்காரு. நான் பிறக்கிறது முன்னாடி என்னுடைய தாயார் அந்த சுவாமியை போய் பார்க்க போயிருக்காங்க. அவர் முருகனுடைய அவதாரமாக வழிபடப்படுகிறார். இன்னமும் சமாதி இருக்கு, முடிஞ்சவங்களா போய் பாருங்க. மிகப்பெரிய ஞானிகளில் ஒருவர். கடந்த நூற்றாண்டிலே இந்தியா பார்த்த மிகப்பெரிய ஞானிகளில் ஒருவர் பூண்டி சுவாமிகள்னு. பெரிய ஆசிரமெல்லாம் கிடையாது, ரொம்ப சின்ன இடம்தான். ஆனா பெரிய பரமஹம்சர். அந்த நிர்விகல்ப சமாதியில் உட்கார்ந்து இருந்தார்னா இந்த வழியா எறும்பு தொலைச்சிக்கிட்டு போய் இந்த வழியா வெளியில வந்துட்டு இருக்குமா, அவர் பாட்டுக்கு உட்கார்ந்துருப்பாரு. எறும்பு இந்த வழியா காலுக்குள்ள போயிட்டு அந்த வழியா வெளியில வரும். பூண்டி மகான்னு பேரு, ஆற்று சுவாமிகள்னு பேரு, பெரிய மகான். இங்க பக்கத்துல ஒரு 1/2 மணி நேர தூரம் தான். முடிஞ்சவங்களாம் நாளைக்கு வேணா போய் பார்த்துட்டு போங்க அவருடைய சமாதியை. சாமி இந்தியா முழுக்க நடந்து யாத்திரை பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஒரு 4-5 சமாதிகள் தான் அந்த ஞானிகள் அப்படியே உயிரோட உட்கார்ந்துருக்காங்க. நெரூர் சதாசிவ பிரம்மேந்திராள், பிருந்தாவனம் ராகவேந்திர சுவாமிகள், பூண்டி கலசபாக்கம் ஆத்து சுவாமிகள், ஷீரடி சாய்பாபா, திருவண்ணாமலை ரமண மகர்ஷி. அந்த ஞானிகளுடைய உடம்பு அப்படியே அங்க, அவங்களுடைய சாநித்தியம் அப்படியே இருக்கு. போய் பேசினா பதில் சொல்வார்கள், நீங்க கேட்கறதுக்கு விடையளிப்பார்கள். அவ்வளவு சக்தி வாய்ந்த சாநித்தியம். பெரிய மகான், முருகனுடைய அவதாரமாக வழிபடப்படுபவர். உட்கார்ந்த இடத்திலிருந்து அசையாமல் 60 ஆண்டுகள் வாழ்ந்திருக்காரு. ரெக்கார்டு படி பார்த்தா ஏறத்தாழ ஒரு 300 ஆண்டுகள் வாழ்ந்திருக்காரு. அது இந்த சொல்றாங்க, என்னுடைய தாத்தா பார்த்திருக்காரு, பாட்டம் பார்த்திருக்காருன்னு சொல்றாங்க. அது படி பார்த்தா 300 வருஷம் வாழ்ந்திருக்காரு மொத்தமா. அந்த இடத்துல 60 வருஷம் வாழ்ந்திருக்காரு, இந்த கலசபாக்கன்ற அந்த ஊர்ல. பெரிய மகான். என்னுடைய தாயார் நான் பிறக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி போயிருக்காங்க தரிசனம் பண்றதுக்காக. என்னுடைய பாட்டனாரும் போயிருக்காங்க, விழுந்து நமஸ்காரம் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. எந்திரிச்ச உடனே அரிசி கொஞ்சம் கையில கொடுத்து எங்க அப்பனே வந்து பிறப்பான்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அவங்களுக்கு ஒன்றும் புரியலை. வாங்கி அரிசியை வாயில போட்டு வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஆசீர்வாதம் பண்ணி அனுப்பிட்டு இருக்காரு. இவங்களுக்கு ஒண்ணுமே புரியல, திரு திரு நின்றுட்டு இருந்திருக்காங்க. பாட்டனார் கேட்டிருக்காரு, சாமி சொன்னது என்ன அர்த்தம் அப்படின்னு. அவர் உட்கார்ந்துருக்கிற இடத்துல இருந்து பார்த்தா அண்ணாமலை மலை தெரியும். அப்பன் அப்பன் பிறப்பான், போ போ. பெரிய சித்தர் மலையை காட்டி ஆசீர்வாதம் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. நிர்விகல்ப சமாதியிலேயே இருந்து 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 பொங்குகின்ற ஆனந்தம் உடலை பற்றி கூட கவலைப்படாமல் அந்த உணர்வுல வாழ்ந்திருக்காரு. நீங்க ஒன்றும் உடம்பை பற்றி கவலைப்படாமல் இருங்கலாம் சொல்ல வரல. நான் அதிகமா கவலைப்பட்டு வாழ்க்கையை அழிச்சுக்காதீங்கன்னு தான் சொல்றேன். ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தீர்களானால் இந்த வாழ்க்கை, உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை போற போக்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிப்ரெஷன்ல எடுக்கிற முடிவுகளாலேயே மேலும் 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 முன்னிலையையும் படற்கையுமே சார்ந்து வாழ்கிறீர்கள். அந்த வீட்டை விட்டு சன்னியாசம் போகணும்னு கேட்டப்போ என்னுடைய பாட்டனார் என்கிட்ட சொன்னார், அப்பாவே பூண்டிசாமி சொல்லுச்சு, நான் முழுசா நம்பல அப்படின்னு. அதாவது அந்த நிர்விகல்ப நிலையில நிறுத்தி இருக்கும் பொழுது உடம்பை பத்தி கூட கவலை இல்லாம இருக்கிறாங்க அப்படின்றதுக்கு உதாரணம் சொல்றதுக்காக பூண்டி சுவாமிகளை பத்தி சொன்னேன். தொடர்ந்து இயங்கிக் கொண்டே இருக்குமானால் மனம் தன் தெளிவை இழந்து விடுகிறது. நீங்களே யோசிச்சு பாருங்க, தொடர்ந்து ஓடிக்கிட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா உடல் என்ன ஆகுது, தன் ஸ்திரத்தன்மை எழுந்து நடுங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? தொடர்ந்து யாராவது இந்த ஓட்டப்பந்தயத்துக்காக ஓடுறவங்க, எக்ஸசைஸ் பண்றவங்க யாராவது இங்க இருக்கீங்களா? 1 மணி நேரம் 2 மணி நேரம் ஓடனா அப்புறம் என்ன ஆகும், கால்லாம் நடுங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அதே மாதிரி தான் தொடர்ந்து ஓடிட்டே இருந்ததுன்னா மனம் என்ன பண்ணும்? தெளிவை இழந்து நடுங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிரும்.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Nirahara Samyama, successfully 5th day running, and the Samyama 19th day successfully. In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 10th verse.
योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकीयत चित्तात्मा निराशीरपरिग्रहः.
योगी युञ्जीत सततम् आत्मानं रहसि स्थितः एकाकीयत चित्तात्मा निराशीः अपरिग्रहः. The one who feels the same towards an affectionate person, a friend, an enemy, the indifferent, the neutral, the hateful one, the unfriendly, the noble one, or a sinner. Yogi yunyita sadatam atmanam rahasi stitaha ekaki yatachittatma nirashir aparigraha. The translation: the contemplative sage, saint, having subdued his thoughts and character, his identity being free from desires, with an attitude of renunciation seated within oneself in aloneness, should continuously connect with higher consciousness by unclutching. The Jivan Mukta, having subdued his thoughts and character, identity being free from desires, with an attitude of renunciation, seated within oneself in aloneness, should continuously connect with higher consciousness by unclutching. Now Bhagavan actually enters into the straight technique of unclutching. Yogi yunyita satanam atmanam rahasi stitaha. Having subdued his thoughts and identity, being free from desires. I tell you, subduing identity, subduing thoughts anybody can do. It's not a big thing, I tell you. Thoughts can be reduced very easily with any simple technique. I know one sadhu. I have seen him day in and day out in Rishikesh. Whole day, the only work he will do is wash his kamandalu, the water pot. It will be just shining. But do you know, the most funny thing, he has less thoughts, very less thoughts. His only focus is that his kamandalu should not become dirty. His water pot should not be dirty. That's where everything stops. Any simple technique, even technique like washing your water pot, can bring your thoughts down. That is not a big thing. Subduing the identity means thoughts are food, identity is person who eats. Who eats should be subdued, not just the food. The identity grows, expands with thought. Reducing thought is not a big thing. Actually, without touching the identity, reducing the thoughts is very easy. I have seen a yogi standing on his one leg for more than 12 years in Kumbh Mela during my Parivrajaka time. He really had a very reduced thought state. But unfortunately, the attention people give because of his tapas has made his identity swollen like his leg, one leg on which he was standing. One leg on which he was standing was swollen. Same way, because the attention he enjoys from people, his identity was swollen. It is very easy to have less number of thoughts if your identity is getting more and more boosting. If the identity is not touched, it is very easy to have less number of thoughts. When the identity is touched, almost like a honeycomb, how if the honeycomb is touched, the bees comes out, like the thoughts comes out. I have seen many of my ashramites, they will really be having very less thoughts, calm, composed. Just poke at their identity once. People whom they don't like or there is a hatred, just one word from that person, like a honeycomb, whoosh, all the thoughts will come up. The whole pus will come out. If your identity is not touched, having less number of thoughts is not a big thing. Once, Kuppamal, my mentor and guru, she was really worthy of that word. Vibhudanandapuri. She told me that you need to learn how to drop the identity. 15-year-old boy, what will I understand? I said, you tell me what I should do, I'll do. She gave me a begging bowl and told me, go around and beg all over the city and come back. My grandfather is a big guy in that village. So, till death, he was the head of the Rice Merchants Association. See, rice is the biggest business in that area. For 3 states, that one city supplies rice. There's the largest rice market in all these 3 states, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu and Andhra. That city fell somehow in the center place. Even the Tanjore rice comes there, gets sold and goes to different places. It became like a rice route. Growing itself is not that huge, but the marketing and the rice mills, huge number of rice mills, getting the crops and cleaning and making it into a rice and branding and marketing. Still my father's side people are involved. Till the death my mother's father, he was the head of the Rice Merchants Association, means morning he will fix the price of the rice. And even now my father's uncle is the largest rice mill owner. He owns some 7 rice mills or not. Their family only donated our Tirunammalai Ashram land. Actually, Tirunammalai Ashram, both lands. One land was given from my father's side, other land was given by my mother's side. pre-monastic relatives, they gave the land. They donated both the properties. Anyhow, rich guys, rich family background. But I have to go around begging. Then slowly, I picked up my bowl and said, all right, I'll go for begging. Then she gave me the kavi to wear and I put on my kavi. There is a unique way of wearing. One cloth, one knot in the back. So that is the way you have to go for begging. It's called unjavritti in Tamil. I don't know whether it's a Sanskrit word. Even in North this word is used or not, I don't know, but in South they use the word unjavritti. So with a begging bowl I started. I went to the same streets where all my family is having shop. Pre-monastic family, they all have their different shops, rice. They're all into this business, rice and cooking items, dal, oil, all this, like a general store. Anyway, I did not have any problem, but all of them had a problem. They all know I am a little crazy, but they did not expect I will go to this extreme. And the first shop itself they caught hold of me. What for you came? I said, don't ask all that. I am a sadhu now. I am asking you for bhiksha. Will you give or not? You tell, I am going for the next shop. Don't disturb my business. If somebody comes and sits in your shop and goes on poking at you, your business will be disturbed. And don't disturb my business. Then finally, my grandfather's shop, he caught hold of me and said, how much you need to stop this begging? What is your amount? Target, tell me that. I'll give the whole, keep quiet and go back. And I can't handle this phone call from every shop. Those days phone has come. It will be big and create a big sound, clang, clang, clang. Huge sound, no cell phones those days, but the phone has come. I cannot handle this phone call those days, only 4 numbers those days. No, 4 numbers. And local call means 4 numbers. And he is telling, for last half an hour only these phone calls I am attending. From every shop they are calling me. I can't handle this nuisance. How much you need totally, tell me. I said there is no goal. Kuppamal told me that I have to beg all over the city. Yes, she has given the route also. She knows. And I did not have any problem. Finally, he said, talking to you is no use. I will call that old lady and talk to her directly. Raghupati Yogi is very close with my grandfather. So immediately he sent a person to get Raghupati Yogi. Kuppamal can't move freely here and there. But Raghupati Yogi was very healthy till the death. So he sent a person to bring Raghupati Yogi, so that I can be advised, I will stop this. But before he could come, I left. And I went round. There was a shop. My classmate, it is her father's shop, a girl, my classmate. So I am going and standing there. She was also sitting in the shop. And she said, you've gone completely crazy. You became mad. And now you are begging also. I told you so many times not to go to that lady means Kupammal. Be with that old lady continuously. Now you see you have become beggar. I tell you, I could see very clearly the body which is standing and begging is different. I am different. Ultimate ability is ability to renounce the desire to be a hero. Ability to renounce the identity. I tell you, it is that training which protected or still protects, saves me during this whole identity crisis. See, the attack on me was not defamation. It was literally creating identity crisis. Please understand. Defamation is different. Trying to create identity crisis is different. Attack on me from 2010 is not just defamation. Trying to create identity crisis. Trying to completely confuse people about who am I, who I am. And they tried their best even to confuse me. See, if constantly 3 years somebody tells you you are a cheat, you are cheat, you are cheat, you may start thinking, am I really cheating? You may start thinking when you sit in the morning Pada Puja, people are worshipping me, am I really cheat? Not once I doubted me. How can I doubt me? It seems somebody who left the ashram, one ex-brahmacharini, was telling another one devotee, if people put complete faith on me or you, even we can heal. I was laughing. Even you don't put your whole faith on you. Who will put their whole faith on you? People don't need to put their whole faith on you for you to heal them. You need to put your whole faith on you. Not a moment I had a doubt. Understand? It is very easy to live even if the whole world doubts you. It is impossible to live even if you doubt yourself for a moment. You can't live if you doubt yourself. After all this, I have not doubted myself for a moment because I have experienced myself. I have seen the beautiful side of me, the graceful side of me. When I saw the graceful side of me, I just fell in love with myself. So even when Kalabhairava decides to punish people, I can see very clearly, it is because of his compassion to the larger part of humanity. And these people are begging punishment, what to do? They are not ready to keep quiet. I have seen the most graceful side of me. Never, never, never have a doubt. Neither had, nor having, will never have. I could see very clearly. Even though I will not go to the school regularly, I had a very good friendship and respect from all my classmates, batchmates, with everybody. Whether it is boys or girls, I can look back, and even people who lived around me those days as my classmates, many of them are devotees and some of them are even in the ashram doing volunteering and all that. My roommate who was there in my room for more than 3 to 4 years is in the ashram as a volunteer. Sometimes I talk to them. The people who studied with me in the school are there and in the ashram as volunteer. People who studied with me in the polytechnic, who is the roommate in the polytechnic, who used to sleep next to me. Those days in the polytechnic there was no carts, it was only mat, and the place will be allotted by painting on the floor. So my next block, they call it, for each mat they will put a paint on the floor. And they will put number also, 16, 15, 17, 18. My next number guy, he is in the ashram as a volunteer. And my roommate in Ramakrishna Math, he comes to the ashram regularly as a volunteer. Sometimes I used to talk to them. I asked them, do you see any change in my lifestyle? They said, nothing, Swamiji. So the moment this girl, my classmate, she started screaming, you become mad, you are begging, your life is going to be beggar and all that, she started screaming. Then her father got angry with her. He said, either give something or keep quiet. Why are you abusing him? The father started telling, maybe he is doing it for some spiritual reason, because in South India it is very well known. You go to beg for 3 Saturday and whatever comes, take it to the Tirupati, go by walk to Tirupati and offer it in the undi. It's a tradition. So he was telling, maybe he is begging for the Venkateshwara. How do you know? It's a tradition. Even now they do. That, especially this month only it starts. This is the month. 3 Saturday they will go to house and beg. Whatever comes, with that they will carry the whole thing. Maybe rice or money, silver, gold, whatever people give, they will carry the whole thing. They will go by walk to Tirumala and offer it in the hundi. Anyhow, I did not bother. When I finished the whole thing and came, she asked me only one thing. She was sitting in the house, I don't know who gave her a report. She asked me only one thing. How did you feel when people were screaming at you? I said, this body which is standing is different, I am different. She said, you are a brahmachari. Then she asked me, did you go to your classmate's shop? That was a big shop, well-known shop. I said, yes, I went. What did your classmate tell you? I said, she was screaming, I became mad, and she was abusing me, abusing you. That I became mad. She asked me, what did you feel exactly at that moment? I said, I was very clear. This body is different, which she is abusing. I am different. I never felt attacked or disturbed. I tell you, the capacity to stand with a begging bowl without having an identity is the most difficult thing. That helps me still now to stand with the begging bowl in front of my disciples. Never ever think I'm head of my disciples. No. It is literally with the begging bowl only, the whole thing runs. Only one difference is, nowadays I beg to drop their identity into my pot, which is the Brahma Kapala, which sucks their identity and eats. Few days before, I was telling you one important thing. The ability to give up anything. And today I tell you, you are a sadhu only if you are able to touch anybody's feet, whoever you feel is your enemy. I have seen sadhus giving up multi-crore properties in their hometown, leaving everything and going to Himalayas. And there they will fight a small place where they sit and beg or eat their food in the ashram or bandara or in the temple. Now I know one fellow is from Coimbatore Counter community. He left a property, big property near a place called Sulur. He is a sadhu now in Rishikesh. There is a Kartikeya ashram there, which is in the name of Subramanya. He left crores of property here and went away there to become a sadhu. There I saw him fighting for the place in the bandara. I laughed. I tell you, when I made a statement, all my sadhus, all my ashramites should practice this habit of non-possessiveness. Anything is around me belongs to whole world. Anybody wants, they can take it. Same way, a sadhu, all my ashramites, please understand, this is the instruction to all the devotees, viewers, visitors. But this is the Guru Vak for all the ashramites and sadhus and sannyasis and jivan muktas. Understand, I am spelling it out very clearly. Ability to drop your identity in front of anyone is the quality of sadhu, and I wanted this to be a Guru Vak to all my ashramites. What is there? You think all the abuse I am going through, I am worthy of it? It is excess being done on me. But that is the way life is. That is the way humanity is. That is because you did not become enlightened few thousand years before and serve the humanity. I am struggling all alone. See, lakhs of people died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. All the people who are dead, are they worthy of the death? Now hundreds, I don't know, hundreds, maybe 50, 60 people, I think, died in Sivagasi. Do you know the funny thing? It's of course not funny thing, terrible thing. In that whole group of people who are dead, I think 56 or 58, I don't know the exact number. Only one person was working in that firecracker industry. All the fellows who are working in the industry were saved. The fellows who came to watch and rescue, 57 people who came to watch and rescue were dead. When they saw the name list, only one person who was actually working was dead. If they listened to the police and everybody is flooded, see, all the workers are flooded. They all have saved themselves. One big group came there, the police has said, you don't go for rescuing people, we will go. You don't know, don't do. But curiosity, India, it's a religion. If few people are standing and seeing, you have to put your nose to find out what is going on inside. Now people are telling me, we are not able to reach out to people, teach meditation, nothing. Go to any big park on the main street, 4 or 5 of you stand round and watch inside. Let one fellow be doing inside one kriya or meditation, Nithyananda. In 5 minutes there will be traffic jam in that road. The whole crowd will be standing around you and watching inside, what is he doing? Now I tell you, see, make one person to sit and do Guru Puja, and 5-6 of you just stand around. You should stand around such a way from distance they should not be able to see what is going on inside. Only when they come near and put their head, they should be able to see what is going on inside. Stand like that. It's a powerful technique. You try. All you need is 5 people. 1 to do Guru Puja, 4 to hide and stand. In 10 minutes you will see the whole street traffic jam, the whole crowd will be standing and watching what is he doing. Till the end of Guru Puja, he should not open his mouth to answer any question. And I tell you, not a single fellow will leave. That extraordinary curiosity. These fellows came and were standing and lost a life. They are not worthy of what has been done to them, but that is life. Standing up even when the life and humanity does not behave dharmically to you is Jivan Mukti. Standing up with your clear dharma, even when the humanity and society does not treat you with dharma, is Jivan Mukti. I tell you, even if the society behaves with you dharmically, you behaving adharmically is a demon. When society behaves you dharmically, you behave dharmically, is a good person. When society behaves you adharmically, you behave dharmically, is Jivan Mukta. Even if the people around you, when they don't behave dharmically, stand up on your dharma. That is what is subduing the identity. This is the second Guru Vak I am giving you guys. Ability to drop the identity. I tell you, when you are able to drop the identity, all the problems you have will not have a chilli, the anger. Even if you have a problem, both of you will sit together and understand more and more. Every interaction with other person should create more intimacy, more trust on that person over you, more trust for you over that person. If your every interaction with every individual creates only trust on both sides, you are free from identity. I tell you, you are a Jivan Mukta. You are a Jivan Mukta. The ability to drop the identity is Jivan Mukti. I tell you one more secret. As long as you have certain identity, you will always feel society is adharmic towards you. It is a basic secret. Your logic is with pus. It sees only from your side, never from the other side. If I judge whatever is done to me by the society is othermic. My logic becomes logic with pus. Fortunately, I never judged. Society is not a group of people. Please understand. Society is the other person. It is not collective. Even a single person is society. Whom you hate, whom you think you can't work with, whom you think is worst person you have seen in your life is society for you. I tell you, if you have somebody as your enemy and feel this fellow's patterns, he cannot come out and he will suffer, he has to be given suffering, when you feel, understand, now God is sending you the diagnosis. Exactly, you have the same problem. He is giving you the possibility to diagnose you. Most fortunate human being is a human being who does not suspect himself, who does not doubt himself, who is able to put completely his faith wholly on himself. You putting your whole faith on you does not happen by you convincing you, but it happens only by you dropping your identity by you. Go round. Whoever you think as your enemy, again and again sit with them and express your opinions towards what you carry towards them, and let them express what they carry towards you. One more funny thing you will realize, whom you think as the important enemy in your life may not be thinking you as the important enemy in his life. I have seen love is always a triangular affair on the planet Earth. Hatred is always quadrangular affair on the planet Earth. Understand? If you are loving somebody, that person is loving somebody else. If you are hating somebody as an enemy, that person is hating somebody else. It is never a straight line. It's a law. One point is loving the other point means, be very clear, the other point is loving the other point, not this point. The other point which he is in love, see, A is in love with B, B will never be in love with A, it will be only in love with C. C may be in love with A. And same way hatred. A may be having the enmity towards B, B may be having the enmity only with C, never with A. Even if the B wants to have enmity with A, it will have in his heart only C as an enemy. C may be having enmity with A. Please understand, it is a law. You will never have a complete enmity with your direct enemy, who is supposed to be your enemy. So whoever you think as your enemy is not real enemy. It's a law. These are all sarvabhaumya, universal laws. I'm giving you an example. One thing you need to be very clear. Your logic has no capacity to find your enemy. So whoever you think is your enemy is not your enemy. When you sit with him, open up, you will realize that person is having somebody else as their main enemy. So when he goes and sits with the other person, he will realize he is having somebody else as his main enemy. Love or hatred is triangle. In the planet Earth, neither love nor hatred is straight line. Only when you become nobody, you become center of millions of people's love. And same way, millions of people's hatred. but you neither love them back nor hate them back. You are just a black hole sucking the whole thing, where they disappear. I tell you, whether by love or by hate, if you come near me, you are gone. When you disappear into me, by love, it is called enlightenment. When you disappear into me due to hatred, it is called pralaya. That's all. But you dissolve into me. That is what Bhagavan shows when he was giving the Vishwarupa Darshana. Vishwarupa is beautifully described. There are many rishis, sadhus, sages, saints in the parts of Krishna's Vishwarupa, and millions of demons, devils, Gauravas, Rakshasas being chewed by the Krishna's mouth, disappearing into the fire which is coming out of Krishna's mouth. It means what? Both are disappearing into him. Ability to give up the identity, subduing the identity. Even in the worldly life, even if you say, practically I have to see, I am talking to you, understanding all the practicalities. Please understand, whoever is listening to me, to all of you I am telling you very clearly, I know all the situations you would have gone through, going through, will go through. With that authority I am telling you, this truth which I am uttering is the truth for all of you at all times to be practiced, to be lived, not to be compromised at any time, what you call as practical situations. What Swamiji said is right, but in this situation, even if he was here, he wouldn't have behaved like that. He wouldn't have given up his identity. I know. Go to hell. No. I am telling you, in all possible situations, this is the truth. Ability to let go the identity makes you the hero whose identity can never be destroyed. I want those heroes around me. They are Jivan Muktas. I tell you, your identity costs you only your life, nothing else. If I am supporting your ego and identity, you are doomed. If I am not touching your ego and identity, you are in waiting list. If I am hitting at it straight, you are blessed. Unfortunately, for many people, many times I support. It is the identity with which your heart associates yourself. That should become sadhu, chilliless, angerless, violentless. Then you will become the center of creativity. You will express so much of the leadership quality, ability to inspire. Ability to inspire is nothing but ability to inspire yourself. Early morning, 6 o'clock, if you are able to inspire yourself to get you out of your bed and go to Akada and do the yoga, you will have the ability to inspire others. That's all. The ability to inspire can never be a cunning technical game. No. If you are able to inspire yourself to come and sit for the satsang every day and listen to these great truths and live this, you will be simply able to inspire your subordinates, your assistants, and make them do the job as you want, and you will be able to lead them with a inspiration. Morning when you wake up, see your mood. Are you getting out of your bed and going to Akkada because Swamiji will fire you? I tell you, all your subordinates are going to be working around you just because you fire them. Never inspired way. If you don't know the right words to inspire you, you will not know the right words to inspire others. There are many, I don't get their darshan at all in the morning. Understand? If you are able to inspire yourself to drop the identity, you will be able to inspire everyone to drop the identity. I tell you, in the love, you are hitting the wrong wall. In the hatred, you are hitting the wrong wall. In the love, you are in love with somebody and you constantly go towards that person. And suddenly you will realize that person is going towards somebody else. Then you will be disillusioned. And all your love will be lost. Same way only I tell you. In the hatred also you are traveling towards somebody, and that somebody will be traveling towards somebody else. And suddenly you will be disillusioned and you will say, oh God, I wasted my whole life on the hatred with this fellow. For example, A hates B. B might have done one or two activities against the A, but in B's heart, A is not the enemy. In his heart, enemy is somebody else. C is the enemy. This is the way the whole world goes on. When you love the person and that same person loves you back to the same amount, what happens is enlightenment through tantra, union. When you hate somebody and the same person hates you in the same level, what happens is pralaya. But unfortunately, both does not happen in the planet Earth at all. Very rare. If I have to give one example, two persons loving each other to the same amount, falling in love with both equally. I can give the example of Shiva and Parvati, Radha and Krishna, Sharada and Ramakrishna. Rarely, that's all. Not even a handful. I don't even have one example of that two person hating each other. At least for love I gave 2-3 examples. For the hatred I don't even have one example. Because Sumba Nisumbas, they were in love with Parvati, but Parvati had enmity towards Sumba Nisumbas. In turn, Tarakasura had enmity with Parvati. Parvati did not have enmity with Tarakasura. I tell you, whoever you think as your worst enemy are not your enemies. Who thinks you as the worst enemy will never be felt by you as the worst enemy. Because the enemy or the friend is based on your perception, which is itself is unstable. You are constantly building multi-story towers on the earth, which is going through earthquakes. It's a technical term. Tectonic plates. You are building skyscrapers on tectonic plates. Your hatred, your love, your friend, your enemy are all skyscrapers. But you are installing it on tectonic plates. Bhagavan is very clear. Subdue your identity. It's time. But I have not completed this verse. I will continue. I only spoke on one word. Please understand. I only spoke on one word. Yogi yunjita sadatam. That's all. Because this one understanding is the biggest problem. Your whole life is wasted on just protecting the identity which is going to ditch you end of the day, end of the life. When you are about to leave the body, you will see so much of pus, bio-memories all around you, and you will ask your identity, what is this? I trusted you and acted my whole life guided by you and did whatever you wanted. Now you are showing this is what is by bio-memory. He will just raise his hand and put his hands up and say, I don't know. Hey, what do you mean you don't know? Answer me. When you catch his collar, you will understand only cloth is that the person has disappeared already. He is a ghost. He might be feasting with your enemy and saying, you see, secretly I have done the job you wanted to do. People who realize the conspiracies done against them by their identity are Jivan Muktas. But you go around and dig out and find out, even if it is not there, you imagine that so many fellows are doing conspiracy against you. But you never suspect the conspiracy is getting done by your own identity against you. Blessed are those who understand the conspiracy is done against them by their identity. Cursed are those who never doubt the conspiracy is done to them, done against them by their own identity. If you are able to beg food and your needs from the people, you grow as a sadhu. If you are able to drop your identity and beg forgiveness from other identities, you become Jivan Mukta. If you are able to beg others to drop their identity, you become incarnation. Understand? I am not asking you guys to go around and beg for food. That will be easy for you guys to do. That will not have much impact. But if you can go around and beg for the forgiveness what other identities think as the hurt by you. Please understand, what you think as the hurt you caused to others is not the real hurt. What they think, because many times what you think as the hurt you caused may not be hurt for them. What they think as the hurt is the real hurt you caused to them. Same way, what you think as the hurt others have caused you, they may not even as caused it consciously. Understand? What you think as the hurt others have caused you, they may not even caused consciously. So know how to forgive them. Same way, what others think as the hurt caused by you, you may not even be aware. So ask them to forgive you. This is the science of forgiving. Science of gracefully moving ahead. I tell you, in the life, anybody who thrives will be with renunciation. Person who thrives naturally comes with new situation, lifestyle, thinking trend, atmosphere, furniture, everything. Person with renunciation thrives. Person who is thriving will always be endowed with renunciation. The moment money comes, your whole mental setup is new. If your mental setup is not becoming new, the money which came will not stand with you. So thriving happens on renunciation. Renunciation is the ground on which the thriving seed thrives. Thriving thrives on you only when you are made out of renunciation. The ability to renounce the identities constantly is thriving. Person who thrives with the ability to renounce identities is Jivan Mukta. I am giving you one more definition of enlightenment. Being who is capable of thriving continuously by renouncing the old identities is living enlightenment. Do not wait for the wounds in you to be healed by others. Do not wait for the wounds in others to be healed in course of time. Do not wait for others to come and heal the pain you are carrying inside you. Do not wait for the other person's wounds to be healed in course of time. Means you be proactive, healing the wound and pain in others' heart. Same way, you be proactive in healing the wounds and pains inside you by dropping it. Your enemy is not your enemy. Your friend is not your friend. Whom you are hating for ages and years might be doing good to you. Whom you are loving and having friendship for ages may be in love with somebody else. I'll continue on this same verse again in tomorrow's satsang. Today I give this as a teaching to all the disciples, visitors, viewers. This as a Guru Vak to all the disciples, sannyasis, sadhus and ashramites. So all the ashramites, sannyasis, sadhus, before you come tomorrow to the morning satsang, take at least 10 effort to heal whom you think as your top 10 enemies and discover the truth. Your top 10 are having somebody else as their top 10. Your top number 1 may not be having you as the number 1 in his hit list. He may be having you only as a number 8 or 9 in his hit list. And who is in his hit list as a number 1 may not even appear in your hit list. Identity is a confused reality. When the love and hatred falls into the confusion of triangle, what you call that whole as is identity. When I said as, I meant to yes. When I said whole, remove the W. That is what we call identity. As whole. I want you to understand without S and W is identity. No, nobody will forget.
The first question today is from Nidhi from Vizag, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, is there such a thing as objective reality, or is the world nothing but a reflection of my perceptions? Can you also give me some signs to distinguish between reality and fantasy?
Nidhi, first thing you need to know, whatever you understand as reality, the dimensions like a size, shape, quality, your association of good and bad with it, all that, even one quality does not exist in objective reality. Please understand. If you think this is wall, this is not wall. Whatever you understand, why this wall, what this wall does, how it looks, what it is, who built, is it good for me, bad for me, all concepts you have about the wall is not there actually on the wall. So in a way I can say there is no such thing as objective reality and there is something called objective reality. There is no such thing as objective reality is also true. There is objective reality is also true. Understand? I tell you there is no such thing as objective reality because anything you see, you perceive, does not exist as you perceive. And I tell you there is objective reality. Why you know? Because you may be liberated from this wall, but the other person who is not liberated will continue to see this wall as objective reality. Because of that, I tell objective reality exists. But I tell you, for you, objective reality does not exist. So, the right truth, objective reality does not exist for you, but the objective reality exists for the objects you see in objective reality. But as the objective reality does not exist for you itself, how can the objects you see in the objective reality is objective reality, can be objective reality for you? As the objective reality perceived by you itself is not reality, how can the objective reality perceived by the objects which you perceive in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? Listen to the statement again. As the objective reality which you perceive itself is not an objective reality for you, then how can the objects you perceive in the objective reality can have the objective reality which you perceive as the objective reality which is not an objective reality? So, what you know as reality is nothing but the perversion of your fantasy. What you know as fantasy is nothing but the perversion of your reality. When you go beyond what you know as reality and fantasy, you see N reality, which is N reality. In enlightened reality, there is no space for fantasy, reality, reality-based fantasy, fantasy-based reality. Fantasy-based reality is deities, reality-based fantasy is theme parks. Reality-based reality is enlightened reality, fantasy-based fantasy is your dreams. The reality-based reality awakens in you when you understand neither reality-based fantasies and fantasy-based realities and reality does not lead you to reality. The reality. Fantasy, reality, fantasy is all finally your reality fantasy leading you from fantasy reality to reality fantasy. Finally, only when you drop everything, the reality expresses itself beyond reality. Let you all achieve, experience, live and express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha sancharam Sarvopadhi vinirmuktam Vande jnanalayam natham Nithyanandaya swagatam. स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. Only the energy movements. Means there is no thought. There is no verbalization. There will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action means at least 200 verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But a person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is even a few moments. If you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave it to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was gift to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I am saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as and now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just a few moments per day. If you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month decide it as a routine. After that you don't need to do it as a routine. After that you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraka chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving, even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had 1 or 2 strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all.
India has given birth to great Paramahamsas, mystics, saints and divine avatars who have consistently delivered this world from darkness to light. One such enlightened master, exuding divine grace, overwhelming compassion and unfathomable spiritual knowledge, all at a very young age, is Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
Koti Surya Swarupinam Anandagandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nithyanandam Namostude. Koti Surya Swarupinam Anandagandha Ishwaram Bhakta Hridaya Nivasinam Nithyanandam Namostude.
Nithyananda was born as Rajashekharan, the second son of his parents Arunachalam and Lokanayaki in the temple town of Tiruvannamalai, South India. 10 days after he was born, the family astrologer predicted that Rajashekharan would grow up to become a Raja Sannyasi and guide the world, something his parents were not happy to hear. At the age of 10, Rajashekharan was initiated by Raghupati Yogi. In his moment of initiation, Rajashekharan was blessed with a vision of Parashakti. He went home and carved the vision he had in soapstone. One day, Rajashekharan was found etching a complex shape on a copper foil. It was the sacred Shri Chakra. The Shri Chakra is believed to be a diagrammatic representation of the cosmos. Shri Ramana Maharishi, Shri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa and Sharada Devi were sources of inspiration for young Rajashekaran. At the age of 12, on the sacred day of Buddha Purnima, Rajashekaran had an intense encounter with the divine, an out-of-body experience that was to change the course of his life. By his 17th year, Rajashekaran's spiritual quest became too fierce to be ignored. He left home on a journey of arduous self-discovery with no assurance whatsoever, but only a glimpse of the divine he received at the age of 12. He wandered far and wide, studying and practicing meditation, from Tapovan in the Himalayas to Kanyakumari in the south, from Dwarka in the west to Ganga Sagar in the east. He wandered for 7 years in India and in Nepal. With just 2 pieces of clothing and a kamandalu, a holy water jug, and with no idea of where his next meal would be. One day in Gaurikund, he beheld a breathtaking vision. A young man with a glowing countenance and flowing locks was walking towards him with long strides and divine grace. Wonderstruck and gazing at him, Rajashekaran realized that this was none other than Mahavdar Babaji, the enlightened master dwelling in the Himalayas for thousands of years in perpetual youth. It was this great saint who looked at him and uttered the name Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda, an enlightened being in a physical body, young at heart but wise in mind. Rajashekaran undertook years of rigorous penance, intense meditation practices, and in-depth study of yoga, tantra, Vedanta, and Shaiva philosophies before he attained the ultimate state of consciousness, the state of Nithyananda, or eternal bliss. Word of the charismatic saint rode the winds in every direction. People visited Nithyananda from far and near. Effortlessly, he won their hearts. The time had come, and Nithyananda was ready to execute the real purpose of his divine birth, the purpose as a guru, as a master to the entire humanity. Life Bliss Foundation is his worldwide movement to spread his message of meditation and inner bliss. With its spiritual nerve center in Bangalore, India, and its Western Hemisphere headquarters in Los Angeles, USA, it operates through 1,000 centers and over 78 upcoming ashrams in 30 countries, causing transformation of humanity through transformation of the individual. How does one describe this great master? The charm of a child, the healing hands of a doctor, the compassion of a mother, the wisdom of a guru. To those who struggle under the many burdens of life, his presence itself is the answer they seek. In his arms, thousands find refuge, the ailing, the needy, and the seekers of God. The Master is an invitation to a journey inwards. In his own words, "Just allow me to light your being, then you will know that you are pure consciousness and your being pure bliss."
Nityam Sharanam Gacchami, Dhyanam Sharanam Gacchami, Anandam Sharanam Gacchami, Nithyanandam Sharanam Gacchami.
Nityam Charanam
शरणं गच्छामि नित्यानन्दं शरणं गच्छामि नित्यं शरणं गच्छामि ध्यानं शरणं गच्छामि आनन्दं शरणं गच्छामि नित्यानन्दं शरणं गच्छामि नित्यं शरणं गच्छामि ध्यानं शरणं गच्छामि आनन्दं शरणं गच्छामि नित्यानन्दं शरणं गच्छामि
नित्यं चरणं गच्छामि.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, satsangis sitting with us around the world. At this moment, in 495 places, in 209 cities, in 22 countries. And I am able to see these 8 cities in two-way: Los Angeles, Ohio, Seattle, San Jose, and Hyderabad, Redondo Beach, Houston, Al Nahda, Sharjah. These are the 8 cities I am able to see two-way. Before entering into today's satsang, some 1 or 2 questions. This is a question from Stephen, New Zealand, Auckland Satsang Center. I am enjoying sitting for morning live satsangs and doing N Kriya every day. When my body begins to just shake uncontrollably, what is the best thing to do? Like the hands shaking and body rocking intensely. Is it best to go with it or try to keep still? Or is the shaking and rocking of the body necessary to levitate, or should I try to keep still to levitate? I attended the LEP program. Now with N Kriya, I am able to relive those LEP experiences. Thank you for this great gift, Swamiji. Stephen, understand. Just allow the body to go with the Kundalini awakening. You do not try to keep it still, and same way, do not try to levitate. Allow it. Let it happen as it wants. Let the Kundalini do its process as it feels. You just don't interfere with it. Today's subject, I am continuing on no mind state. Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, 115th Sutra, in 3rd chapter, 9th verse. Title is Experience. I'll continue on the same sutra. No mind state. vyuddhana nirodha sanskara yogo abhibhavaha pradurbhavo nirodakshana chitta anvaya nirodha parinamaha. Yesterday I gave you all a process to contemplate and come back. Is there really a gap between one thought and the other thought? I don't know whether none of you sent any reply or no replies came. Oh, then I think people are already enlightened. They don't need any input further. Actually, if you would have contemplated on this one subject, you would have had at least some questions or some answers. Is there really gap between one thought and the other thought in me? And is it directly useful to me in my life? These two only I am working on. Please understand. Even if there is a gap, what is the use of that gap in my life? Just intellectually knowing that there is gap takes away tremendous stress and tension. And the truth you attribute to your thoughts, please understand, sufferings are not because of the thoughts actually. The truth you attribute to the thoughts. You try to attribute too much of truth, too much of strength to the thoughts. That is where the problem starts. Otherwise, as such, when thoughts are flowing in your inner space, they are neither good nor bad. The world is neither truth nor false. Your opinions and views and ideas about the world can be truth or false. So your opinions, ideas or views about the world need to be changed, need to be aligned, need to be understood. The world is neither true nor false. Please understand. World is neither true nor false. It is your opinion about the world that is only true or false. I always tell you, I wanted to remind you all again, as far as my experience goes, the stuff out of which your dreams are made, in that same stuff only this world is also made. But you have an idea about the dream that it is not permanent. It is anitya. It is ephemeral. But unfortunately, you do not have that same clarity. This is also anitya, of the same order and the same scale, same dimension and same space. Please understand. Just because you are able to wake up from dream and see a kind of a consistent world, you think dream is less permanent. Same way, if you raise your awareness and able to see from every birth and death, you wake up and there is a consistency much more than this world which you are experiencing. Suddenly it clicks, wow, this world is illusion. Greatest joy in the life is playing in this world knowing that it is illusion. A man who knows this world is an illusion and lives is an enlightened master. Man who knows this world is illusion and plays with it is incarnation. Yesterday I had a question from somebody, who is incarnation? Being who understands this whole thing is impermanent illusion and plays with it beautifully as he wants or as he feels, is incarnation. Knowing that there is a gap between thoughts suddenly takes away the fear and greed and power you attribute to the thoughts. The amount of power you attribute to thoughts, the amount of the seriousness you give it to thoughts can drastically drop. I tell you. Unless you go beyond words, you cannot even actually play with words. Please understand. Only if you are little more than body, you can play with the body. Only if you are little more than mind, you can play with mind. Only if you are little more than words, you can play with words. If you think everything is just word, it can be a good technique in the initial level, not more than that. It cannot be the ultimate solution. If everything is word, come on, sit and go on repeating, I am God, 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 Aham Brahmasmi million times, what will happen? Nothing will happen. You can become an amazing automated tape recorder. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi says, even if you repeat million times, Aham Brahmasmi or Soham, maybe it is a good technique to replace the negative words. Instead of thinking constantly, I am body, I am body, I am body, I am body, you can remember, I am God, I am God, I am God, I am God. So many restrictions related to body can be overcome. You can overcome those things. That's it. But that is not ultimate truth. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi says, Bhavana Dida Sat Bhavatiruttale Parabhakti Tattvam Undibara. Beyond all bhavanas, residing in that space is Sadbhava. That is Parabhakti, ultimate. Word cannot be everything. Fools who are thinking money is everything are stuck with Vishnu. The fools who are thinking that words are everything is stuck with Brahma. Be very clear. You need to find either the head or tail of Shiva. Head or feet of Shiva. Still you do not know the ultimate. Words cannot be ultimate. Just like money cannot be ultimate. Words cannot be ultimate. If you think there is no gap between one thought and the other, you are caught. And you will attribute too much of seriousness to words. Attributing too much of seriousness to words is the most dangerous thing can happen. Actually, even I experienced at one time in my life a spot where I felt whole life is nothing but words. But that is not ultimate.
Vangmanadi kocharam, beyond the Vang and Mana. There is a Upanishad Sutra also which says, beyond the Vak and mind, this truth is experienced. Vak and mind cannot reach that space. Words and Vak has only a limited capacity. It can reach only to a limited level. It cannot be the ultimate. And if you are believing that it is ultimate, you are waiting for a big and great disappointment. If you are thinking mind is everything, you are waiting for a deep depression and disappointment and unfulfillment. No. I wanted to let you all know an incident. Once I was sitting with Yogi Ramsurakumar in Arunachaleshwara temple. It was night, maybe 10 o'clock. I was alone sitting with him and he was enjoying his bidi as usual. And he has a habit of continuously chanting Ram Nam. He was initiated into the Ram Nam. Continuously he will chant that Ram Nam. And whoever comes, he will tell them, Ram Nam is the ultimate. Chant the Nam. Chant the Nam. Nothing else exists except the name. That day some 2-3 visitors came to him and he told them, chant the Ram. And he insisted and elaborately made them understand the importance of Nam, Ramanama, and chanting the name, making your whole body and mind filled with the name. Elaborately means if he uses 3 sentences, that is the elaborate description. He is that kind of a person. Anyhow, he tried his best to do the elaborate thing. But after they all left, I was sitting alone with him. I looked into his eyes and asked, Swamiji, tell me honestly, is word the ultimate? He turned away from my eyes. Actually, I remember still, he just slapped on my face and turned my face away and started smoking again. Of course, I did not leave him. He used to have the rope made out of coconut fiber, a fiber rope in his hands, one bunch. I pulled that rope to turn his face towards me and looked deep into his eyes and asked, I really want to know, is word the ultimate? Is sound the ultimate? He just looked into my eyes, shook the head horizontally and said, no. There is something beyond word. I just could not control myself because this happened just a few months after my enlightenment experience. Because in my enlightenment experience there was no word. I could not control myself. The joy and ecstasy that I found the truth. I know the truth. I just jumped and shouted, I know, I know, I know. It is beyond words. I tell you, just a simple understanding, there is a gap between your thoughts and this truth, when it is heard in such close space from a person whom you trust and who has no vested interest, something happens in you. I tell you, even at this moment, thousands of you are sitting with me in the closed space. Understand? Closed space does not mean you alone sitting with me. You sitting with me intimately. There is some space between you and me which nobody is allowed, where nobody else is allowed. Those few moments only you cherish with me. That space nobody else has with me. If you are sitting with that feeling, please understand, you are sitting with me alone. Sitting with me alone does not mean there should not be any other person next to you. It means the deepest possible intimacy, the deepest possible feeling connection exists between you and me. You know, even though there are so many people sitting next to me, there is something between me and him which is deeper than anybody else, anything I know. Understand? I'll explain this science because it's a very important science to experience truth, the Upanishad. If you feel the connection with the Master is the deepest connection you experience than any other relationship you experience in your life, you will experience that what I am saying, sitting with the Master all by yourself. You may be sitting with thousands, but you are sitting with me alone, the banks of Manasarovar or in Kailash. There's no other person. If you have experienced a space, the relationship and the connection with the Master is the deepest than any other relationship you have or had in your life. Understand? You know what I am saying. Now you may be sitting with any number of people, but you know you are sitting with me alone. Because all other relationships become immaterial. They do not hold any more power over you. They do not hold any more space over you. In that mood, any truth transmitted not only will be the honest truth, that will straight away give you the experience. That is why I am telling you, the traditions which misses this great bhakti, love, will always tell you words are ultimate because they cannot take you beyond words. the traditions which understands this guru-disciple relationship not only will accept, will be able to take you beyond words. Because to take you beyond words, you need to relax in certain space. You need to know, by me teaching this great truth to you, I have nothing to gain and you have nothing to lose. See, when I was sitting with Ram Surat Kumar, if he is going to say word is ultimate or there is something much more than words, whatever his response will be, I know he has no vested interest. He is going to tell the truth just for my sake. He has nothing to gain, I have nothing to lose. It is only the honesty, the integrity. I tell you, if I teach words are everything, I can make more money. I will have bigger business. I can create hundreds of leadership seminars. All the sick fellows will come and I can just do a little band-aid and skin crafting, make them leaders. No, I am not interested in just skin crafting. I am interested in bone marrow transplanting. The very being should change, transform. I can straight away challenge all these guys who are teaching words are ultimate. Come on. By what I am teaching and what I am transmitting, the space between the words exists, and that is consciousness. With this teaching, I can awaken the very strands of DNA, very mitochondria energy. Let these guys who are teaching words are everything also come and try their experiment. Let us do a scientific research. I will show you how shallow those teachings are. Words are everything may be able to increase few percent of your mitochondria cell energy, maybe one strand of DNA. I can tell you, the experience beyond words can awaken all 12 strands of DNA and at least 1300% the mitochondria cell energy. People who teach words are everything cannot express extraordinary powers and experiences. But people who understand, experience and transmit the experience of consciousness to others can express extraordinary experiences and powers. I challenge these guys who say words are everything, let them come. I'll give them one throne. Let them say, let Vibhuti appear in their padakas. Let me see whether dust comes or Vibhuti comes. No, they claim words are everything. Na? Come on, then do with words. These Tarugavana rishis got into the same stage at one point. Words are everything. Their mantras can do everything. So no God, no ultimate power, no consciousness. But at least
Tarugavana rishis are fortunate that Shiva was so compassionate, he himself came down. Came down and went to Tarugavana, taught them lesson. Anyhow, this time I am inviting them. Let's see whether they are intelligent enough to come and learn the lesson and go to the deeper zones. Understand? Ultimate truths cannot be a convincing argument. You will miss the whole thing. It can only be shared to a person who is sincerely sitting and seeking and waiting for it. So I am telling you, whoever has done these last 2 days the process, the liquid diet and the neem juice and manana, contemplating on the truth. Second day, neem juice and contemplating on the truth. If you have done these 2 days, naturally this shows you are committed, you are in love, you are interested in knowing the truth. Please understand, just like how I had the revelation from Ram Sarat Kumar, I am revealing to all of you. There is something more than words. And that pure space can be experienced just by simple trusting and relaxing. Nothing else is required except simple trusting and relaxing. Not trusting, there is gap between words, or there is something beyond words. Everything is word. If you think everything is words, you will be under constant stress, depression. Only when you understand there is something beyond words, there is gap between words, you rest in a space, you relax in a space. The possibility of conscious experience happens in you. For this to happen in you, as I said, see, for me it happened with two things. One, I had a deep trust with Ram Sarat Kumar, and I know he has no vested interest. He is just going to tell the truth as it is. And my intense thirst and quest and my tremendous love and intimacy, respect, commitment for Ram Sarat Kumar. Understand? Just sit with a deep, tremendous, receptive mood and listen to these truths. This will straight away take you to that space. There is nothing much to explain in this sutra. It is a revelation. Patanjali says, when a thought is suppressed or raised or disconnected or modified, anything happens, between a thought and other thought, there is a gap. That is called Nirodha Parinamaha. Start resting more and more in that Nirodha Parinama. That's it.
That's it. I initiate all of you who are sitting with me at this moment in 623 places, in 244 cities, in 24 countries. Just sit in Samana Mudra, Padmasana, with closed eyes. I initiate all of you into Nirodha Parinamaha, the gap between your thoughts, the space beyond your thoughts, pure inner space. Just sit. Let the Kundalini Shakti in you all be intensely awakened. Let you all experience the space beyond the thoughts. Let you all experience, achieve, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
All that I smell, I up to you, Swami Nithyananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I up to you, Swami Nithyananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I up to you, Swami Nithyananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujagendaharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayaninde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम् कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे।
I'll repeat the sutra once more. As breath turns from down to up, And again, as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize whenever the incoming breath takes a turn, as outgoing breath, it is. And whenever the outgoing breath takes turn, becomes the incoming breath, again you experience the neutral space. Your breath moves in only a circular way. It is not parallel line as you think. Because it goes in a straight way, you think it's a parallel line. It's not parallel. It takes a turn. Parallel lines never meet. Your breathing and mind both are very closely associated. As I was telling you yesterday, the prana and mana, prana sarira and mana sarira are very closely connected to each other. If the prana becomes slow, the number of thoughts per second also reduces. Along with the length, breadth, depth of the prana, thoughts per second also reduces. Please understand. The length, breadth, depth of the prana or the breathing is directly related to the number of thoughts which you are having. If for example here, if the prana is slowly coming down, slowly going into the inner space to take turn. This is the space in which it takes turn. This is an ingoing, incoming, outgoing. This is the prana. Along with that, mind also slowly slows down. Very slowly slows down. But the difficulty, you are afraid of losing your mind. You are afraid of losing your mind. That is why you never keep your awareness in this zone. This is like a neutral zone. If you know driving, you can understand. Whenever you shift gear from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or any change, you have to come to neutral zone. Only after coming to the neutral zone, you can change the gear. Even if it is from first to second, or second to third, or third to first, whatever it is, you have to come to the neutral zone. Same way, the incoming breath taking turn as outgoing breath, this zone is a neutral zone. This is neutral zone. You are afraid of this neutral zone because in this neutral zone you are empty. You don't have any identity. The biggest fear human beings have is fear of losing identity. Fear of losing the identity. I tell you, even fear of losing death is not great fear, like fear of losing identity. Fear of losing death itself is nothing but you don't know how you will be after death. If you are very clear, you will be in some way, you don't have the fear. Here, you are not very clear about how you will be after death, how you will be after you leave the body. It is the identity, the fear of losing identity that is much worse than fear of death. Here, when you pass through this neutral zone, when your breath stops, your mind also stops. You do not want this space. That is why you just jump this space. You never keep your awareness. You are never aware of this space because you do not want to lose your identity. If your mind stops, you will not have identity for a few moments. You will lose your identity and you always think you are only identity. You exist just on identity. When you feel your identity is lost, you feel you are no more. That's the reason Whenever you come to this zone, you just take a jump. You are never aware of this zone. Every moment this zone is happening in you again and again. Whenever your incoming breath takes outgoing as outgoing, or outgoing takes as incoming, this is also neutral zone. But you are afraid of these two neutral zones. You just take a jump. You do not want to be aware of this space. Every moment, when the incoming breath takes as outgoing, outgoing takes as incoming, you are afraid of this neutral zone, because in neutral zone you don't exist. In neutral zone, your identity is lost. You do not want to be aware of losing your identity. You do not want to lose your identity. You are so obsessed with your identity. You are so caught. You are completely caught with your identity. You do not want to even remain for a moment, even for a chana. You do not want to be without your identity. Constantly you are protecting your identity. But the big problem is, your identity is completely social. It is not existential. It is just comparative reality. It is not existential reality. Whatever you think as your identity, your money, relationship, your age, your sex, whatever you call as your identity, it is just societal, unsuicidal. Societal, unsuicidal. It is not the existential reality. It is just comparative reality. But the big thing is, you are afraid of existential reality and trying to protect your comparative reality, but you think you are protecting something which is. It's a real fun actually. You are trying to protect which is not against which is. Which is your reality, that neutral space, that gap. Which is not is your comparative reality, your identity. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not, you are trying to fight for which is not against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. In this space, in this zone, the neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have basic existence. You see, all your identity is what your mind. This is what is your identity, the mind. This is breath. It's a breath and it's mind. Mind is nothing but your identity. Again here, outgoing breath, mind. This is the zone, neither breath is happening nor the mind is working. This is the zone where both stop. When your breathing stops, when your mind stops, you experience the zone of consciousness. This is what I call neutral zone. The difficulty is, if your mind doesn't feel comfortable, if your identity doesn't feel comfortable, then naturally you just jump this zone. You do not want this zone in your life. Constantly you are trying to avoid God. Constantly you are trying to escape from God. Constantly you are trying to escape from consciousness. Please be very clear. Jesus says, knock and it shall be open. I tell you, he is knocking, just open. Jesus says, knock and it shall be open. No, he is knocking. Every moment when your breath takes turn, he is knocking your door. All you need to do is you just open the door. You don't have to knock. He is already knocking. The main thing, you need to feel comfortable with that neutral zone. The more you feel comfortable, more you feel protected, more you feel secured with that neutral zone, you will start experiencing the neutral zone again and again. When you start experiencing that neutral zone, you will stay in consciousness. Yesterday, Shiva was giving us a technique to be a witness of only one neutral zone. Incoming breath becoming outgoing. Incoming breath taking turn as outgoing. He was speaking about only one neutral zone, because immediately you can't be aware of both the neutral zones. Only one you can start. Yesterday he started with first neutral zone. Now he goes deep. He goes deep. Now he says, be aware of both the neutral zones. Be aware of both the neutral zones. Let's enter into the technique and see how he is explaining. O Bhairavi, he starts with the word, beautiful word, O Bhairavi. This word should be understood. Yesterday he started, O Radiant One. Every day he gives new name. And we should understand, Shiva is not using a single word unnecessarily. Not even a single word from Shiva's mouth is unnecessary. Not even a single word can be edited. As I was telling you yesterday, when I wanted to speak on Brahma Sutra, I could edit Brahma Sutra. It was 555. I chose only 3 sloka, 3 sutra. When I wanted to speak on Yoga Sutra, it was again 555. I don't know what is to do with that number. But Yoga Sutra and Brahma Sutra both are 555. I chose only 10 or 11 sutras. When it came to Gita, it's 700. I chose only 120. But here, Shiva has given 112 slokas. I am not able to drop a single sloka. I couldn't drop a single sutra because every sutra is just overflowing with energy, overflowing with a meaning, and you can't say essence of Shiva Sutras is something less than Shiva Sutras. It's a pure essence. It's already distilled the whole essence. Is completely used his intelligence. What maximum can be done, Shiva himself did. Nothing more needs to be done. A small story. One multimillionaire goes to a New York City bank and says, I wanted $5,000 loan. The manager asks, give some guarantee, please give us some guarantee. The man said, please have the car key of my new Rolls Royce. He gave the car key. Manager took the car and safely parked in the underground parking. The man left. He went for Europe trip. After 1 month he came back. Straight he came to the bank and said, "Sir, I wanted to give your money back." Manager said, "Yes, $5,000 and $15 interest." Man gave the check, took the car key. Manager asked, "Sir, when you are away, I checked with your accounts. I checked about your identity. I found you are a multimillionaire. Why did you take just $5,000 loan? What happened?" He said, "See, where else I can park my Rolls Royce for $15 1 month? Where else I can park my Rolls Royce for $15 1 month in New York?" Be very clear. You don't. Where else you can learn much better way about spirituality than Shiva. He has done whatever can be done. Just like that person, just like that guy, Shiva has distilled the whole thing. Now nothing more needs to be done. He has given the essence. He starts with the word, "Oh Bhairavi." The word Bhairavi is a beautiful word. He says, Bhairavi means a person who has gone beyond Bhaya. There are many meanings. You can, in Sanskrit, you can give at least 25 meanings to a single word, because it is poetic. It is not prose. The whole language is poetic. The whole language is poetic. You can give at least 25 meaning to a single word. Bhayaha ramyate means who can flirt with fear is Bhairava. Understand? Flirt with fear. Ramya means flirting. Bhaya means fear. Be very clear. Fearlessness is not Bhairavatva. Fearlessness is suppressing fear. We also sometimes experience fearlessness when you are really shaken, when you are supposed to cross dark area in the night. You start chanting some Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna. All gods will come only at that time in our mind. All possible names, Rama Rama, Govinda Govinda, Krishna Krishna, whatever name, everything will come, and you will really feel that you don't have fear also, because your inner chattering is engaged in something else. When you engage your inner chattering in something else, you really feel that you are out of fear, or you don't experience fear. That is what we do when we repeat these mantras. Please be very clear. When you repeat the mantras, you only divert your attention. Don't think you get the solution. You are not solving the problem. You just divert your attention. You just turn your attention somewhere else. It's like there is a proverb. If cat will think, you can see cats when they drink milk, they will always close their eyes tight, because they think once they close their eyes, the whole world will become dark. Nobody will see that they are drinking milk. You are also doing the same thing. When you chant some mantra, because you don't pay attention to the fear, you think the fear has disappeared. Let you be very clear. Fearlessness does not mean non-existence of fear. It means the fear will be there and you will have tremendous energy or courage to live with it. Who can flirt with the fear, the maximum fear, and the energy or the courage to live with it is what? Is the quality of Bhairava. Bhairava means it is not that he doesn't have fear, he can flirt with fear. He is not affected by fear. One more thing, the very quality of life is fear. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I am always having the fear of unknown, what to do? I tell them, please be very clear, you are alive. there is a possibility of losing something. That is why you are afraid. If you don't have any possibility, you will never be afraid. You will never be afraid. That is why these barbarians, the barbaric societies, they are never afraid. You can see constantly these fellows going out and killing people. War. All wars. You can see people who are barbaric only win in the war. The big problem is people who are sensitive, respectful to the life, they don't feel like fighting. They don't feel like fighting because they don't feel that there is need for protecting anything. But these barbaric people, they go on killing everybody. Let it be very clear. Fear is the basic quality of life. You can be fearless if you are in graveyard. If you are already in graveyard, there is no need to be afraid of anything. Nothing to lose. If you have something to lose, you will have fear. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. That is the quality of life itself. Here, Shiva says, Bhairavi, O Bhairavi, means, oh, energy you can flirt with, fear, who can have or go beyond. You are neither attached with fear or detached from fear. One more thing, if you are afraid of fears, if you are frightened about fears, again, don't think you are detached from fear. It's one more kind of attachment. All detachment is one more kind of attachment. The negative way of attachment is detachment. If you are afraid of fear, if you are frightened about fear, again, you are in fear. Your consciousness will be moving around the fear. One thing, sometime if you are energetic, if the hormonal pressure in your body is high, you do things without intelligence, without thinking about the result. That is what you call as courage. Let it be very clear, whatever you think as courage is not courage. You do not think about consequences. In hurry, just when you run, you don't know what you are doing and you just do it. And you do not know what you have done, or you do not know what you want to do, and you just run and finish it off. Small story. 3 friends ran to the railway station. Last moment at 10:21, 10:20 is the train time, 10:21, somehow 2 of them they got into the train. The third one missed. Station master came and petted, tried to console him. Don't worry, at least your friends have made it. Said, no, they came to see me off. They came to see me off. Be very clear, sometime in the hurry, you don't know what you are doing. And that is what you claim as courage. When the hormonal pressure is little more than your intelligence or logic, you do something which you claim as courage. That's all. Otherwise, except a man who has experienced this neutral zone, nobody can talk about courage. The real courage is to let go your identity, which you think as you, to relax from the identity, which you again and again associate as you, whether your money or your relationship, whatever you think as your power, whatever gives you the power. As on now, the source for inspiration or the source for power is only the matter. Your bank balance, your house, your relationships, your car, or whatever you think as yours. Your education, the I and mine, you derive inspiration from the I and mine, fear and greed, your wealth and relationships. Let it be very clear, if you are deriving inspiration, if your fear and greed or your properties, your identity is the source of inspiration for you means, let it be very clear, you are not too far away from depression. Because how long greed will be alive? How long fear will be alive? The greed will disappear the moment you have that product. Or if you understand that you can't have it. If you achieve or understand you can't have, both the time the greed will disappear. Then you don't have any source of inspiration. You don't have anything which makes you run. You don't have anything which brings you to life. Same way with fear. If your identity is based on society, be very clear, you are nothing more than a puppet. Big problem is, at least in puppet show, puppets are handled by one man. In your show, you are handled by thousands of people. Any single man can put you into depression. One word is enough. You are already in depression. If somebody asks, are you mad? You shout and prove you are mad. Somebody asks, are you mad? You shout and prove that, yes, I am. I always tell people, if you don't open your mouth, people may suspect you are a fool. If you open, you will confirm it. And if your identity is based on the outer world, you will not feel comfortable in that neutral zone. Person who feels comfortable in the neutral zone will be constantly rejuvenated. That is what I call eternal bliss. Constantly you will be energized. Understand? It's like every moment you are sent to a high plane. Every moment you are high. I just wanted to name this lecture. Get high on air. Get high on prana. Every moment, if you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, every moment you get high on prana. Prana means the life source, the life force, the energy or the consciousness which is the base for your existence. Let me be very clear, the word prana does not mean air. In Sanskrit, the prana has got deeper meaning. It is not simply air, it's like air. Air is a product delivered from the outer world. Prana is the energy which you receive from the product. Prana is the energy. It's like a lorry is coming into your house and delivering some parcel and going away. The lorry is air and the parcel is prana. What is directly useful or what is directly the energy, base of your consciousness is what only is called as prana. If you can be comfortable in that neutral zone, be very clear, again and again you will be infused with energy because that is the energy zone. That neutral zone is what I call Shiva consciousness, eternal consciousness, bliss space, Anandagandha, or whatever, Samadhi, Satori, whatever names you call, God, the neutral zone only is given different names. If you can be comfortable in that neutral zone, every moment, again and again, you will be rejuvenated, flooded with energy. In this lower neutral zone, when the incoming takes outgoing turn, you are flooded with energy. When the outgoing takes the turn of incoming, you are flooded with intelligence. Please understand, as I was telling you yesterday, incoming is life, outgoing is death. Incoming breath is life, outgoing breath is death.
This is the lifeline and this is death. With the life, you are flooded with energy. With the death, you are flooded with intelligence. If you are unaware, you will miss the energy and miss the intelligence. Every death teaches you. Every death. One more thing, when I use the word death, I don't mean only the physical death. If you lose some money, suddenly you lose $1 million. Some part of your being is dying. That is why you feel so much of pain. Your identity as a millionaire is dying. Same way, even if you don't have good relationship with your parents, if they die, suddenly you feel emptiness, the pain. I have always seen in India, as long as parents are alive, these guys will not even give little water. They won't take care of them. The moment they are dead, they will have beautiful big photograph and put all kinds of food and seeds in front of that photograph and do aarti. There is a nice one-liner I read. As long as the grandfather is alive, he lived only in the outhouse. The moment he is dead, he is allowed inside the house as a photograph. His photograph will stay in the main hall, but he has to stay in the outhouse. You don't feel, even when they are alive, you don't feel so connected to them. But when they are dead, you feel the emptiness because something in you is dying. With every incident, something in you is dying. If you can be aware, if you are aware of that moment, you will receive intelligence. Every incident teaches you. Be very clear. Every incident in life teaches you something. If you are aware, you learn the lesson or you miss it. Then again the life has to teach you. But till you learn, life is not going to leave you. Be very clear. A small story. A singer was trying to satisfy the audience. He started singing, maybe some Carnatic music. Something. After he finished, the whole group, all the audience, they shouted, once more. Again he started. After he finished, again the audience shouted, once more. He was on his peak. Oh God, people are enjoying. And it went on and on 5 times. Then he slowly started suspecting, what is happening? And after the 6th time, again people started shouting, once more. He asked, why? You are all really enjoying this song. He said, no. Till you do properly, we are not going to leave you. Till you do at least once properly, we are not going to leave you. Be very clear. Till you learn the lesson, life is not going to leave you. If you are aware of the death and birth gap, you will be aware when you lose something, when life teaches you something. You will be awakened to intelligence. Let me explain once more. This technique does not mean you will only sit for half an hour and watch the breath incoming and outgoing, or outgoing taking turn into incoming. Please understand, it is not just half an hour technique. You will sit with eyes closed. You will observe the incoming breath taking outgoing breath taking incoming breath. That is the way to start, but that is not the complete technique. When I say be aware of incoming breath taking turn as outgoing breath, and outgoing breath taking turn as incoming breath, I mean be aware when you are flooded with energy and intelligence. When you are given life, sometimes even a single desire can bring life to you. You can see you are lying in the bed the weekend. You don't feel like getting out of the bed. Suddenly you remember some friend, somebody's name, or you just wanted to meet him. A single thought, your whole body is alive. You are out of the bed. You just wanted to run. When you are flooded with energy, be aware. That is happening in this neutral zone only.
Same way, when you are flooded with intelligence, when something is taken away from you, you are flooded with intelligence. If you are losing something, if something is lost, immediately you are given some message, some understanding about the life. Be aware when you are flooded with intelligence. This is intelligence neutral zone. This is energy neutral zone. When the birth is disappearing into death, when the death disappearing into birth, be very clear, you are flooded with intelligence, with energy and intelligence. If you can bring your awareness to these two zones, whole day you will be constantly flooded with energy. Yesterday Shiva was teaching us to be aware of energy. That is why yesterday I warned all of you, please do not create any strong thought or emotional attachment after that meditation, because you will be flooded with energy. Any thought which you create will become alive, and you do not have intelligence to use your viveka to analyze whether it is right or wrong for you. Now with this meditation, you don't have to control yourself. You will awaken the intelligence also when you watch both the gaps. When you are aware of both the gaps, you will be constantly flooded with energy and intelligence. If you go a little deep, you will understand one more important thing. Every moment you have thought and energy, 0 and 1. The whole binary system is based on this only. The whole binary system of 0 and 1, the thought and energy, energy and thought and energy, the energy and thought, both are directly related. Actually, for a moment you will be flooded with Ichcha Shakti, the next moment you will be flooded with Kriya Shakti. One moment you are flooded with energy, next moment you are flooded with intelligence. Constantly, these two are playing the game. This is the game of Shiva and Shakti. This is the whole cosmos, matter and energy. Constantly in your inner space, Shiva and Shakti are dancing. The matter and energy are dancing. If you can be aware of the gap, you will experience the eternal consciousness, the Shiva consciousness. Ichcha and Kriya both are dancing in your inner space. If you can be aware of the gap, you will achieve the Jnana Shakti. The Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti, both of them are just dancing. The energy is enjoying itself. Energy is expressing itself in your inner space. If you can be little aware, if you can feel comfortable with the gap, suddenly you will see that Jnana Shakti is awakened in you. You need to understand two things from this technique. First thing, at least spend 21 minutes when you want to practice this technique. At least spend 21 minutes with yourself and be witness of both the gaps. As breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down. Through both these turns, realize you are in neutral space. Through both these turns, realize the gap. Be aware of your inner consciousness. Through both this gap, just be witness of these two gaps and experience Shiva consciousness. This is the first thing. Next thing, people ask me, Swamiji, whole day how can we do this breath watch? How can we practice this whole day? We won't be able to do whole day. If we are whole day sitting and watching the birth, who will give food? And really, especially in this country, the paying bills. Actually, in the immigration, I always go through this problem. In the immigration, they asked me, what for you are coming to this country? I said, to take meditation classes. And what you are doing? I said, I am running a non-profit organization. Who pays for your bills? I was shocked with that question. Who pays for my bills? Because we never think about all these things in India. And I said, I have a trust that takes care of me. And then immediately they said, oh, that's a nice life. Somebody else is paying for your food and stay. And somebody else is taking care of you. Actually, when I heard that conversation, first time I understood that is true. We never think about all these things in India. Paying bill and all these things doesn't have a big role in our consciousness. You meditate if you like, you don't if you don't like, that's all. But there's we don't think too much about who will pay bill, what is happening with the life. In that case, then I started recalling. In India, there are so many people who neither work nor earn, but they are all alive. And I also wanted to do little research. Who pays for their bills? And nobody pays because nobody gets any bill in India. Something comes and something says, and they eat something and they leave something. And really, when they asked me about this only, first time I started thinking, yes, and it's yes, you are supposed to work to live your life. And in India, we don't understand the concept. You can be alive without even thinking of going for a job. I know at least thousands of people, if not lakhs also. Not only they don't go for a job, don't even think of going for a job. Who neither think of job, nor think of making money, but they are all alive. And one more thing, I had real shock. When I came to this country first time, they told me, Swamiji, you have to do meditation workshop only in weekends. I said, weekend? Why? They said, only then people will be free. I was surprised because in India, no question of weekend or weekday. We don't know except this. Now the cities which are getting westernized like Bangalore or Bombay, where the IT is becoming popular, except those one or two cities, we don't know the concept of weekend. We don't have the concept of weekend. In India, 3 months means at least hardly I will be free only for 3-4 days. In America, it's a big vacation for me because the whole day nothing to do. In weekdays, nothing to do, only evening lecture. Practically I am free. That's why I feel that whenever I come to America, it's a big vacation. In India, no question of this weekday or weekend. The lifestyle itself is totally different. Suddenly I realized, yes, you are supposed to work to live. And you see, it is not that I never went for a job because I lived this spiritual life, that is different. Even in the area in which I lived, the culture in which I was born and brought up, nobody goes for job and all those. I have never seen, even around, in and around my village, regularly come morning going for job and evening, that idea itself never existed. That idea itself never existed. That's why people, our devotees who are from America, when they come to India and stay in our ashram, they don't want to come back. Because there is nothing to be done. And you are really liberated. Practically you experience the liberation. And nothing much to be done. See, even if you are here, even if you are sick, you can't do anything. You have to work for yourself. You have to support yourself. You have to pay for your bills. In India, even if you are healthy, you don't have to work. Forget about the question if you are sick, even little bit of. If you feel like you are having headache, that's enough. You don't have to go to office or anywhere for 10 days. The lifestyle is totally different. Anyhow, here, let you understand, again and again and again, you are flooded with energy. You are flooded with energy. When you start experiencing this inner space, the neutral zone, the source of inspiration will not be the matter for you, it will be spirit. Please understand, as long as the source of inspiration is your identity, you are driven by your identity, you will try to strengthen your identity, which is not there. Which is not there. See, your identity as a rich man will be alive if you are among the poor people. If you go and be with the rich people, what will happen to your identity? It will be lost. Your identity as a young man will be alive if you are with old people. If you are with old people, what will happen? Your identity will disappear. Be very clear, your identity is completely relative. It is comparative. It is not reality. If you are comfortable only with inhaling and exhaling, you will be strengthening your identity. Your inspiration source will be your identity, and you will be working to strengthen your identity. Means death to death. If you shift your comfort zone, if you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, if you start witnessing, if you start observing these two neutral zones, and if you are relaxed in that neutral zone, you will start creating a new source of inspiration for you, which is not your identity, which is not matter. Please be very clear. As long as matter is the inspiration source for you, as long as your identity is inspiration source for you, you cannot be alive, active eternally. You cannot be alive or active eternally. You will be entering into the space of death again and again, because matter cannot be alive. Matter by its very nature is not alive. If you start feeling comfortable with the neutral zone, the spirit will become inspiration source for you. You will be driven, you will become active, alive again and again by the spirit, by the energy and intelligence. Energy and intelligence will become source for your life. Whenever you are flooded with energy, whenever you are flooded with intelligence, you will be able to receive it. You being flooded with intelligence and energy is what I call God consciousness, experiencing Shiva. Do not think experiencing Shiva means somewhere you will see a big god with a forehand and a snake and with a trident. That is not experiencing Shiva. Experiencing Shiva means you being flooded with energy and intelligence. Whenever you are flooded with energy and intelligence, be very clear, you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. You may be aware or unaware, but you are experiencing Shiva consciousness. First, as I told you, at least 21 minutes, try to practice this technique, watching both the gaps. Next, whole day, whenever you are flooded with energy, whenever you become alive, you can see when you get some thought related to greed, some desire, suddenly you will see that your whole body is alive. You are alive, you are overflowing, bubbling with energy. You just want to do that. Be aware of that moment. Just be witness of that moment. I tell you, if you can witness whenever you are flooded with energy, you can retain that same excitement, same energy without object. For example, suddenly you become alive when you remember your friend. You remember your friend, you wanted to go and see him or her. You become alive. You just jump out of your bed. You can jump out of your bed, be aware of that moment. Be aware what is happening in you, how that excitement is happening, how the energy is spreading, how you are being flooded with energy throughout the body. What is happening with your body and mind? Be alive, be aware. You will see you are able to be in that same excitement, same high peak energy level without the object, without even that friend, without he or she. Then you are liberated from the object. Desire without object is pure energy. Energy directed towards object is desire. Desire and prana, they two are very closely connected. That is why whenever you are caught by lust or greed, your prana flow totally changes. Now, I am trying to help you to shift the whole consciousness of your prana. The source of inspiration for your prana should be the neutral space, not your identity. Person who is energized from the neutral space, he will be alive, active, vibrating and blissful whole day. There is no need for anything else. There is nothing needed from outside to excite him. His very being is excitement. That is why you can see kids. Nothing much is necessary to excite them. Nothing much is necessary to excite them. They are alive. Constantly they are alive. Simple things are enough to excite them. Actually, you don't even need a simple thing. The same thing, if you give it through the other side, they will be excited. Instead of giving from right hand, if you give from left hand, they will be excited. That's all. Nothing much is necessary. That is why Shiva is called Asudosha. In Sanskrit, there is a beautiful word, Asudosha. Simple things can please him. Because he is in that consciousness. He is like a child, innocent energy. There is no need for big things to please him. With Vishnu, you need to take lot of things. See the Vishnu lifestyle? All diamond jewelries, and beautiful snake bed, and milky ocean, pretty lady pressing the feet. See the whole lifestyle. And all the dancers, heaven dancers dancing around. With Shiva, old bull, and only that valueless Rudrakshas, which has no commercial value, only sentimental value, no commercial value. See all his lifestyle. What all the ornaments? That snakes which nobody wants. And where is the place to live? The place of staying? Burial ground, where nobody wants to stay. See the whole lifestyle. Whatever society doesn't want, even a simple thing can please him. A simple thing can please him. The whole lifestyle of Shiva, that's why he is called Tyagaraja. He is called Tyagaraja, king of sacrifice. Means it's not that he doesn't have, even simple things are pleasing him. He is called Asudosha. Nothing much is necessary. To please Shiva, all you need is just one bilva leaf and little bit of Ganga Jal, that's all. Nothing else is necessary. But to do any other God's puja, you need so many items, so many things. With Shiva, nothing. See the cosmetics. Shiva's powder is only the Smasan Bhashma, which nobody touches. The place where he lives is burial ground. All these ghosts are the friends and servants. No celestial dancers, nothing. You can see even in the churning of the ocean, when these guys churned the ocean, the milk ocean, one side Devatas and one side Asuras, Rakshasas, they were churning the ocean. So many beautiful things came out. Panchajanya came, simply Vishnu picked up. And the Kalpavriksha means the tree which gives you whatever you want. Indra picked up. And the Kamadhenu came, Indrani picked up. And so many beautiful things came. Shamantaka came, Vishnu went and picked up. And the Vajrayuda came, Indra took it away. And all the Apsaras came. Indra said, come to my court. All these pretty things, beautiful things, when they came, all these fellows went and took away. When the poison came, all of them escaped. Nobody was there. Not even a single guy. Then Shiva has to come and rescue. Whatever is not necessary, whatever is not used by the society, Shiva accepts. He can be pleased even with a simple thing. Pure energy without object. Pure energy without object. Desire without object is energy. Energy with directed towards some object is desire. When I wandered all over India, I always used to stay in burial grounds. Smashan is the place I'll stay. People ask me, why do you choose always Smashan to stay, Swamiji? I tell them two reasons. One, I don't have to reserve. I don't have to book. There is no need for reservation. Second thing, every village will have burial ground. Every village will have smashan. Third important thing, it will be really peaceful. According to my experience, only living people disturb others. Dead people never disturb anybody. According to my experience, only living people disturb others. Dead people never disturb others. These are the basic three reasons. I don't have to reserve. All village will have one smashan. An important reason, it will be peaceful and silent. There will be no disturbance. I think that's why Shiva also chose. Shiva is called Asudosha. Simple thing can please him. Nothing much is necessary. See the Vishnu's lifestyle, all Garuda, flight. And all best things. See Shiva's lifestyle, old bull. Sometimes it moves and sometimes it will not move. If you go to Varanasi, you will see. They will not move. Simply nothing can be done. No traffic rule. Nothing. Simply they are the traffic police. And one more thing, you can't beat them. Another one problem. In Varanasi, you can't beat the bulls. Because they are Shiva's vehicle. It is Shiva's city. And nothing can be done. And straight away they will come and eat what you have in your hand. Nothing can be done. Varanasi is the real funny city to look, not to enter. Anyhow, Shiva is called Asudosha, easily pleased. It is time. Let us start the meditation. I'll repeat the sutra once more. As breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize whenever the incoming breath takes a turn, as outgoing breath, it is. And whenever the outgoing breath takes turn, becomes an incoming breath, again you experience the neutral space. Be aware of these two neutral space. You will see, you will be able to feel very clearly the incoming breath awakens energy, the outgoing breath awakens intelligence. Of course, in a way, energy and intelligence are one and the same. Two sides of the same coin. To give you a little deeper explanation, energy, intelligence, love, bliss, all these things are one and the same. When the consciousness expresses through your head, it's intelligence. When it expresses through your heart, it is love. When it expresses through your being, it is energy. When it is there as it is, without moving, it is bliss. So all four are same phenomena, different names of same space. Now it is time, we will work on the meditation technique. If you have intelligence without energy, it is curse, dangerous. Be very clear, it is curse. A small story. In a party, one guy goes near a lady and asks, please pardon me, but I am not able to resist noticing beautiful diamond in your finger. What is it? She said, oh yes, you must have heard about this Culbertson diamond. It's very popular, but it comes with a curse. He asked, what curse? Oh, that curse name is Mr. Culbertson. So, sometime, if you just get only intelligence or just get only energy, no intelligence, it is a curse. It's not a blessing. Anyhow, now let's enter into the meditation technique. Please be aware, yesterday you were conscious or witnessing only one gap, one neutral space. Now you are going to be aware. Now you are going to be witnessing both the neutral spaces. When breath turns from down to up and curves from up to down. I will guide you step by step. First I will guide you to be aware of only incoming breath. Next you will be aware of only outgoing breath. Third you will be aware of only one turn. Then fourth you will be aware of both the turns. Let's go step by step so that you will be able to completely touch the neutral space. You will feel completely comfortable with the neutral space. Decide very clearly, for next 10 minutes, I am dropping my identity. I will feel comfortable without my identity. Be very clear, your identity is the main reason why you take jump. Whenever you come near that neutral space, you do not relax into the neutral space, you just jump and go to the next step. You do not want the neutral space to last long. You do not want to be aware of that neutral space because you are afraid of losing your identity. It's a beautiful chance. God is knocking at your door. Please relax from your identity and experience the Shiva consciousness. And one more thing, tomorrow I am going to start the discourse at 7:30 itself. Tomorrow is the beautiful technique. Shiva is taking us step by step, deeper and deeper layers. Tomorrow is taking us to a different dimension, totally altogether different dimension. Tomorrow is the third sutra. My main message for this whole trip, be unclutched. Tomorrow I will be speaking on that main theme for this whole spring tour. The main theme is be unclutched. So tomorrow is the sutra of being unclutched. So tomorrow I may start at 7:30 and it may end, it may take some 3-4 hours. It is a beautiful sutra. I can say that is the essence of Shiva Sutra. Tomorrow what I am going to speak, tomorrow what the Shiva Sutra, what Shiva expressing is the essence. Of course, as I was telling, I can't edit a single sutra. In that, if I have to say essence, this message, be unclutched. Tomorrow Shiva is delivering that message in the third sutra. So, we will start at 7:30 itself. Yes, please get ready, sit straight, please tie your eyes. If you don't have any cloth, at least close your eyes tightly so that this light doesn't disturb your meditation. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Decide consciously you are going to relax from your identity. Slowly start witnessing the incoming breath. Witness only the incoming breath. Witness the incoming breath. Feel the incoming breath flooding energy, life throughout your body. Feel clearly, deeply. Incoming breath is bringing life to your body. It is bringing energy to every cell. Every cell of your body is becoming alive when incoming breath happens. When you are breathing in, feel every cell of your body becomes alive when you are breathing in. Witness and observe only breathing in. Start observing, witnessing only outgoing breath. Forget about the incoming breath. Witness, feel, be aware of only outgoing breath. Start witnessing when the incoming breath turning into outgoing breath. Witness only one neutral space of incoming breath turning into outgoing breath. Forget about everything else. Just be witness, be aware of incoming breath turning into outgoing breath. Be aware of that one gap, one neutral space. Just be aware of that one neutral space. Witness only that one neutral space. If you miss the gap, do not worry or feel guilt. Just be aware of the next gap. Be aware of only one gap, incoming breath turning into outgoing breath. Just be aware, be witness of that one neutral space. Start witnessing. Be aware of both the gaps. Incoming breath becoming outgoing breath. Outgoing breath becoming incoming breath. As breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down. Be aware. Start witnessing both the neutral space, both gaps. Witness both the neutral spaces. Witness as breath turns from down to up. Again, breath curves from up to down. Be aware. Be completely relaxed through both these turns. Feel clearly you are flooded with energy and understanding. You are flooded with energy and intelligence. You are in bliss, eternal bliss. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Namah Shivaya. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Now we will have energy darshan. The energy darshan, again I am trying to give you the glimpse of that neutral space. I am trying to put you in the neutral space through that high energy. I request you to come with a deep, prayerful mood and awareness so that you can relax into that neutral space during energy darshan and experience bliss. Let you experience this technique and be in radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. I'll just give a simple understanding about how the mind works and how exactly the Upanishad is going to help us. Let me once more explain the word Upanishad. Just sitting. Maybe if I have to give the commentary for that word, sitting with the enlightened being. That's all is the Upanishad. Let's first understand how our mind works with a simple drawing. Bhaktananda, do you have a sketch? Oh, all right. Can you? This cloth is created for renunciation. You can't hold anything. That's the problem. No packet or anything. You can't tie or hold anything in this cloth. I'm just giving you a simple explanation on how the mind works. Your mind is nothing but making your future into past. Understand? What you call as life is nothing but swallowing your future and making it into past. Am I right? It is just every moment constantly you swallow the future and make it into past. The future becoming past is what you call your mind or whatever you know as life. Nothing else. Just a time shaft. The past. Becoming, or the future becoming past. Future is entering into past. The space where this future and past meets, that is what we call present moment. Future is constantly entering into past, becoming past is what we call your mind. Where the past and the future meets is the present moment, this moment. Past, for explanation's sake, I am just redrawing once more time. The future is just disappearing into the past. This is the way it is going, it's moving. Understand every step you need to understand completely. Only then you will be able to go with it. A little bit of introduction about the mind is good. This is like a user's manual, owner's manual for mind. Not even users, owner's manual. Usually many people don't use, that is different. But if you own, better to have. See, even though you have a car, the moment you sit and put the seat belt, there is a big the information about airbag, and it says for further details see the owner's manual. How many of us have referred the owner's manual about the airbag? At least with airbag it is okay, even if you don't refer, because it is going to be useful only when you have the accidents. But if you don't have the owner's manual for mind, you will create accidents. You will create accidents, and you will not even know that you are going through accidents every day. So better to have Owner's manual for mind. This is the present moment, where the future is disappearing into past. This moment, maybe we can call as present. Spelling is okay? Spelling is right? Okay. Because in the law firms, the best kept secret is that senior lawyers have forgotten how to argue. Because they have just started managing, only juniors go and regularly argue. Just like that, I forgot how to write because I am not writing. I am only speaking. Sometime I have to refer the spelling. Anyway, in the laptop, no problem, the spell check is there. Now that creates all problem. When I type Devi and type for spell check, it gives the option of devil. Because it can't read the Sanskrit words. That's another one problem. Anyhow. Your mind, understand now, these few statements, if you completely grasp, you will realize the truth. Your mind is nothing but jumping from past to future, and past to future. Am I right? Thought is nothing but jumping from past to future or future to past. You can't think in the present moment. Try to create a single thought in present moment, you can't. The moment you come back to present moment, thoughts will disappear. Thinking is happening means you are jumping from past to future or future to past. Means here to here, here to here, here to here. This is what we call thought. Am I right? For example, if you are jumping 100 times from past to future, future to past, you have 100 thoughts per second. Per second, how many times you are jumping from past to future, future to past, that many number of thoughts you have. Are you able to grasp? If any of you have any doubt, put it in writing. End of the session I will answer, because this needs to be completely internalized by you. Understand? Only if the internalization happens, you will involve in the whole process. You see, you will do all sorts of illogical things, nonsensical things for any pleasure. But even to move one hand, for spirituality you will have 1,000 questions. And you think you are very intelligent. Now that is the problem. See, for other things, you will do all sorts of things without even bothering, and even if your logic says it is not good. Many people come and tell me that smoking is bad, I know, but I am not able to drop, what to do? I have to give honey. Usually I energize and give the honey for de-addiction. Anyhow, even if you know it is not good, your logic says you will do when it comes to pleasure. But when it comes to any meditation or spiritual things, even a small thing, you will have too many logical questions, and you think because of that, because you are asking all logical questions for spirituality, you are very intelligent. Or you have the pride, I don't believe in superstitious things. And you don't understand how many thousands of nonsensical superstitious things you have. First idea, your body is the first superstition you are carrying. Instead of looking into those big superstitious things you are carrying, the small things you think as a superstitious things. Anyhow, now at least internalize this so that you will be ready for the process. You will be ready for the process. If you are jumping from past to future, future to past, 100 times per second, you are having 100 thought per second. Let's call it as a TPS, thought per second. 100 TPS, for example. Maybe, when you are having 100 TPS, you will be away from the present moment. Am I right? This is the present moment where the future and past meets. If you are jumping too many times, that's what is going on now. Naturally, you will be away from the past, away from the present. You will never be in the present moment. Because in the present moment, you can't think. There won't be any thought. In the present moment, if you come back to present moment, there will be only beautiful silence. The more number of time you are jumping between past and the present and past and the future, more number of thoughts. For example, 100 TPS means you are completely away from the present moment. What is happening in the present? Nobody bothers. Even if I am standing and talking here, you just pick up one thought and compare with what all you heard in your past lectures, discourses, classes, what you read. You will be now sitting and having a big comparison notes and you miss all other statements. And that is the problem. See, I am not saying whatever you heard is wrong or something, but now sitting and analyzing is wrong. Because you are going to miss my next statement. If you are sitting here, and the problem with the so-called spiritual seekers is well read. Well read. And completely confused. Thoroughly confused, well read. And you can't do anything to help them, because any statement I make, now this fellow will be sitting and having 10 dictionary. And 10 references. In that book it says like that, in that book it says like that. This guy will be doing two things. Either referring all these things, and if all those books also says the same thing, or if he finds some relationship, he will say, oh, what he is saying is right. Or if he does not find right quotation or matching, this is not right. I think he doesn't know completely. He is too young. After all, he is young. Leave it. That's the problem. See, whether you say yes or no, by comparing notes, you are not going to grasp. Even if you say yes, you are going to miss the other statements which I am making. By the time you finish your analysis and come back, I have already gone 10 steps ahead. Now, just keep all the things which you read, studied, heard, one corner for 2 days. When you go back, you pick it up. I am not saying completely to throw away. Just for 2 days. Go into it completely and understand, internalize. If you are jumping between this and that, you will be away from the past, away from the present. Maybe, fortunately, sometime you do some meditation or some pranayama or some kind of a technique. Then maybe if you bring your TPS down, means the jumping between future and past to 80 TPS. 80 thoughts per second. 80, instead of jumping 100 times, you jump 80 times. You come down a little bit towards the present moment. Am I right? If you do something else and jump and reduce the jumping to 60, you come down little more to the present moment. And if you reduce it to 40, sometime, very rarely, the powerful techniques or the blessings of an enlightened guru can bring it down to 20, even 20 TPS. See, this is just an example I am giving It's not that you are now in 100 TPS, you are maybe in 1000 or 2000. I don't think you will be in 100. Maybe it may be even million, I don't know. One person is zero TPS. Aha. Sometimes even silence, people wake up. Wake up call happens. Oh, she is beyond that source also. Okay. See, my talking sometimes feels like a lullaby. So you feel nicely relaxed and taken care. When I give the break, suddenly you understand something is wrong. And you wake up. And the fun part is when these guys wake up, first thing they will do is looking at others. If you are looking at others, understand you are the person who slept, not the neighbor. No, that is the fun part. And sometimes these guys they will be just sitting and sleep. First they will start with let me listen with closed eyes. They will have a justification, I am meditating and listening. And the next person pokes. I am listening. They won't even open the mouth to tell I am listening, because the sleep will be disturbed if you talk. They will say, you attend, you listen, I am okay. I am listening. These guys, what to do? Huh? I always tell people that meditative listeners are the people who are thinking something else, are lost somewhere. Rarely by the presence of the master you come down to, some initiation or some process can bring it down even to 20 TPS. When you come to the present moment, step by step, when you come, suddenly you will have the intelligence of seeing the future and the past clearly. Understand? From this place, can you see the past or the future clearly? No. You can't even see the past or the future clearly. When you come down, you may be able to see a little better. See, from here, you can see only like this much, maybe that also. From here, little more your vision will improve. From here, 60 TPS, you may improve little more. From 40, little more. You may be able to see. When your TPS reduces, you will have the intelligence to see the past and future. One important thing, now it feels like I am giving you a big promise. If you come to the present moment, you can see your future. So naturally it looks like a big promise or too good to be true. Let us analyze one important thing. Sometime when you are in a party, suddenly you will think that some person is going to come in next few minutes, and you will see that person is there. And sometime when telephone rings, suddenly you remember somebody whom you did not remember for 2 years, and when you pick up the phone, that person is online. When a doorbell rings, suddenly you remember a relative who has not come to your home for 5 years, or whom you have not remembered, forgotten for 5 years. When you open the door, that guy is standing there. How many of you had this kind of experience at least once or twice in your life? Wow. Understand? If it happens, but when it happens, what do you do usually in the mind? A coincidence. Am I right? If it happens in one person's life once, it can be called as coincidence. Am I right? Practically now 98% of you, Say that you had this experience. When 98% of you had the experience, how can this be called as coincidence? You can't brush this aside in the name of coincidence. Am I right? If 98% of the people are experiencing, how can that be called by the word coincidence? No. Then you need to change the meaning of the word coincidence. Coincidence means what? Rarely, in some one or two person's life, which happens, may not. But now, the evidence says 98% of the people. In 98%'s life, 98% of the people, in 98% of the people are experiencing means, how can that be called as coincidence? There is something more than coincidence in this thing. We can't brush this aside just in the name of coincidence. This is what we call intuition. Means, when that doorbell was ringing, or when that cell phone was ringing, maybe sudden jerk or some reason your TPS dropped. When the TPS drops, it can drop even by force sometime. When TPS dropped, you are able to see the future, next 5 minutes of the future, clearly. You had the glimpse of time shaft. This is the time shaft. The future disappearing into the past. When the TPS dropped, it can drop at any moment by sudden, when something suddenly happens, when your mind is not capable enough of processing that information, suddenly the TPS drops. When the TPS drops, you saw the future. Just you had the glimpse of the future. Next 5 minutes, what is going to happen? I think you are able to connect with what I am saying. That is the reason you are able to see or think who is going to come or what is going to happen. See, suddenly a doorbell ringing, or the cell phone ringing, or even if you are really relaxed and happy, sometime in some parties when you don't have your direct relatives, your in-laws, you may be completely relaxed. Maybe suddenly the TPS has come down. That is the reason you had the glimpse of next 5 minutes of your future. If your TPS falls accidentally itself, you have the glimpse of your future. If it can be brought down consciously, then understand the value, understand the experiences, understand the clarity which can be added into yourself. If it drops even accidentally, you will have the glimpse of the future. All of you are able to see, because I am hiding. Now seeing this face won't help, ma. This has to, later on that will help. First now, only understanding this will help. This side okay? This whole program is all about, oh, you are not able to. Then, I think, okay? Oh, then I have to repeat the whole thing once more. Okay. You understood? Alright, otherwise you will be doing something else. Better to understand all these things, because even if you miss a single statement, you may miss the whole thing. It's a very step-by-step understanding which you need to go through, but it's worthy of understanding. Now the next few statements which I am going to make are very mystical. Understand? Now whatever I spoke looks very logical, and they are logical. The next few statements are going to be very mystical. Enlightened person is a person who is established in the present moment, whose energy is in zero TPS. is neither lost in the future nor lost in the past. Understand? The first statement which I am making, enlightened person is a person who is established in the present. If you can bring down your TPS and establish yourself in the present, you are enlightened. One more thing, future, past, present, all these three put together only is called as eternal. Am I right? Eternal means Nithya. Eternal. You can touch the eternity only in the present moment. Now the next few statements which I am going to make are very mystical. Understand? Now whatever I spoke looks very logical, and they are logical. The next few statements are going to be very mystical. Enlightened person is a person who is established in the present moment, whose energy is in 0 TPS. He is neither lost in the future nor lost in the past. Understand? The first statement which I am making, enlightened person is a person who is established in the present. If you can bring down your TPS and establish yourself in the present, you are enlightened. One more thing, future, past, present, all these three put together only is called as eternal. Am I right? Eternal means Nithya. Eternal. You can touch the eternity only in the present moment. See, the eternity itself can be touched only by present moment. You can't touch the eternity through future or past, because both of them does not exist directly under your control. Past, you can't catch the past. It's not there. You can't catch the future. It's not there. You can touch only the present moment. If you want to enter into that eternal bliss or the present moment, enlightenment, the only way is to bring down your TPS to the present moment. To the present moment. One thing, enlightened person is a person who is established in the present moment. The next few statements which you need to understand. If you are in 100 TPS, you are in the presence of a being who is in 0 TPS, means the present moment. Something happens in you. Your time shaft also starts slowing down. This is what I was saying, very mystical. Understand? Very mystical. The person who is in 100 TPS, if he comes and sits with a being who is in 0 TPS, suddenly the TPS drops drastically. Fortunately, enlightened person's TPS can't be raised by you. Only you can be dropped by him. Fortunately, he can't be raised by you. Now you need to understand a little deeply how it drops. As as you think, we are all not disconnected, separate islands. Even though civilization constantly teaches you, we are not disconnected, individual islands. Maybe in the physical layer, you are all individual islands. If the food is poisoned, only the person who eats will suffer. But if the air is poisoned, the poisoned gas is inside, whoever is breathing will suffer. Means in pranic layer, second layer, the distance between all of us is reduced. Am I right? If the mind is polluted, a bigger group will suffer, the whole state will suffer. If one polluted brain sits as a leader, you know. Now I am not saying anything. I am not saying anything. I am telling you, I am not saying anything. Why are you thinking something and laughing? And if one corrupted brain, one person who is disturbed in Manomaya Kosha, he can corrupt the whole state. On the next level, one corrupted visualization, atomic theory, corrupted visualization, it can destroy the whole planet Earth. Understand? Now let us analyze these koshas. Annamaya kosha means the physical body you have. These both are closely related, that's why I am explaining. Physical body you have is the first layer. Second is all the pranic movements. Prana means air flow, air circulation happening in you is the second layer. Air circulation is not just inhaling and exhaling. There is some more process. When I come to that layer, we will discuss about it. Your inner chattering is your third layer, mental layer. Your visualization is your fourth layer, Vijnanamaya Kosha. Your silence or peace or bliss which you rarely experience is Anandamaya, bliss layer. I can give the English words for that so that you don't have to struggle with that Anna Maya and Prana Maya and all those. This becomes a Maya, it's instead of Maya. Physical layer, first. Second, air. This is a rough translation. Prana is not actually air, energy. Please put up with my spelling and writing. Whatever I say, I mean, not what I write. Yes, I think I am okay. I am still, only this capital letter, small letter problem, that you can manage. After this enlightenment, that verbalization has completely disappeared. That's why so much of struggle this. Air energy. Then third is mental layer, inner chattering. Inner chattering is your mental layer. Oh, it's supposed to be small e. Okay. I managed it. One nice thing with enlightenment is you can manage any situation. Somehow that spontaneous intelligence will come, you can manage any situation. And the fourth is visualization. Okay. Fifth is bliss layer. Bliss or the joy which you rarely experience. You experience only blisters, not bliss. Bliss is very rare thing. These 5 layers, maybe in the physical layer we are all individual independent islands. If your food is poisoned, only the person who eats will suffer. In air energy, the distance is little less. If the air is polluted, maybe a group of people will suffer. Mental energy, if the inner chattering is polluted, maybe the whole country under whom that person, and see, the country which is under that person or under his influence will suffer. Wrong visualization means wrong inventing. See, the inventing, discovering and all these things happens only in the visualization plan, not in mental plane. Only in this plane. Einstein says, I am successful because I did whatever I did through my visualization. I am successful because I can imagine. He has not discovered atomic theory or E equal to mc square through his logic. He says, after the truth only I developed the steps. Means it was through imagination, visualization. Corrupted visualization can disturb the whole planet Earth. We are all now threatened just by that one theory, one philosophy. Today the planet Earth has got planet Earth has got atomic weapons. All countries, atomic weapons put together. You can burn planet Earth for 700 times. Once burning is enough, but you have enough weapon to burn the planet Earth for 700 times. One wrong visualization, whole planet Earth can suffer. Fortunately, the bliss layer cannot be corrupted because still it is under the control of enlightened beings. Otherwise, long before you would have, the planet Earth would have disappeared, the cosmos would have perished. Fortunately, still this layer key is kept with us. It's not available for public. That is why still Earth exists. And one more thing, this is a very mystical prophecy. Don't bother, nothing, you will never perish. The global warming and all these things may come and go. It may all affect only the group of people who have created collective negativity. But never the humanity will perish. Nothing will happen to planet Earth because this layer is still completely, properly kept under the control of enlightened beings. They manage the whole situation. At some extreme points they interfere in these 3 layers, in these 4 layers. So, anyhow, all you need to understand is, you are not islands as you think. When you come under a corrupted mental layer, whether you want or not, you are suffering. Am I right? Yes. Same way, when you come under a pure mental layer person, a great leader, whether you want or not, you will have all the plus and joy and the positive things created. Am I right? Yes. Same way, whether you want or not, when you come under the presence of a person who is in the bliss layer, your TPS will come down. Are you clear about the whole thing? Whether you want or not, when you come under the presence of a bliss layer person, TPS drastically drops. That is why we say Upanishad, sitting with an enlightened being who is in the bliss layer, brings your TPS down. Question. Because the person has gone beyond the mind. He has entered into non-written zone. Fortunately. You understand? As long as you have mind, you will be disturbed. With the bliss energy, enlightened being, there is no mind to get disturbed. There is no mind to get disturbed. Rivers can dry up. Ocean cannot dry. He has become ocean. The river has entered into the ocean. That is why, instead of somebody else affecting him, he affects everybody. Person who can't be affected by others, but who affects everybody, is enlightened being. Whoever comes in his presence, they are all affected, but he never gets affected. Apuyamana machala pratishtam. How the Gita says, established in the self. Anyhow, you are clear about that? The TPS coming down happens when you sit with the master. Then you may ask, then let us sit for half an hour and go away. Why 2 days unnecessarily? The problem is because you forgot how to sit. I have to teach 2 days just to make you sit. That is the problem. If I ask you to sit, you will be either sleeping or restless, or you may start doing some japa or some mantra or something. No mantra, no technique, nothing. Just sitting. You forgot the art of just sitting. In Zen they call it Zazen. Just sitting. You forgot that. Just sitting is no more part of your being. To teach that just sitting, it takes 2 days for me. Because you know everything except sitting. Except just being. That is why I had to work 2 days to bring the TPS as down as possible. You can call, when you are in this 100 TPS, you are in Annamaya Kosha, physical layer. When you are in 80, you are in pranic layer, air energy. When you are in 60, you are in mental layer. Means when the TPS comes down, step by step, you go to the inner, deeper and deeper layers. When the TPS comes to 0, you are in bliss layer. You are in Anandamaya Kosha. Now, we will sit with Master in every layer. We will open up every layer and try to sit with him, so that too many ways we are trying to reduce the TPS, to bring the frequency down, to reduce the thoughts per second. The whole process which we are going to do for next 2 days is sitting with a 0 TPS being, so that it can drop drastically. And there is one more step. You can also balance yourself to come down, to reduce the TPS and to sit with him, because you forgot how to just sit. You learnt everything except sitting. Now we are going to do something just to stop you doing anything else. We will be doing something. Why? Otherwise you will be doing something else. Just to stop you do something, just to stop you do other things, we will be doing something. We will be doing something. So that doing only I call it as process. That doing only I call it as process. I think all of you are clear about the basic things. Maybe we will have small break. 1, 2, 3 break. And you can write your questions related to this subject. Understand? Ask only about this. I don't want your questions about whether it is. There are so many, especially these guys, the moment I tell them to ask questions, first question, Vastu is true or astrology is true, or will this stone work for me or that stone work for me? If just a stone can change your life, you are nothing more than a stone. Anyhow. And no other questions, please put only on this science or whatever I spoke now. Maybe all other questions I will answer evening or tomorrow. All your FAQs. There is a set of FAQs. If Indians are there, I know the set of questions. If Westerners are there, I know the set of questions. And if NRIs are there, there is a different kind of questions. So, all those questions I will answer maybe by today evening or tomorrow morning. Now, we will analyze only this subject so that we can enter into the process. We can enter into the process. 100 TPS is physical layer, 80 is air energy layer, the 60 is, this is just an understanding. Don't think exactly, no, I am in between 61 and 60, which layer I am caught. Don't ask all those doubts. This all will be from the professional seekers. Now in the West there is a group of people, their profession is seeking. Nothing else. Their whole day profession is just going here, going there, doing this, doing that. They will find some stone, some pendulum, something, this, that, some crystal. They will say, oh, this is radiating energy. I could feel the energy. I could feel the energy. Somehow I didn't feel anything. No, sometimes these guys, then I just, not to hurt them, oh yes, there is full of energy, take it and go quickly. Please go quickly. What to do? The energy is the experience which happens inside, not some stone or pendulum or some these, that things. So much of nonsensical theories and books are being sold in this country. I understood one thing, anything you write which should be impractical sells here. You need just, I can give you 3 tips to become a great philosopher. Write which you yourself can't practice. Second thing, just talk only about problem, nothing else. And third thing, important thing, never give solution. You can become a great philosopher in 30 days. I don't know why so much. The problem is that you don't need enlightenment to teach in the Western developed civilizations. That is the problem. In India, somehow it is engraved in your heart, unless you walk the path, don't talk. It is engraved in the inner space. Unless you yourself know it completely, side effect and after effect and everything, do not talk. That has gone into the system. Unless the person is enlightened, it's considered as a worst conspiracy against the humanity. Teaching before enlightenment is the worst conspiracy against against the humanity. If you are still seeker, and one funny thing, one beautiful thing, not even one beautiful thing with the Indian tradition is, if you are a seeker, you are taken care. You are not forced to do a business for your survival. You are given food, shelter, everything with respect. If we do that, then the seekers will not be forced to start teaching. They will mind only their job. All right, maybe later on we can try all these things. Put questions only on this subject. We will answer. We will study. Before, I was talking about this 2012. I gave one of my important personal experience, which I wanted to remind to all of you. When I was doing my morning running, jogging, hundreds of times I felt my inner space being bumped into samadhi for no reason. That suddenly I realized the center of the earth has certain pull on all objects towards its center, what we call gravity, power of gravity. Please understand, the subtle force of power of gravity is going to reduce by 2012. That subtle force, when it reduces, means literally you being pulled towards the center of the earth will be reduced. Please understand, even a small change in that force drastically releases you from millions of thoughts, because every thought is a mass. Please understand, I am leading you step by step to the higher and higher levels of truths. Your every thought has its own weight. When there is a reduced gravity, in your inner space the number of thoughts reduces. With less thought itself, you will be able to perform more actions. Less thought, less action is inertness. More thought, more action is restlessness. Less thought, more action is enlightenment. The possibility of functioning, performing more actions with less thoughts is happening naturally. Many of the mental patterns you have, engraved memories you have, samskaras you have. Engraved memories are what I call samskaras. Many of the mental patterns you have, thought patterns you have, are not required to run your life. You will be able to live, perform, achieve, create, do everything with less number of thoughts. Number of thoughts happening in your inner space is going to reduce automatically in this year. For example, for you to get up, go and have your dinner, come back and lie down in your bed. If it was taking 25 thoughts till last year, now the same actions can be performed just by 2 thoughts. Please understand, the time and the space in which the gravity pull is reduced on human beings, so that the human beings can function with less thoughts. The time has begun. 2 years before I started talking, in 2012, the space where human beings are going to weigh less, I tell you, maybe at least 1 or 2 migrants, you all have reduced your weights. You can say 0.0001 gram. If we can measure the weight of the thoughts, we can find out every individual how much of weight you have lost. Time, when the gravity of planet Earth on you reducing has started. Please understand, 2012 has started. If you are interested in transformation, this year is celebration for you. If not, calamity for you. Because whether you want or not, the number of thoughts in your inner space is going to reduce this year.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Let us understand about this third eye. As on now, we have only vision of 120 degree. If you can concentrate on something, you will be excluding. So the degree will be coming down. The more you concentrate, less the degree of vision. Instead of concentrating on something else, if you put your attention on the third eye, instead of concentrating on the object, if you turn the awareness on the subject, the degree will start expanding. It will not reduce, it will start expanding. You will start seeing things much more clearly, in a detailed way and an expanded way. Here, Shiva is saying, attention between eyebrows, let mind be before thought. Second line. Attention between eyebrows, now we understood. Concentrating on the third eye will awaken your awareness. You will be able to see more and more in a detailed way with much more awareness. He says one more thing, let mind be before thought. You will be aware even before the thought is raising. As on now, once the thought comes up, you may try to suppress or follow. Once the thought comes up, you will try to suppress it or follow it. You will not be aware before the thought comes. Here Shiva says, let mind be before thought. Let you be aware before the thought is coming. There is a beautiful commentary of Abhinava Gupta. Abhinava Gupta is a great Kashmiri Saivite master, enlightened master. He comments on the sutra. He says, creating, maintaining and destroying, these three are the responsibilities of Trinity. Brahma creates, Vishnu maintains, Shiva destroys, Rudra destroys. In your mind, you do the three work continuously. You create a thought, or maintain a thought, or suppress a thought, kill a thought. If you don't do all these three, you will become Parabrahma. You will become enlightened. You will go beyond this Shiva, Vishnu and Brahma. You will go beyond this existence. As on now, you are doing these three work, creating, maintaining and destroying. If you don't create a thought, if you don't maintain a thought, and if you don't destroy a thought, suddenly you will be awakened to the reality, to the ultimate reality that you are Parabrahman, you are existence. Shiva says here, if you are concentrated on the third eye, you will be aware of your thoughts. Even before your thoughts are raising, you will be aware. Let mind be before thought. You need to understand this one thing deeply. This is the greatest liberation. Being aware before thought raises is the greatest liberation. Usually, always you are bound or you are bound by the thoughts. See, even before you look into something clearly, you decide. I always tell people two things, that collecting arguments and passing judgment, and having judgment ready and collecting arguments to support the judgment. Usually, you never collect the arguments and pass judgment. Your judgment is ready about anybody, anything. The moment you see, you decide. You pass a judgment. Once the judgment is ready, then you just collect some arguments to support the judgment about a person or about a situation or about anything. You create a judgment, then you collect arguments to support the judgment. If you are aware before thoughts rise, only then you will be free from the judgmental attitude. You will be liberated from constantly judging. You will be above the judgmental attitude. Otherwise, you will not be even aware of the thoughts which is rising and falling in you. Something will be rising. You may suppress the thought, but after the thought comes, even if you suppress, you are not going to be out of problem. Be very clear. Whether you express or suppress, you are with that thought. If you express, you will create a chain outside. For example, anger. If you express your anger, you will create a chain outside. If you don't express and just suppress, you will create a chain inside. That's all. Either you will create a chain inside or you will create a chain outside. But you will be having some chains. Neither suppressing nor expressing will help you. Being aware before the thought comes, being aware before the anger comes, is the real liberation. Liberated means not suppressing. Be very clear. I have seen people who suppress, how much they suffer. At least if you express, you will not carry that in you. You will not carry that smell in you. But if you suppress, you will be constantly carrying that smell, the dirty smell in you. I have seen people, if you express your anger, at least you will be angry with that person, straight, over. If you suppress the anger, you will be banging the door, throwing the shoes, and shouting at people for no reason. Be very clear, suppression creates more problems. If you suppress, your whole body language will change. Your whole body language will change. Suppression is no way going to help you. Suppression is not going to solve the problem. Shiva is giving you first time solution for the problem. People come and again and again they come and ask me, Swamiji, how can I control myself? How can I escape from these emotions? How can I save myself? Be very clear. Neither expressing nor suppressing will help you. Being aware before thought raises is the only way to liberation. As Shiva says, let mind be before thought. Let you be aware even before the thought raises. Let you be aware of yourself before even thought raises. Otherwise, you will be lost. Be very clear. The moment a thought comes, your consciousness is lost. Your consciousness is no more pure. You have started entering into the space of mind. You are not in the no-mind zone. You are not in Zen zone. You are in the zone of mind. Before you lose your consciousness, before you lose your Zen zone, let you be aware of your neutral space. Let you be very clear. After thought comes, you can't do anything. Your inner space is gone. If you are aware before thought rises in your inner space, then you are intelligent. And gives you the clarity, you are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nithyananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says, this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the NS, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed, even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock, I have to run, I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear. If number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand. Because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this, kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity, Here also you have identity. Identity is a space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is, when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists. This again outgoing. This again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see. The thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number 1. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number 2. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number 3. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. The suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits, you connect all the shaft and create a shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. Two-step, understand clearly. First,
to see boundarylessness the outside, you need to see the boundarylessness inside. The nameless, formless, boundaryless experience had to be experienced inside. Only then it can penetrate your eye and appear outside. Understand the science of the meditation? Understand the science of the whole process? So first, see it inside. Close your eyes. Just be boundaryless inside. See, all your thought starts with a basic idea of your boundary. Unless you have an idea about you, you can't have thoughts. You understand? For example, if a thought comes, for example, let me go and eat. It means what? You have an idea of me, boundary. So, unless there is a base, you can't have a thought. So any thought happening means you are feeling you have some boundary. Relax from that. Understand? No. Just relax. Constantly relax. Suddenly you will see inside itself you will have the idea of boundarylessness. Then open your eyes. Whatever you are seeing, maybe different color, different shade, different light, different thing. Do not name them. Do not name. For example, this shade, this size is computer. This shade, table. This size, this shape, tablecloth. This size, this shade, throne. This size, this shape, Swamiji. Don't name. Just do not name. Gaze just with that boundarylessness inside. All of you are able to catch what I am saying? A little subtle thing. When I do the process, you will understand. I'll make it happen. When I do the process, I'll make it happen. I can say these are all the breaking the ice. Breaking the ice. First, inside be boundaryless. Then, when you open the eyes, do not label anything. Whatever you are seeing in front, you don't have to concentrate on me. Please understand, you don't have to center yourself on me. You can look at anything. Just look around. Just do not name. Look at everything. Do not name, that's all.
All that I taste, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nithyananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nithyananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nithyananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujagendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayaravinda, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami. All of my dreams.
We are constantly suffering with 120-degree vision, not only in the outer world, even in your inner space. You are not clear about things because before you see them, thoughts are there. The moment thoughts rise, vision is distorted, completely distorted. You don't see things as they are. You don't experience things as they are. Let you be very clear, your mind is so powerful, your thoughts are so powerful, anything can be distorted into anything. You can see in your own life, the moment you lose faith on somebody, The moment the trust is lost, anything will be twisted to anything. Even simple things can be twisted into different way. As long as you have trust, you have faith, even bad things you will start justifying. You will judge as something right. When you don't have that trust, when you don't have that faith, even good things you will start judging in a bad way. Your inner space will not be able to experience anything straight. You will not be able to relate with anything directly. See one thing, if you have a clear idea about what you believe as you and what you talk about you, what you express as you and what you believe as you will attract that same kind of people around you and you will live completely ease. See, one thing, there is no such thing as morality. If you have the wrong ideas about morality, only then you need to hide what you are and you need to project what you want, what people want you. You need to project yourself as society expects you to be if you have the wrong ideas about morality. The only one thing you need to understand is just be what you are. This is the ultimate morality. If you lose some friends because of that, perfectly alright, nothing wrong. It is better to lose your friends than yourself. If you present yourself as your friends want you to be, you will lose you. You are more valuable than your friends. Understand? One more important thing. If you start talking about you which is not you, by and by you will get confused who are you. No, really. See, whatever you speak continuously, you start believing that as a truth. That's a big difficulty. Really, take this as a simple spiritual practice and try to do. Just 10 days, again and again tell everybody that you are a honest person, you are a person with the truth, you are a person with the truth. Just continuously, even if they are not ready to listen, you talk. Just say, after 10 days you will start really believing it. And another one difficulty is, whatever you start telling, you start believing, and what belief you had about you already, if that is same, then you fall in tune. This becomes a spiritual practice. But what you are believing is different, and what you are saying now, if it is different, then there is a conflict between you and you. Whether to create conflict between you and you or create easiness between you and you is in your hands. Constantly, if you say something, you start believing, and the difficulty is, if your unconscious is already believing something else, you have difficulty between, war starts between your conscious and unconscious. One more thing, person who is established in truth will not have dreams. All dreams is a fight between your conscious and unconscious mind. Whenever the frequency of your consciousness rises, you will come out of your dreams. Conscious mind is waiting to overcome the dream state, And the dream state is waiting to overcome the conscious state. Your life is nothing but the struggle between these two. The moment your conscious mind rests, dream state takes over. And the moment your dream state is exhausted with the material, your conscious mind takes over. Understand? It's like if the dream state is exhausted, if it doesn't have any more material, no fuel, then conscious state takes over. If the conscious state has no fuel, dream state takes over. If both of them has no fuel, then deep sleep state, the sushupti, comes up. Your whole life is a fight between these three. Whoever is strong, whoever has got more samskaras, they rule you, that's all. If you are suffering without deep sleep, without sleep, means you are conscious and unconscious, means that your Jakrat and Swapna has got too much of samskara. They are not ready to relax. They are not ready to give space for your Sushupti. They say enough. No, we don't need Sushupti. We have enough fuel. We have enough of desires. We have enough of anxiety. We have enough of fear to create again and again more and more scenes in front of us. One more thing you need to understand. What you see during the waking state, this auditorium, me sitting in front of you, your friends, the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff in which dreams are created. Understand? Let me repeat once more. Whatever you are seeing now, this auditorium, the person who is sitting in front of you, and the person who is sitting next to you, and the chair on which you are sitting, everything is created out of the same stuff out of which your dreams are created. Now you have difficulties. Now you have a lot of difficulties. Array, for this only I am working from morning till night. No, maybe this auditorium is created out of the same stuff, but not my house and my car. No. Whatever you are seeing, whether in dream or in waking state, is created out of same stuff. Understand? I am just thinking what words to use to tell you the authenticity of this truth. Because this one understanding will put you on Satya, will just put you on Satya, the truth. One more thing, this one understanding will liberate you from all your anxiety and you will become the best manager. If you know you are creating your wealth, if you know you are projecting and seeing things around you, you can create miracles. You can make miracles happen around you. See, it's like any slide which is kept in front of a projector light becomes reality in the screen. It appears as a reality in the screen. So if you want to change the scenes in the screen, going and scratching the screen will not work. Or trying to fight with the lights will not work. Just do a small correction on the slide. It is done. Your life is just like that. Projector light is your consciousness, and the slide is your samskaras, and the screen is the life which you are living. Now you are fighting with the screen or the light beams. You are trying to push the light beam. No, move. But you don't understand, you can't even grasp it. Fighting with the screen is not going to work. A small story. One guy fully drunk came back to house late night and fell on the way, but he doesn't want to create any sound, so he came very politely, silently, entered the house, covered himself with the blanket, but suddenly he realized blood is there all over his face, ran to the bathroom, tried to put bandage, tried to dress himself, put some medicine and bandage and everything. So came back, somehow managed to sleep. Next day morning, wife started shouting at him, "Fool, did you drink and come last night?" He said, "Drinking? Why?" He started acting, he doesn't know anything, he's innocent. No. How do you know? I drank and came. No, I came a little late because there was too much work in the office. She said, "No, I can be sure you are drunk. You are drunk." He asked, how do you know? How can you be sure? Because you put the bandage on the mirror, not on your face. Seeing the mirror, he put all the bandage on the mirror. Understand, you working with the outer world is nothing but putting the bandage on the mirror. That is not going to heal you. That is no way going to help you. No. You may have an idea that you have put some bandage, you have put some medicine. You may try to sleep with the idea that you will be okay by tomorrow morning. No. Working with a beam, light beams, is not going to help. Fighting with a screen is not going to help. Just do little small correction on the slide. And I tell you, doing small correction on the slide needs intelligence. That is where the problem starts. You do not have that much of sensitivity look into your life that you are creating it, you are projecting it, you are expressing it, because you never connected and verified all the outer world incidents and your inner world thoughts. You neither gave that much time to yourself, nor had the intelligence to connect and see. Sitting, connecting and seeing how your thoughts are creating your world is what I call meditation. People come and tell me, "Swamiji, in meditation I am getting too many thoughts, what to do?" Please understand, meditation is not trying to create thoughtless state. It may happen in the end, but when you sit in the beginning, you will not have thoughtless state, and you are not asked to meditate immediately to get the thoughtless state. No. Whenever I ask people to meditate, first thing I expect them to have is thoughts which creates intelligence, thoughts which creates clarity, and the thoughts which gives life solutions. First, in the beginning, when you sit with yourself, you will have only these things inside you. You will not experience thoughtless state immediately. You will have pratyagara and dharana. Only then dhyan will happen. In the beginning, when you sit, all your problems will come up and you will start having life solutions. All the thoughts about solving your problems, you will have that clarity. So I tell people, even if thoughts are not disappearing, don't stop sitting. Because first time when you sit with yourself, it's like appointment with yourself. All the things which needs to settled, all the things which needs clarification, all those things will be happening inside you. You will be falling in tune with Satya. You will be falling in tune with the truth itself. Here, Mahavir is giving beautiful sutras beautiful teachings to measure some idea or some truth is satya or not. Understand? He is not teaching you to speak truth, because if you position yourself in satya, if you are established in satya, speaking truth will be an automatic thing. It will become a natural thing for you. If you are practicing just verbal satya, please understand, that is not the ultimate satya. If you are practicing only verbal satya, any time you may escape from it. Try this simple experiment. Look at the flower without creating word, without creating any words about that product in your inner space. Do not create a thought, it is a red color, or it is a rose, it is beautiful. Do not create any thoughts. Just look at it. Just try to relate with it without any words. Suddenly you will see you are in a different space. You are able to connect with that flower much more deeply than you ever imagined. Let you be very clear. You do not relate with the world. Constantly you are playing with words. Between you and the world, constantly words are coming. If you are looking with two eyes, it is equivalent to a complete blindness. You are not seeing what is. You are just playing with your words. The moment you create a word, you are no more connected to the world itself or the product itself. That is why if you see the kids, whenever something is brought in front of them, you can see their whole body flowering. They enjoy with the whole body. But once you grow, hardly your eyes will open. Little bit, that also. Not more than that. Your eyes will open little bit. And once you create the word, enough. All the excitement is lost. Thoughts are like curtain. They will not let you see the reality as it is. They will not let you understand the reality as it is. You will start giving your own meaning to things. According to me, in the whole universe, only there are two kinds of people. One, whose mind is there before their awareness. Second, whose awareness is there before their mind. If your mind is there before your awareness, mind your mind, you need treatment. You need meditation. No medication will help you. Let you be very clear. No medication will help. You can see the same thing in a different way. If you are already ready, if you are prepared with your judgment, you will not be able to see the truth. If you are ready with your judgment, nothing can be done. If your third eye is not awakened, if you are not aware enough of the life, Your mind will be before your awareness. All our choice, all our decisions always end in dilemma. This dilemma is what I call mind. Dilemma is the straight, direct explanation or a definition for mind. There are so many definitions for mind, but from my experience I can say this is the right word, dilemma. Continuously moving from this extreme to that extreme, continuously seeing the other side, continuously thinking, I should have done that, I should have done this, I should have taken that type of decision, I should have taken this type of decision. Continuously not accepting the present moment is what is the root of the mind. When you close your eyes, whatever happens in your space, whatever you think and whatever you can think, whatever you visualize, whatever you can visualize, whatever you experience, whatever you can experience, everything, the whole is what I call mind. The root of the mind is dilemma. If you can just accept this moment, the whole reality, the existence as it is, simply you will go beyond mind. You will go beyond mind, you will reach, experience the state which we call enlightenment or superconsciousness. All our choices end in suffering. Bliss is choicelessness. When you are choiceless, when you are just accepting the flow, when you just accept the nature, you are in bliss. Actually, bliss is nothing but accepting the reality as it is. But we always say, I accept everything, Swamiji. Everything is beautiful. Just this one thing, it is around the corner. Let me correct this one thing. Tomorrow I will be happy. Postponing the bliss, postponing the ecstasy, postponing the joy which is continuously happening in you, which is your nature, is the root of the mind. Understand? In bliss you can't have mind, because bliss happens to you when you are choiceless. In the choicelessness, bliss starts happening. Whenever you choose, you always choose misery. Any choice is nothing but misery. People ask me, Swamiji, should I continue my spiritual life or my material life, for which I should give more importance? It's a very big question, $1 million question. Every so-called spiritual seeker asks this question. Please understand, only so-called spiritual seeker, never the real seeker. I tell you, the moment you choose, you have started suffering. The moment you choose, you have started suffering. Whether you choose spiritual life or material life. If you choose the material life, you will always feel, oh, I am missing the spiritual life. You will be visualizing what you are missing. If you choose the spiritual life, you will always miss the material life. I tell you, there is no need to choose. Material life is horizontal line. Spiritual life is vertical line. We always have a dilemma, which one to choose. If you meditate little bit, you will understand, experience, you don't have to choose horizontal line or vertical line. You have the capacity to grow in both directions at a time. That is what I call quantum spirituality. You can explode in the horizontal direction and in the vertical direction at a time, in same space. Real spirituality or real meditation is living in this moment. When you start living in this moment, naturally you will explode. You will just express yourself in your so-called material life and spiritual life. The life is only one thing. Whether you live with awareness or without awareness, that is the only choice you have.
Actually, what happens when you levitate, it's like a master's body is a light, radiating light. All your body and mind, when it just sits unclutched way, it's like a 10,000 mirrors reflecting the master's consciousness. Then what happens? 10,000 fold the same light gets zoomed. 10,000 laser beams get centered. Come on, then imagine. It is equivalent to 10,000 enlightened beings sitting in Samadhi. Shambhala in planet Earth. Shambhala in planet Earth. When you levitate, exactly that is what happens. Your body and mind is like a mirror. It just gets focused, properly placed towards Master's consciousness. So his bio-memory is transmitted into you. Your body becomes light and just flows in the ether, flows with the nature. So if 10,000 people, 10,000 body and minds focuses itself into the Master's consciousness, you understand? You see, in front of one light, if you keep 5 mirrors, the light is going to be 5 times more, 5-fold. Because 5 mirrors, it is reflecting, and the whole area is lit intensely. Same way, in front of one incarnation's consciousness, if 10,000 mirrors are kept, so 10,000 fold that superconsciousness is going to reflect. An intense energy field will be created. Superconscious energy field. So I am planning, by the divine grace, I know it will be fulfilled successfully with all auspiciousness. To have 10,000 enlightened body and mind levitating in enlightened consciousness, radiating enlightenment, to push the whole consciousness of planet Earth to the next level, to the cosmic consciousness, to the next level of the divine consciousness between 12/12/12 to January 1st, 2013.
in the 21 days, we will have an intense inner awakening program where 10,000 people will be just focused on the Master's consciousness, reflecting it and radiating, experiencing beautiful levitation into the cosmic consciousness, so that we push the whole consciousness into the next level. So understand, this will completely heal all the negativity created by political differences and ideological differences. This is my humble gift to the planet Earth and human consciousness. I invite all of you to be part of this great, joyful, successful journey of pushing human consciousness into the next level, transforming the human consciousness into divine consciousness by 2012. Let us prepare ourselves and prepare the planet Earth to enter into that space. Between 2012 and 15 only I am seeing the great positive explosion in consciousness. Let us get ready, liberate and celebrate. I wanted this to be the theme for the 2012, liberate and celebrate. I invite all of you for this great journey of transforming our individual consciousness and the global consciousness, entering into the great Satya Yuga 2012. Let's experience the enlightenment which 2012 is waiting to share with us, which 2012 is offering to us. So let us march towards 2012. Thank you. Your breath moves in only a circular way. It is not parallel line as you think. Because it goes in a straight way, you think it's a parallel line. It's not parallel. It takes a turn. Parallel lines never meet. Your breathing and mind, both are very closely associated. As I was telling you yesterday, the prana and mana, prana sarira and mana sarira are very closely connected to each other. If the prana becomes slow, the number of thoughts per second also reduces. Along with the length, breadth, depth of the prana, thoughts per second also reduces. Please understand. The length, breadth, depth of the prana or the breathing is directly related to the number of thoughts which you are having. If the, for example, here, if the prana is slowly coming down, slowly going into the inner space to take turn, this is the space in which it takes turn. It's an ingoing, incoming, outgoing. This is the prana along with that mind also slowly slows down. Very slowly slows down. But the difficulty, you are afraid of losing your mind. You are afraid of losing your mind. That is why you never keep your awareness in this zone. This is like a neutral zone. If you know driving, you can understand. Whenever you shift gear from first gear to second gear or second gear to third gear or any change, you have to come to neutral zone. Only after coming to the neutral zone, you can change the gear. Even if it is from first to second or second to third or third to first, whatever it is, you have to come to the neutral zone. Same way, the incoming breath taking turn as outgoing breath. This turn, this zone is a neutral zone. This is neutral zone. You are afraid of this neutral zone because in this neutral zone you are empty. You don't have any identity. The biggest fear human beings have is fear of losing identity. Fear of losing the identity. I tell you, even fear of losing death is not great fear, like fear of losing identity. Fear of losing death itself is nothing but you don't know how you will be after death. If you are very clear, you will be in some way, you don't have the fear. Here, you are not very clear about how you will be after death, how you will be after you leave the body. It is the identity, the fear of losing identity that is much worse than fear of death. Here, when you pass through this neutral zone, when your breath stops, your mind also stops. You do not want this space. That is why you just jump this space. You never keep your awareness. You are never aware of this space because you do not want to lose your identity. If your mind stops, you will not have identity for a few moments. You will lose your identity and you always think you are only identity. You exist just only on identity. When you feel your identity is lost, you feel you are no more. That's the reason whenever you come to this zone, you just take a jump. You are never aware of this zone. Every moment this zone is happening in you again and again. Whenever your incoming breath takes outgoing as outgoing or outgoing takes as incoming, this is also neutral zone. But you are afraid of these two neutral zones. You just take a jump. You do not want to be aware of this space. Every moment, when the incoming breath takes as outgoing, outgoing takes as incoming, you are afraid of this neutral zone because in neutral zone you don't exist. In neutral zone, your identity is lost. You do not want to be aware of losing your identity. You do not want to lose your identity. You are so obsessed with your identity. You are so caught. You are completely caught with your identity. You do not want to even remain for a moment, even for a kshana. You do not want to be without your identity. Constantly you are protecting your identity. But the big problem is your identity is completely social. It is not existential. It is just comparative reality. It is not existential reality. Whatever you think as your identity, your money, relationship, your age, your sex, whatever you call as your identity, it is just societal and suicidal. Societal and suicidal. It is not the existential reality. It is just comparative reality. But the big thing is, you are afraid of existential reality and trying to protect your comparative reality, but you think you are protecting something which is. It's a real fun actually. You are trying to protect which is not against which is. Which is your reality, that neutral space, that gap. Which is not is your comparative reality, your identity. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not, you are trying to fight for which is not, against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. In this space, in this zone, the neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. There is a beautiful example by Ramakrishna. He says if the bamboo is floating on the Ganga, you will call it as a right side water, left side Ganga. Right side Ganga, left side Ganga. If you just lift the bamboo, Ganga, you can call it as one Ganga. When the stick is lifted, it is just Ganga, not one Ganga. You can't even use the word one Ganga. Same way, whatever exists is superconsciousness, energy. As long as you have an identity you covet a small part, small thing as you, then you call it I and world. It becomes two. If you just relax from that idea I, then there is no I, no you, just is. That isness is Isavasyam. Isavasyam idaggun sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagad tena tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sriddanam. Understand? Whatever exists is energy. If you think you are this body, you steal some part from the energy and think it is you. That is what Upanishad Rishis are saying. Do not steal others' property, not others' wealth. Do not steal some part of the energy and claim it as your own. The moment you claim it as your own, it becomes matter. It becomes matter. Just relax from the idea of claiming it as your own. They say beautifully, enjoy through renunciation. Means what? Renounce this small identity, enjoy the whole. The big problem is, we hold on and don't enjoy. Just by holding on, we are not enjoying. Kurvanne vega karmani jijivishecha taggo samaha evandvayinanyate tostina karma lipyate nare. By doing karma, indeed should one wish to live here for 100 years for a man such as you. There is no way other than this, whereby karma may not cling to you. Again, the poor translation, very poor translation. What to do? See, the Sanskrit, the masters are so intelligent. They have hidden all the truths in the same sloka. In which level you are looking at, you will get only that meaning revealed. If you are in a high evolved, same state of Rishi's consciousness, you will know what they are uttering through that words. Otherwise, not. It's a very poetic expression. Just this clarity, nothing else. Just this clarity. Decide, I am not going to steal one part of the cosmos and possess. First thing. So, I am renouncing. Tena tyaktena bunjita makrita kasya sviddanam. I am renouncing. It belongs to it. It belongs to it. Okay. It is sitting. It is moving. It is eating. It is lying down. It is little sick. It is healthy. That's all. Just move. Just be. See what happens. You will see what Upanishads Rishis call Kurvannevega jijivishet sadakno samaha. Kurvannevega karmani jijivishet sadakno samaha. No karma will touch you. No karma will bind you. There's a beautiful story. Krishna wanted to cross the Yamuna. He went and stood near the Yamuna and says, actually all these Gopikas and Krishna, all of them had a lot of fun, jumping around, dancing, and they all ate fully, and they wanted to cross. That day was Ekadasi. And Krishna says, if it is true that I am fasting for Ekadasi, oh Yamuna, give way. And Yamuna opens and gives way. These fellows all have crossed that side. Then Gopikas asked, how come just now you ate so much? And you are saying that if I am fasting, let Yamuna give way, and Yamuna gives way. What is going on? Krishna beautifully says, this ate because this needs to move, and this ate this, that's all. What was swallowed and what swallowed are all in the same frequency. There is no I swallowed something. So I am in fasting. Untouched, that's all. See, untouched by the karma. Completely untouched by the karma. You can say that today. You can say that today. Just see, oh, this is swallowing something. This is swallowing what is needed for this. This is lying down. Oh, this is moving. This is eating. This is drinking. This is lying down. Just today, one day, try. This is the click. We need to work today. Nothing else. Evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way to be a Jivan Mukta. There is no other way. I tell you, there is no other technique except this. This is one, only and best technique. Just do not steal the property of the cosmos and possess as you. Just do not steal the property of the cosmos and possess as you. That's all. This is just flowing. When you try to possess, you try to give different name, different work, different art, different dress, different color, different all your drama. Understand, cosmos do not even know you are in bondage. So do not expect cosmos to come down and liberate you. It does not even know you are in bondage because you are not that big guy. Your bondage is not that big problem. Be very clear. Cosmos do not even know. People ask me, Swamiji, are you an incarnation, came down? Maybe for your understanding I am using that word. Otherwise yourself, you don't need God to come down and tell you. Just wake up. Simple thing. Just simple thing. Work just on this one truth today. Just see, oh, this is moving. Oh, this stomach feels like this. Oh, this hand is feeling like this. All right. Let this be. Oh, this is feeling bored. Okay. This is feeling tired. Okay. Just sit with that. You will see completely the shift in the energy. Complete shift in the energy. I am telling you. Even physical sickness will become alright. Sickness is your unnecessary interference with the body. It's like you shout at your child and that fellow is slowly getting settled by evening. But before he settles down, you try to pacify and patch up. And he become again, he will sit on the top. And just now you can decide. Decide, this is this and this is going to become this. That's all. Why unnecessarily suffering? Holding on to it. This is mine, this is mine. I have to wash with the Dove soap and I have to... No, I am not saying don't take bath. All I am saying, too much of catching. Here, there, here, there, here, there. I am telling you, too much of catching your body is the root of arthritis. No, really. Too much you are catching your body. That is arthritis. Means possessing your body. Constantly thinking, this is me, this is me, this is me. Simply useless. So just today try to work. If you have arthritis, use this as a technique for life. Completely you will be healed within 21 days. I am guaranteed. Just 21 days. When you eat, this is eating. When you lie down, this is lying down. When you are washing, this is being washed. When you are talking, okay, this is talking. Just be in that relaxed mood. This is doing. Just this is doing. That's all, nothing else. Simply the arthritis pain will disappear in 21 days permanently. Permanently arthritis pain will disappear. So because arthritis is, the root cause of the arthritis is possessing your body too much. Not being liquid with the flow of the existence. If any of your friends or relatives having arthritis, just initiate them into this technique. Just technique is enough. They don't even need my personal touch. My personal touch is required if it has to become the enlightenment. For a Jivan Mukti. For that only my personal touch is required. Just for the physical and mental health required. If you initiate them, that's enough. Just give them this simple technique. Whole day, morning waking up, this is waking up. Don't use the name or the idea I. This is eating. This is taking bath. This is lying down. That's all. Just see. This is doing. This is lying down. This is now going to the class. Now this has to get ready to go to the Salem. Something like that's all. That's simple. What do you think? I am then sitting here and telling some stories or what? Because you are always trained to do things in a very hard way. You are always trained, all things are very hard. No, it is not. It is not. When you don't know the right technical twist, it is hard. I am giving you the right technical twist, which is required. See, driving and reaching a place is very hard if you don't know just one direction. The right direction and the GPS is there. Simply it is doable. If you read this translation, it is hard, you will struggle for 100 years. Nothing will happen.
Here he is giving us technique to achieve the first level of samadhi. We need to know first, why do we need samadhi first of all? It's not our food and bedroom and clothes are enough for life. Why do we need samadhi at all? What is the necessary to know about this samadhi. Please understand. I can say this is the ultimate luxury a man can have. Ultimate luxury a human being can have is opening our connection to the cosmic consciousness. Sometimes these great ideas, words, they happen in our life once in a while like a breeze, and after a few days you forget about them. You are caught in your regular routine, in your regular life. Again, after some time, when you get a chance to see somebody like this, some ideas, again they touch you. Again, you forget about them in your life, you carry on in your life. Again, sometime, once in a while you come in contact. That is the reason we don't understand how important the necessity of the samadhi experience. Please understand. A born blind man can never understand what he is missing. Same way, a person who has not experienced samadhi even once can never understand what he is missing. It's a whole another dimension of life. Whole another dimension of life. The other day, one of my disciples was driving me from Phoenix to Los Angeles. Suddenly I turned towards him and I said, I wish you have a body like mine. And he started laughing. What did you mean, Swamiji? Nothing. I put little snacks in the mouth. They were eating little snacks and they gave me little. The moment I put the little snacks in the mouth, immediately body was in samadhi. Means it was an ecstasy. Nothing more is needed to please you. Just these few qualities, understand about these few qualities, then you will understand the power of samadhi, utility value of samadhi. See, today I want you to understand the utility value of samadhi. Only then the meaning of what I am talking will be understood. Only then you will understand why you should sit and listen for hours together about samadhi. It has direct utility value in your life. Just little snacks, nothing else. Just that. Body was already in samadhi, means overflowing, ecstasy, joy. Just feels nothing is needed. See, when that feeling nothing more is needed is there, you feel like blessing the whole universe. Life is too good. Just understand, having that feeling, life is too good. It's just, that is there. Whenever you have the feeling, life is too good, you are living. I can say, having that feeling, life is too good, 24/7, 365. Sorry, 366 is what I call Ananda, or living in samadhi. Just continuously feeling life is good, life is good, life is good. If that idea, that feeling, life is good is not there, whatever you have, what is worth? It's nothing. It's not worthy of anything. It is not worthy of anything. And if that feeling life is good is there, you just know life is good. Life is good. Living in samadhi, it has great utility value. Apart from that, you see, when you have that feeling, life is good, suddenly you see there is no hangover on people. Understand? I am not asking you to go and play with it or break the conditioning overnight. You will not be able to do. But you can prepare step by step, step by step. You can reclaim your natural state. You can reclaim your yogic body, yogic hardware. It is possible. When I say all the below 30 people take 1 year off, I mean you will have yogic hardware. Now you need that. And Vedic software. When I say after 60, take off 1 year. You may not be able to do yogic hardware. It is too late. but at least Vedic software, that can be done. That can be done, that is possible. That is what I mean. Understanding the utility value of samadhi. Once you understand the utility value of samadhi, then you will start working for it. Here Patanjali is giving you, defining the first level samadhi, sampranyada samadhi. The first level samadhi is describing vitarka, vichara, ananda, ashmita, rupanugamat, sampranyataha. Reasoning, contemplation, blissful flowering, and the state of pure awareness are the characteristics of sampranyada samadhi. Reasoning, contemplation, blissful flowering, and state of pure awareness. About reasoning and contemplation, yesterday we internalized, we understood. Yesterday I expressed few truths about reasoning and contemplation. Today, let's work on Ananda and Ashmita. Blissful flowering and state of pure awareness. Ananda, my favorite subject. I can say that is our brand. Whatever subject I may touch, I look through that Ananda angle only. The angle of bliss. I may be speaking on intelligence, I may be speaking on yoga, I may be speaking on tantra, I may be speaking on silence, I may be speaking on peace. Whatever I speak, I connect it to the bliss, Ananda. That is our branding, I can say. That's the essence of life. Here, Patanjali describes Ananda as one of the important qualities which you experience and express in Sampranyada Samadhi, the first level Samadhi. Sampranyada Samadhi means the Samadhi which you experience through these four states. It's the first level. There is second level, Asampranyada Samadhi. Then he describes different kind, Savigalpa, Nirvigalpa, different kinds of samadhis, different kinds of spiritual experiences.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda conducts Inner Awakening, a 21-day enlightenment intensive course, and Life Bliss Engineering, a 3-month course for having a yogic body and Vedic mind. Visit www.dhyanapeetham.org. Call 919731257960, 919742203311.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे. स्वभावचिन्मयानन्द.
Dear Swamiji, yesterday you talked about internal and external wandering. I understood external wandering as moving from the past to the future, just in the mind. Please correct me if I misunderstood. However, I am not sure if I understood internal wandering is all about. Is it the association with what we identify as ourselves, our language, our names, our profession, etc.? Please help. Any thought which happens in you, which you do not identify as external wandering, which you do not think as external wandering, which you are not able to catch it as external wandering immediately, is internal wandering. Internal wandering can be classified step by step. First, any thought which comes while your eyes are closed can be classified as internal wandering. After that, if you slowly start looking deeply, then you will see the thoughts which flows inside you related to the outside objects will become external wandering, but the identity which you carry will become internal wandering. It's like the more subtle you become, the more deeper you go, you will catch the deeper and deeper layers of internal wanderings. As and now, for some people, the thoughts related to outside will be external. When you close your eyes, whatever goes on inside can be internal. But after a few days of practicing, even inside you will see many thoughts are external. You will reach the deeper and deeper layers of internal wandering. Whether it is internal or external, wandering is wandering. Any thought, any movement, you have to relax. You have to move out of it. In the beginning, whatever you think as external wandering will surely, slowly, you will realize they are all internal wandering. Or in the beginning, whatever you think as internal wandering, slowly you will start seeing they are all external wanderings. It's comparison, comparative zone. The more you go subtle and subtle, even your name will look like an external wandering. Even your name will look like external wandering. And beyond your name, the conditioning will be about your form. That is why whole world is so much obsessed about the beauty. That is the subtlest conditioning. The idea which is put inside your head about how you should look or how people should perceive you is one of the very subtle, I can say subtlest conditioning. That wandering, that conditioning is one of the subtlest internal wandering. You will be able to catch that. You will be able to catch that thief only by going to the deeper and deeper zones. All you need is pure awareness and the real true seeking, not professional seeking to answer others. Even your internal seeking, if it is for the sake of pure seeking, the intense, honest seeking, the attitude of real scientist, who is constantly ready to go into the new zones, who is constantly ready to change his opinions and ideas about the truth. See, actually, why seeking is so difficult, because your whole idea about you, world and God will change. When your idea about you and the world changes, you may have to take many decisions to update your life. Constantly doing research, exploring your inner space for truth and tuning your life towards the truth, making yourself feel connected, fall in tune to the truth which you discovered. That is the true seeker. That is why seeking seems to be such a difficult thing, because you cannot be settled. A normal, mediocre mind always wants a settled life. That is why whenever husbands are attending regularly the spiritual classes, wives are frightened. Wives are attending too much regularly and wearing this mala and bracelet, husbands are frightened. Because now it is not going to be the so-called regular. It is going to be discovering. It is going to be new. It is going to be changing your desires, your fears, your decisions, your moods. Your whole thing is going to change. It's like you are entering into the forest of truth. What you will discover, how you will change, is naturally going to really shake the person who is living around you. Life is not going to be so-called normal or the routine. It is not going to be predictable. That is why seeking seems to be very difficult, or people are afraid of seeking. I tell you, seeking is a great adventure, unimaginable adventure. But whoever missed that, they missed the very life itself. Let me define exactly the word seeking. Seeking means entering into the silence which is constantly available to you inside, which is constantly inviting you to come and experience inside. And through that seeking, whatever decisions, whatever understandings reveal to you, making those understandings and revelations as a reality in your life by putting your life in tune with the seeking. Actually, when you unclutch and start doing research and development inside your inner space, I wanted all of you to know an important thing. Meditation is not trying to silence yourself. If you are trying to silence yourself, you will only feel frustrated. Meditation is actually a seeking, traveling towards some center, traveling towards the deeper silence, peace which exists in you. When you travel towards that peace, towards that center, towards that silence, you may experience a strong clarity landing on you. That is called Sat, truth, or strong awareness about something which is going to happen or which happened. A new look may happen to you. That is called Chit, or a strong ecstasy or relief, or feeling relaxed, or the freedom may open up to you. That is called Ananda. All these three will be constantly happening in you when you start seeking, when you start going into the meditation. Meditation is not silencing your mind. It is exploring into the reality, into the truth, into the Satya. The internal or external, this idea will constantly get refined. Today what looks like internal, tomorrow the same thought will become external. It's like how deep you have gone from the physical layer. If you see, if you are, usually we will all be in the physical layer. That is where depression happens. If you are experiencing depression and lethargy, we are in physical layer. In the physical layer, external means desires related to senses. Something you want to eat, something you want to listen, something you want to touch. This can be called as external. And name and fame are subtle joys, like a acknowledged by people, all these things can be called as internal. But when you go to the subtle and subtle layers, deeper, the mental layer or the etheric layer, even the name and fame will look like external wandering, and just remembrance of your identity, your name and form can become internal wandering. Means you are becoming very subtle and subtler. Subtle and subtler. We need to look little deeply. Then you will see any movement will become external wandering. Only the deep peace which you experience will be internal, no wandering. Whether it is internal or external, that idea will constantly get updated, get changed. See here what I am trying to do, I am constantly using different words and inspiring you to go into that inner space and start seeking, that's all. I cannot give you the truth. If I give you the truth, it will again become one more religion, which is not directly useful to you. Only when you discover, when you explore, that will add music to your life, joy to your very being, and ecstasy to your energy, ecstasy to your existence. Anything discovered adds joy, juice. All you need to do, I can say the essence of this whole thing, explore in your inner space.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. So the program starts with listening. Please understand, the program starts with listening. Program does not start when I start talking. It starts when you start listening. Shall we start the program? Because you have to start the program. Program has to be started by you. Listening. Please understand, with listening, life starts. I'll define listening. When your cognition functions, cognition means receiving information, understanding and responding. When your internalizing process functions without the interference of incompletions, is listening. Listen. For example, if you had some incompletions with somebody who was wearing this color cloth, the moment you see me, that incompletions can surface and interfere your pure listening. So if you are sitting with that incompletion, Will you be listening? No. Internalizing without the interference of incompletions is listening. Let me define completion and incompletion. Incompletion is the hangover and residue of the past memory, incident, situation, past thoughts, past emotions which are residing in you and continuously disturbing your present moment, restricting your present moment, and limiting your cognition in the present moment. For example, if you have incompletion, some incompletion happened in the beach. See, one day you are going for a walk in the beach, suddenly you see a murder happening in front of your eyes, or accident happening in front of your eyes. Naturally, that will become a deep incompletion in you. When that becomes deep incompletion in you, after that, whenever you go to any beach in the world, you will see that incompletion erupts out and restricts your present moment. How many of you understand what I am saying? That is incompletion. The hangover of the past, residue of the past, residue of the past memory, incident, situation, past thoughts, past emotions, which are residing inside you in the present moment, and which restricts and limits your cognition, which is the way you understand and respond to life in the present moment. Please understand. The hangover of the past haunting you in the present. Sometimes it can be jet lag. Just give me this one commitment. Listening with integrity and authenticity and responsibility and enriching. I give you the commitment of enlightenment itself. Anything you want, please understand. Anything you want, whether it is a health or wealth, when I utter these words, I am responsible. Mahakala is the witness. Keeping him as a witness, I commit with you. Anything you want can be achieved because the science is directly from him. Keeping him as a witness, I give you the commitment. I need only one commitment from you, listening. I tell you, sometimes people ask me, Swamiji, how? Person who comes only once to you gets healed from cancer, walks out of big diseases, gets so many good things. Sometimes people who come regularly to you also continue to suffer. They may come regularly, but they never listen. How many times you come is not the thing. How many times you listen. Please understand, when I utter the word, when I utter a boon, it will become all right. Don't worry. I'll take care. Are you in the space of listening, or are you in the space of doubting?
Or are you in the space of disproving my words? I have seen so many times when I utter the word, hey, I'll take care, don't worry. People carry the space, you yourself have so many problems. How will you clear my problems? Or, oh, you'll make it. I'll prove you can't make it. Then what can I do? I say, Tathastu, so be it. Please understand, when I throw a seed, if you are in the space of listening, you act like a fertile land. Immediately the seed grows and expands and becomes tree and gives the fruit, and it does not take too much time. When the space is right and the seed falls, immediately seed becomes reality. If you are in the space, you will make it or what? I heard like this so many times, words from you and words from others. That and all doesn't work for me. Then your being behaves like a stone on which the seed is thrown. It doesn't sprout immediately. And if you are in the space, I'll prove your words are not going to be true. Then it is like a seed thrown into the fire. Not only it doesn't get sprout, it's burnt. It can never sprout anywhere. So the space you carry is very important. The listening space is very important for me to do what you want me to do in your life. For me to cause what you want me to cause in your life, the space of listening is very important. Understand? Incompletion is the virus that sits inside your system, not allowing you to connect with life in the present moment and eventually causing your system to crash. Sometimes people have incompletions about me. What is this? That person came to you. Only yesterday I only brought that person. You blessed him and immediately he got healed. The kidney stone came out. The tumors melt and comes out. And I am coming to you for my neck pain. It is there for last 3 years. 20 times I came to you. Why are you still dragging without healing? I tell them, come on. I can cause. You need to allow. I can cause, but you need to allow. If you are so strongly sitting, I will prove you are wrong. Then what can I do? So I need the space of listening. Please understand. Just give me this one commitment of listening. Keeping Kala Bhairava as a witness, I commit with you. With my integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching. Anything you want, I can make it happen. Please understand. I am not giving you false promise. I am not giving you false promise. I am not giving you false hope. I am giving you a straightforward promissory note. It is my commitment to all of you. Just come to the space of listening. I can cause miracles in you. I can cause miracles
Just like that in you. Completion is the state where you have nothing holding you in the present moment. Listening, happening inside you as a meditative space. Please understand. Human mind exists only in two frequencies. Human mind exists only in two frequencies. Understand this truth? Human mind exists only in two frequencies. Similar to a binary code system. Like 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, the binary digits. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. The 0 is the zone of silence. 1 is the zone of thoughts, words. Please understand. You exist like a 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. One moment silence, one moment thoughts. One moment silence, one moment thoughts. Your cognition exists in this way only. As a child, you cognize this way only. 0, 1, 0, 1. Silence, you cognize. Silence, you cognize. Silence, you cognize. But when the incompletions enter, that is like a virus, crashes the whole binary system. If a virus enters into the computer, how the whole computer crashes. So when the incompletion enters, that 0, 1 becomes 0, 1, 2, 3, 1, 0, 1, 3, 4, 1, 0, 1, 5, 6, 1, collapses. The 0, 1 collapses when the incompletions enter. The process of cognition collapses with incompletions. So come to the space of listening by pushing all the incompletions out. Understand all words stem from a deep process of gathering information from your 5 senses, internalizing and responding to it. This process is the cognition that exists and is unique to every human being. The 0 space in you is the zone of silence, which many of you are experiencing now. The 1 is the zone of cognition. When you were born, you were pure zone of silence, total 0 space. As you grew, and language developed in you, the space of 1 started happening in you, 0, 1, 0, 1. But when the incompletions have started entering in you, the 0, silence has started getting destroyed. So, come back to the space of listening. As your language continued strengthening in you, you began falling more and more into the space of 1. The more language happened in you, the more you started to grasp information from outside, internalize and process it. Along with the language, the ability to understand, feel and respond also developed in you. Please listen. Along with the language, the ability to understand, feel and respond also developed in you. So with the language, cognition also grew. But with incompletions, your cognition and zero space, both were affected. When the incompletions entered, both were affected. All of you understand what I am saying? See, zero, you are born with zero. The one came along with your language learning as you grow up. This 0 and 1 is great, no problem. But when the incompletions have started entering, it attacked the 0 space and took away, attacked the 1 space and took away. Now you have half 0 and beaten 1. With this, neither you can listen nor cognize. So what is happening? Whole day you sit and brood over. Actually, anywhere you need to listen, you just go and put your body, lay your body, that's the right word. Lay your body, switch off and start brooding over. Indian schools and colleges and universities are the great place to train you how to switch off the mind and brood over. No, the 3 days is enough in school or college or university because the teacher is so boring. What they talk is so outdated. I did diploma mechanical engineering. All the machineries with which they were giving training or education, they all can be only in the museum. None of them are in the actual use in the industry. Syllabus is so outdated. The way it is taught is so boring. You stop listening. You will connect with the life only in listening. Either, basically you will connect with the life either if you are in pure listening or in pure cognition. But almost all moments of your life, you are neither in pure listening nor in pure cognition because you have some incompletion or the other in some form or other in you, and that is why you miss life. So decide, you will come back to the space of listening. You will get back to the space of listening when you begin completing your past. Your ability to be in pure listening exponentially goes up. We will work on a lot of powerful methods that will establish you in the state of completion, increasing the state of listening in you. Along with those techniques, continuously take on only this one spiritual practice of listening. You will be able to do it when you practice it consciously. You will be able to distinguish between the zone of listening and zone of cognition and keep yourself totally connected to listening while listening and cognition while cognizing. Most importantly, you will know very clearly what is incompletion, which does not allow you to listen or cognize. The incompletion part in you. So understand, for the next 21 days, Constantly remind yourself to practice this only one thing, listening. How many of you are ready to commit that you will be in the listening? Great. I need only this one commitment from you. Listening. How many of you did not raise the hand? Raise the hand now. No, there are many hands did not go up. I just wanted to know. Okay. Now, let's take an oath. Let's take this as a commitment. Next 21 days, you will be in the space of listening. Listening should be the space continuously you will be carrying for the next 21 days. Let's gather for next session. Thank you.
Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The purity of other teachings is an impurity to us. In reality, know nothing as pure or impure. The last part is again very strong truth which normal human mind may not be able to feel connected or relate. He says, know nothing as pure or impure. Means, even the idea of bondage and liberation is just ideas. Idea of liberation should be constantly put in your head so that the idea of bondage is forgotten. Actually, both of them are not needed. When you don't have both ideas, you are liberated. Only then you are liberated. The idea of purity or impurity, both needs to be dropped. Both are ideas. Idea of divine or mundane. Both needs to disappear from your inner space. The whole thing, whatever you heard, read, keep everything out. If you keep everything out, there cannot be any movement in your inner space. There can be only pure silence. But all we do is, we keep all the spiritual teachings out, but the ideas put in our head in different ways, we keep Coca-Cola inside. All the ideas put in our head, even through advertisements, even through media, even those things are nothing but teachings. Understand? Even those things are teachings. Any idea, any word, any concept put in your head is a teaching. Keep everything out. Keep everything away from your inner space. You will see the truth, the Shiva, causeless, auspicious energy happens in your inner space. Let's take few moments. Let's try what Shiva means by keeping everything outside. Keep everything, what you heard or seen or read, everything out and see what happens to your inner space. If any thought comes out, just see, yes, this is put inside my head at some point, at some time by somebody. Or it is a byproduct of the some thoughts which came inside my inner space. Somebody has put some thoughts, as a byproduct this is coming out. So look inside now. Keep everything out. As Mahadeva says, all the teachings, all the ideas,
All the concepts you heard, keep everything in the outer space. Let your inner space be just with you for a few moments. Let us try this method. You will catch a glimpse, you will catch the knack of how you can practice this method, how you can practice this technique once in a while, at least once a day. Try to keep everything out just for 10 minutes. You will see the tremendous peace and silence happening inside you as the byproduct of this method. Please close your eyes. Decide very clearly. You will keep all the teachings, concepts, words which was put in your head outside, including this teaching. Keep everything out. No word, no teaching, no concept, no lies, no truth, no purity, no impurity. Let you be in the ultimate freedom. Let you be relieved from the stress and the concepts put in your head. Anything which comes from inside, see that it's a byproduct of some ideas, teachings put in your head. Keep that away. Come back to that silence. Come back to that emptiness. If you are lost in some words, some teaching, come back. Come back to the center. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Mahadeva is taking us to the deeper level of the same technique. In the next sutra, we will study the next sutra after the small break, and then we will continue the deeper layer of the same meditation from the next sutra. Please have a small break, then we will come back and see the next sutra and the deeper level of the same technique. Let's gather for next session. Thank you.
How do you go about tapping this intuition?
How do you working on these engrams, working on these samskaras. That's the only way. When the inner space is empty, when the inner space is cleaned, only then the intuition can happen. It's like if this room is filled with furnitures, if it is filled with things, people can't come inside. You need to remove little bit, you need to empty this, only then people can come inside. Same way, you are already filled with too much of negative engrams. One single thought is enough to raise so many negative engrams in you. Just as one thought, if somebody says one word, are you mad? We shout at them and prove that we are mad. One word is enough to make us mad. So much simple one word, if somebody says, are you mad? You can see your whole body burning. You are totally imbalanced. Your eyes are burning. You are ready to attack the person. So much of engrams are awakened by single word. Single word can awaken so much of engrams. What do you mean by that word? What do you mean? What do you mean by... Immediately we are just ready to jump. So much of engrams, then how can you expect the intuition to happen? Intuition happens in a space where a complete silence or a beautiful peace exists.
So how about making decisions when there is too much data available? I mean, how do you train your mind to just look at one particular thing and focus on it? You know, there are situations where there is just too much information available and you are struggling to make a decision.
Again, you are in dilemma. You are in dilemma. Again, you are caught with the engrams. See, you are not able to take up some one decision, means you are thinking, what will be more beneficial for me? This or this or this or this or this. Again it is struggling between the engrams. Struggling between the engrams. If you can look just little beyond, for this one example, two persons are playing chess. If you are just watching, if you are away from the game, and if you are witnessing, you will be able to make a better move than them, the people who are playing. You will know the better move, and you will think, what is this, what they are doing? They could have done this, he could have done that. But if you are playing, you will not be able to make that decision, because your inner space is filled with stress. The goal or the idea that you have to achieve, the very stress takes away the peace. The very stress takes away the power of intuition. You continue to struggle. With a little bit of peace, with a little bit of, I can say, silence in your inner space, you will be able to look beyond your fear and greed. If you can look things beyond your fear and greed, I tell you, you will be more productive. You will achieve what you want to achieve in a much more simple way, in a much more beautiful way, without so much of struggle.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्.
There is a very beautiful story about a great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. His presence was such an intense presence, so powerful. He was from southern part of India, a very highly evolved, enlightened being. He was a Paramahamsa, means never used to wear clothes, always lived a life of freedom, no clothes, nothing, just he will sit in the forest under a banyan tree. Banyan tree was somehow associated with enlightened masters for quite a long time. I tried to dig out why the banyan tree is connected with enlightened masters. Still I am yet to come up with the mystical connection. Logically, I am not able to find out the reason, but from time immemorial, there is a deep connection between banyan tree and enlightened masters. That's one funny thing. He was sitting under the banyan tree. His presence used to be so intense. Such an intense presence, you can touch and see. You can touch and feel God in his presence. Neither you need to talk, nor he needs to talk. One of the court poet, each court will have a poet. In that country, one poet from the court, the official poet, sang 1,000 verses on that saint, saying that he is the greatest warrior. If you kill 1,000 elephants in the war, you will be given that title, the greatest warrior, and the 1,000 songs will be offered in praise of you. This poet sang that in that same meter, it is called Bharani. In the same meter he sang 1,000 verses to that saint, praising the power or the heroic qualities of that master. When king came to know about it, his ego got hurt, because that king is the only guy who killed 1,000 elephants in the war. In that whole region, he is the only guy who had that song and title. Always the politicians feel their ego is hurt whenever they see the name and fame or the attention is gathering. Because they thrive in attention. See, with the living masters, they do not thrive based on attention. If none of you are here, I will be doing the same job what I am doing now without moving my mouth. That's all. When I was sitting in my room, I am doing the same job of radiating the presence. Understand? My job is not done by the words which I am uttering. It is done by the presence. You may ask why I am uttering more words. Just to make you silent. If I am not talking, you will be talking. You will not receive. You will not be imbibing the subtle, mild work which I am doing. Masters thrive by their very presence. People thrive by the master's attention towards them. But with political leaders, politicians, they thrive by the attention given to them. It is number game. He was hurt, very deeply hurt. He called that poet and said, justify your decision of singing the same meter, same 1,000 songs about that beggar, naked beggar, who is sitting under the banyan tree. You sang 1,000 verses on him, singing his glory and his heroism. Justify, otherwise your head will be cut. Because that is the only key with which the kings are ruling the country. The poet said, I don't have any reason or justification. You can kill me, I have no problem. Because I achieved what can be achieved by the human mind and the human body. This body and mind, what maximum peak it can experience, it has experienced already by his presence. In his presence, I have experienced the peak which I can have through this body mind. So now there is no use by this body mind. If you want, you can separate them. You can destroy them. I have no problem. But I can tell you one thing. Because I ate your food, I wanted to tell one word. If you have time or little patience, try going and sitting in his presence only once. That's all I am saying. Nothing else. This guy, this king, fortunately, even though he was caught by ego, he heard many stories about enlightened beings in the earlier times, in the young age. That is one great thing in India. One great thing in India. Sometimes you may have a mood swing. You may have ego, arrogance, depression. But always, you know, corner of your mind, heart, the existence of enlightened beings is true. An existence of higher conscious state is true. If you work, you can have it. That trust will be there in all Indians who lived inside the villages or the area where the tradition is alive. Because from the young age, you will see hundreds of sadhus, the wandering mendicants, and you will hear hundreds of stories. You cannot escape or move away from the living spiritual tradition. Every street will have at least 2-3 temples. One beauty with the Vedic temples is they are not just educating organization, they are energy centers. They are energy centers. When you go and come back, you have some experience added to your being. Not just words. No. It is not just the pulpit from where a preacher or a priest or a Swami can speak. He just speaks. No. It is an energy center. When you go in and come out, you carry something inside yourself. Something is added to you. Something is added to you. He knows there is something beyond him. So he decides, all right, let me give a chance before killing this poor guy. After all, it's a 1 hour journey. He goes there. Now the story takes a new turn. It's such a beautiful, intense description. The king goes with his whole paraphernalia. Means ministers, the citizens, the leading citizens, all of them go there. There was such an intense, vibrating silence. Not only he, the enlightened being, was silent, even the tree was celebrating that silence. The tree was standing on the silence. It was rooted in silence. Its movements were celebrating the silence. The moment king entered the banyan tree's shadow, something happened in him. He goes near. He came with the idea of straight away shouting or questioning. But suddenly, understand, when you observe intense silence in master's body language, whether you want it or not, it will penetrate your inner space. People ask me many times, in India, 30,000-40,000 people sit and listen for 5-6 hours the public discourses and darshans, satsangs. At least it will be 3 hours. If there is some question answer or darshan, it will go more than that. In India, it is very difficult for that many people to sit silently because they are habituated only for political meeting. After 5-10 minutes, you can clap your hands and just get up and go, no problem. You need to give only attendance. But here, in our satsangs, it is not mobilized crowd. People ask me, and especially people who knows how difficult it is to create that mass and make them sit silently. They ask for hours, 3-4 hours, how these people are sitting silently and listening intensely, and not a single person moves out. All I do is, before starting the discourse, I'll just sit like a stone for a few moments. Complete silence. When you are connected to somebody who is radiating intense silence, suddenly you will see the same silence is descending in your inner space and you are settling down. The transmission of silence happened between the master and the king. And king not only did not utter any word, forgot about any word which he wants to utter. Just all he received is one nod by the master, indicating sit. He just moved the head. Sit. King sat. Master did not even utter the word sit. He just moved the head. Meaning sit. He just sat. Because king sat, the whole army sat. And master again resumed, entered into the silence. The silence was so intense. Neither king wanted to break, nor he had the energy or guts to break. It continued for 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, second day. Of course, beyond logic, 1 week passed. 1 week over. Neither king felt the thirst nor hunger or the idea of time. Understand? You will have idea of time or boredom only when there is thoughts. When there are no thoughts, you won't have an idea of time or boredom. Time is defined by thoughts. When thoughts drop, there is no time. There is no time. And story says, after 1 week, master was so compassionate. He just moves his eyes, looks into the poet, his disciple, in a very jovial way. I think kingdom needs king back. To take care of the kingdom, he has to be there. He smiles. Suddenly, all of them come back to the normal mind or mood. They realized 1 week passed. There was no thought, no communication, no food, no water, no sleep, deep fulfillment, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Understand? If this is just a story, it would have been recorded because it happened. The king built a beautiful, huge temple again under this same banyan tree. We have a temple and a mutt near a place called Tiruvarur. It's called Dakshinamurti Swamigal Mutt. It is created by that king. Understand? Kings will not do anything unless it is their strong experience. It was such a strong experience. King turns and tells that poet, "Thank you for guiding me to him. Now all I wanted to tell you is 1,000 songs is too less for him. 1,000 is too less for him. Please add some more. Please add some more. Let you sing. I'll see that it is engraved in stone all over this temple." The whole thing is engraved on stone by that king all over the temple. That power, that intensity, that energy. Of course, the king was fortunate to have that experience. He was also intense to have that experience. When you are intense, even in the outer world, if you are intense, suddenly you will see you don't need too many words from master. Few words are enough. It leads to the experience. The whole social training is to make you believe you have continuity of thoughts. Society constantly trains you to catch either the shaft of pain or the shaft of pleasure. If you start believing the shaft of pain, you will spend your whole life trying to break that shaft and waste it. If you start believing in the shaft of pleasure, you will spend your whole life trying to elongate that shaft and destroy your life. The one and only Maya is believing that your thoughts are connected. That is the only Maya. Let me be very clear and honest. Whatever spiritual techniques you practice, whatever meditations techniques or anything you practice, to elongate this shaft, you will never be successful. Let me be clear, little more. How many years you practice, you can never concentrate your mind. Let me be open and clear. I tried my best, spent years, I am not able to concentrate. I am not able to concentrate. Only two things. Either you suffer with the shaft and die, or you realize that you are unclutched by very nature. The shaft doesn't exist by very nature. There is only two choices. No other choice. You can neither elongate that shaft nor break that shaft because the shaft doesn't exist. The connection itself is imaginary. How will you fight with the imaginary enemy? If you have the shaft, you can elongate or break. But the shaft doesn't exist. Shaft is purely your belief. The pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 20 years ago are independent, separate incidents. When you start connecting them and try to create a logic, try to create an understanding, then you create the shaft, life is pain. When you try to generalize your experiences, when you try to dovehole your experiences, you create a shaft of pain or joy. The moment you start believing in the shaft of pain or in the shaft of joy, you created hell for yourself. Then you will be behind that shaft, either elongating it or breaking it. Your whole life is nothing but playing with the shaft which doesn't exist. That is what Shankara means when he says life is Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya. You are fighting with thing which doesn't exist. Yama means which doesn't exist. You are just fighting with imaginary shaft. You are trying to break or elongate the shaft which does not exist. Idea about yourself straight away creates your body. Recently I read a beautiful book, Dr. Bruce Lipton, Biology of Belief. He says clearly, your body is not controlled by cells or tissues as you are made to believe. Your body is controlled by your positive or negative emotions and your belief. Be very clear. He says very clearly, your body is created and controlled by your thoughts, not by cells or tissues. Here, if you believe that you have disease, you create disease body. When you are made to believe you are healed, you start creating the health. It is purely the shaft with which you are playing, that's all. Nothing else. Nothing else is there. You play with that shaft, now you play with this shaft. That is why I tell you, in every gap you create your body. In every gap, in every neutral space, you create new body. But if you again and again bring your old identity, you will be again creating the same old body. Biology says, once in every 6 months you have a new liver. Not even a single cell or atom of the old liver exists in you now. Once in every 21 days, your whole intestine is new. Your whole body is replaced within 1 year. Last year, the same date, the body which you had, today you don't even have a single cell from that body. It is completely new. Then why are we carrying the diseases, Swamiji? When you believe that you are same person, when you believe you have identity, when you bring the same old identity by your faith, by your imagination, by your connection, by creating shaft, you bring the same body. You reproduce the same body which you had 1 year ago. Constantly you are creating your body. If you create the same personality by connecting and creating a shaft, you will create the same body. If you start experiencing the truth by your very nature, you are illogical, irresponsible, independent, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. You will start creating a new, alive, fresh body like a child. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I'll continue my discourses on Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. As you all may be aware, we have completed first set of sutras. Now we'll be entering into the next level. Patanjali is one of the rare happening. The first master who quantified the unquantifiable, who made enlightenment as a science. Till Patanjali, enlightenment was taken more as a miracle or as an accident. It is Patanjali who made that more as a science and defined it. Along with the Yoga Sutras, every day I will spend some time expressing Hatha Yoga Sutras also. Hatha Yoga of Swami Swatmarama. I will try to breathe life into Hatha Yoga Sutras also. Before entering into the sutras, today's sutra, I just wanted to share with you some of the important truths and revelations I had in the prison. These 53 days, I was sitting and continuously reading the Swatmarama's Hatha Yoga Deepika, his Hatha Yoga Sutras.
and consciously scanning all those sutras and experimenting those sutras on my body and how they work. Because before sharing it with you all, I wanted to see whether that sutra works for today in this body. Say in 2010, I am sharing this wisdom with the world. So I should be clear that these sutras works today. I am having a same kind of human body which you have. Physiologically it is same body. I wanted to scan it, experiment it in this body. Only then I will have the right words to transmit that knowledge to that bodies. Unless it is experienced in this body, in this biomemory, I will not have the right words to transmit it to your biomemory. So I was continuously scanning. I had an important revelation when I was meditating, contemplating on the first sutra of Patanjali, the first sutra. I am revisiting. I have spoken on that sutra already, but I wanted to share with you some of the deeper secrets. Yogaha chittavritti nirodhaha. That's the first sutra. Yoga is cessation of the mind. Unfortunately, the word nirodhaha is translated by so many people in different way. Somebody translates yoga is stopping the mind. Somebody translates yoga is disappearance of the mind. Based on the person's consciousness, the consciousness in which the person stays, they perceive the sutra and give translation or commentary. As long as you understand yoga is stopping the mind, you will be only struggling and suffering. A simple misunderstanding is enough to make your whole life hell. You see, when you understand the yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha as yoga is stopping the mind, we think stopping the mind means almost like a linear movement. Some train is moving and we need to stop. Same way thoughts are moving, we need to stop. Unfortunately, all the Western systems related to mind teaches us mind is a linear movement. No. Mind is not linear as Western psychological systems teaches us. It is not one thought, next one thought, next one thought, next one thought. No. Mind is not linear as we think. Only when you move out of body, you will understand everything about the body. Only when you move out of the mind, you will understand everything about the mind. Unfortunately, in the Western system, the people who created the science, declarations, understandings about the mind never moved out of the mind. Same way, the Western medicine system also, all the research and development and experiments goes on the dead human body. The moment you remove the flower from the plant, it is no more a flower. It's a dead body of the flower. So any experiment done on the flower which is removed from the plant will not be applicable to the flower which is still connected to the plant. Any experiment done on the body which is already dead will not be applicable to the body which is alive. That is why, as per the Western medicine system, body is a biomechanism. It is a machine. Any part is repaired, how to repair that part? That's where they look into. But in Ayurveda, it is the expression of consciousness. It is a sheath of consciousness. It's a layer around the consciousness. That is the major difference. But this one difference makes everything different. In whole Ayurveda, not even once they talk about side effect. Please understand. In the whole Ayurveda, the word side effect does not exist. They talk about everything. They talk about the things still modern science is yet to discover. But they don't talk about they don't use the word side effect because there was no side effect. There was no side effect. They were not even conceived the idea of side effect. Some of the funny things we should know. In the Sanskrit, in the Vedic tradition, in our social law, the word diverse do not exist. We don't have Sanskrit equivalent word for diverse. Please understand. Because in our social system, the very idea diverse never existed. You will be surprised. In our Kama Sutra, we don't have word for rape. Because that civilization do not know something called rape. Kama Sutra talks about all kinds of perversions which are still not popular even in the Western societies, civilizations. All kinds of perversions. But that Shastra, that Sutra does not have a word for rape because that very idea never existed. That very understanding never existed. In our social law, the very idea diverse never existed. Same way, in our Ayurvedic tradition, the very idea side effect never existed. Because the way in which they looked at the civilization and the world and the body and the society was totally different. It was totally different. We do not even know some of these concepts. In Western science, the ideas about the body is finalized based on the research and development and experiments done on the dead body. Same way, that is why still they think body as a machinery and they think part by part, individually, separately, they can repair it. No, it is not possible. Fortunately, in a living human being, all organs are interconnected. Maybe in the dead body, it is very easy. Remove the heart, replace the heart. Remove the liver, replace the liver. They are all independent. But in the living mechanism, body is not a mechanism. When it is living, it is organism. It is a whole. It is not just mechanism. So the ideas developed by the R&D done on the dead body is not useful for the living body. Same way, the ideas developed by a person who has not gone beyond the body, his ideas about the body is not useful. The person who develops ideas about mind, who has not gone beyond the mind, his ideas will not be complete. That's why they have to constantly think mind is a linear movement. As long as you think mind is a linear movement, all your techniques to stop, your struggles to stop, your experiments to stop will end up only in frustration. I have seen some of the yogis or the so-called yogis trying to practice yoga for 30 years. Finally, all they had is a flexible body, that's all. But understand, having a flexible body is not yoga. It is a part of yoga, not the complete yoga. then the man in the circus can be called as ultimate yogi? If the flexible body is the only yoga? No. Flexible body is a part of yoga. The big problem we face is people who superficially try to understand and try to develop some techniques or practice it. I have seen people 30, 40 years practicing yoga, finally having only flexible body, nothing much happens inside the system. Then they lose trust over the very system. Losing trust over the very system is the most dangerous thing can happen to a yogi. The Shraddha is lost. Even if a little misunderstanding happens in the translation or in the understanding, you may be wasting years and years of your effort, almost wasting the whole life. Yogaha chitta vritti nirodha does not mean yoga is stopping the mind. No. The word nirodha should be understood. Please understand, I have a translation, different translations of the word nirodha or virodha. The word arutaha means not hindered, flowing. Rutaha means stopping. Virutaha means to obstruct, hinder. Again, different levels of meaning. Finally, nirodha means spontaneous disappearance. It's a very deep technical thing, but I need to explain. Only then you will understand how you can stop the mind, how you can experience yoga. You see, if you want to achieve something in the field of money, you need to break your head over money, understanding money, at least for a few days. If you want to achieve something in the field of politics, you need to break your head on the concepts, the truths, the ideas about politics, at least for a few days. If you want to achieve something in any field, you need to break your head for a few days. That is what I call tapas. When things go above your head, having the patience to digest those ideas is tapas. Now what I am talking will really go above many of your heads. But have little patience, try to digest, because understanding this one sutra can save 30-40 years of unnecessary efforts. Please understand, understanding this one sutra can avoid 30-40 years of unnecessary struggle in the wrong direction. The wrong direction, putting your time and energy and struggling, is the worst thing can happen to any disciple. This one word, nirodha. Nirodha means not stopping, means spontaneous disappearance. Actually, when Patanjali uttered this sutra, Yogaha Chittavritti Nirodha, he did not visualize mind as a linear movement. If he has visualized mind as a linear movement, he would have used the word aruddhaha, viruddhaha, because those words only means stopping. But Patanjali is not using those words like aruddhaha or viruddhaha. He is not using those words. He is using the word nirodha. Then, what was in his visualization? What he was thinking when he was
delivering this word Nirodha. What was the understanding in his consciousness when he used the word spontaneous disappearance? If we can get a glimpse of what Patanjali was thinking when he uttered the word yoga is spontaneous disappearance of the mind, then we will realize the truth. If you think, see, Patanjali says something and you understand something means you will be struggling for years, nothing can be done. But if Patanjali's words are understood as he expressed, then suddenly you will see immediately that experience is transmitted. I always tell people, do not learn these great truths from person who has not experienced that consciousness. It's a danger. Person who has not experienced that consciousness, only read the book, he will translate and say yoga is stopping the mind. Then what you will understand? All right, like a train, something is moving inside you, you need to stop. You go on, struggle. You either start doing some japa or start putting some barricade. You try all your best. Finally, land up in frustration, because any barricade you put, that becomes one more train. It is not stopping the train, it becomes one more bogie in the train. And the struggle continues, continuously. I have seen people who tried to meditate or do japa or something for 30-40 years. One young brahmachari goes to a senior old monk, 90 years, and asks that monk, "Sir, how long does it take to control the mind?" The monk looks around and calls him near and says, "How long I do not know, but surely not till 90. Wrong understandings leads to waste of time, energy, struggle, and finally frustration. Either self-worthlessness, people start feeling that they are not worthy of anything, or losing the trust over the system itself. That is the worst thing happened to India. We Indians need to be awakened to the very tradition of India. Around the world, yoga is accepted as a life science, and it is a $6 billion industry only in USA. But unfortunately, still we don't feel proud about this great science. We don't even think it is something great we contributed to the humanity. We don't understand even the economical or touristic value of yoga. Somehow we wanted to discard all our past, and we got into the syndrome of feeling shy about our whole tradition, because British taught us, you are fools, you are coolies, you have nothing worth in your life. We digested the same ideas, same lifestyle, same thinking, and we continue to carry the same mental setup, and we feel shy about anything our ancestors gifted to the world. We feel shy about that lifestyle, we feel shy about that way of clothing, we feel shy about that way of eating, we feel shy about that way of living. Yoga was not just an exercise, it was a lifestyle for us. Person who translates the sutras and gives the technique to you is a teacher. The person
who makes the sutra alive and gives you the Savigalpa Samadhi is a master. Understand this one sutra, you will straight away have Savigalpa Samadhi. Savigalpa means the movement of mind which leads you beyond movements. I can say in a way, last moment, nightmare. Nightmare will be the last dream, because after that you will wake up. You can't sleep after that. If it is not waking you up, it cannot be called as nightmare. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi answers. Somebody goes to Bhagavan and says, if this whole world is dream, we see you also in the dream, we see the Sadguru also in the dream, how is it going to help us? Bhagavan says, if you see a lion chasing you in the dream, you will wake up. Same way, if you see a master, even in this dream, you will wake up from this dream. Simha Swapna, he says, master is a Simha Swapna. Even if you see the lion in the dream, you will wake up from the dream. You will come to the higher consciousness. So if you see the master even in this consciousness, ordinary consciousness, you will wake up and come to the superconscious state. Because he makes every sutra alive and gives the Savigalpa, means the thought which leads you to thoughtlessness, Vigalpa which leads you to Nirvigalpa, the understanding which takes you beyond understanding, the life which takes you beyond life, the consciousness which takes you to superconsciousness. Understand, if you have two continuous thoughts without confusion, you will trust your mind. Vyasa ensures you will not have a second thought without confusion. Then naturally, your trust over the mind disappears. He does not wait for you to get prepared. I tell you, all techniques are just replacement for the pure enlightenment. Very poor substitute. Very poor substitute for enlightenment. Vyasa's job is something extraordinary. Just by words, just by repeating different words, he can ensure that all your past, present, future understandings about you, world, and the life gets so thoroughly confused. Of course, because no other word, I am using the word confusion. I can use the word a fusion. Instead of word confusion, because it's loaded with so much of negative meaning. All these ideas gets into a kind of a fusion. Your trust about your mind disappears. You open your eyes and see. See, your mind is a servant. As long as you trust your servant, his report is right, you will not look into the reality as it is. It's like something is happening somewhere. You ask your servant the report, what is happening there. As long as you trust, you will be believing that fellow's report. But unfortunately, he can look and report only in his level. He cannot report more than his level. Only when you stop trusting him, you will feel the necessity for you to go and see there firsthand. Same way, only when you stop trusting the reports given by your mind about the whole, you will start looking straight into the truth, into the reality. Otherwise, you will never understand. See, till you drop the mind, even your meditation, even your techniques, maybe second opinion. You can't ensure always the second opinions are right. Here is a story for you. A blonde wants to start a chicken farm, goes to the shop and buys 100 chicken, comes back after a month and says, all the chicken are dead, please give me 100 more. Again, within a month, she comes back and says, all my chicken are dead, please give me 100 more. This happens continuously again and again and again and again, almost 6 times. The 7th time it was too much for the wholesaler. The guy was unable to understand and asked, why? What is happening? Every time within a month you come back saying that all the 100 chicken are dead. She says, no, I think now I know where I am going wrong. The wholesaler asks, oh, you understood where you are going wrong, so you won't kill them anymore? She says, yes, I think now I know where I am going wrong. I am planting them too deep. Understand? All your techniques are 7th time buying. All your techniques are 7th time buying. But you don't understand, in life there is no trial and error. When you miss, that's all. An army officer and trainee, both of them have jumped from the aircraft. Suddenly the trainee shouts, my parachute is not opening. Army officer says, don't worry, soldier, this is just an exercise. Whether it is an exercise or real jumping, Your parachute has to open every time. There is no trial and error in life. Vyasa does not want you to have techniques. Because techniques are trial and error. Many times you try to catch them. I tell you, unclutching itself is not a technique. With technique, you always tend to cheat. I have seen people playing with techniques and avoiding the truth. They play with the Rama's name and shut the door for Rama. They play with Krishna's name and shut the door for Krishna. They play with Shiva's name and shut the door for Shiva when he comes in the form of Guru. Many times you miss it and miss it.
Whether you experience it or not, whether you realize it or not, the true state, you are enlightened. All you need to do is reclaim. Even if you don't reclaim, it will be there, that's all. You don't even have to put pressure on yourself. I have to reclaim and express my enlightenment. Just know you have abundance. Simply you will start expressing it. Just relax, you have enlightenment. Whether you realize or not, you are connected to the ocean. You can't exist as an island even for a moment. You can't exist as an individual even for a second. You can't exist. You can't exist separate. You can't exist away from the truth. Even while you think you are away from it. The truth of pure knowing, the truth of pure experience descends on you. Once you understand, you rise in the ocean, you live inside the ocean, and you relax into the ocean. People come and ask me, Swamiji, all these great things are okay, I understand, but unless I experience it, will I not go through suffering, pain, when I leave the body, when I die? It should all become an experience in me. I tell you, this very understanding is so powerful. It will transform the quality of your suffering. It will transform the quality of your pain. If you don't have these understandings, all your sufferings will lead to more and more sufferings. If you have this understanding, all your sufferings will trigger this understanding. It will not lead to more and more understanding. That is the greatness of Satya. Understand? You will never be the same again after listening to these truths. You will never be the same again. Without these truths in your life, when pains and suffering come, you will try to escape from it. Just by trying to escape, you will create more and more clutches and pains and suffering towards you. With this knowledge, they will not trigger the mechanism of escaping, they will trigger the mechanism of accepting, surrendering the truth. That is the greatness of this knowledge. Anybody who has heard the truth, even if he does not experience in his life, even if he has not experienced, just heard it sincerely, felt connected with it, whenever he goes through suffering, only the truth is triggered, only these high ideals are triggered in him. He starts moving towards these great things, not towards the ordinary mundane things of escaping or creating more and more clutches. The greatness of these truths is even suffering or pain is used as a bridge, as a technique to achieve the higher states of consciousness, higher states of enlightenment. Remember this only one thing, whether you believe it or not, you are in the ocean. You have never become separate. You are never away from the ocean. You are never away from the consciousness. I can add any number of words, but I do not want to leave you with my words. I want to leave you with Mahavira's words. He is so perfect. He has expressed it so clearly. Even after 2500 years, I can't develop it. We can't add few more words to it. He is so clear. That's the reason I feel at loss. I can't comment. I can't add. He is so pure, so clear. There is nothing much to explain. There is nothing much to comment. All we can do, repeat those words with reverence and respect and digest those great truths with reverence and respect and relax into those words with trust and deep devotion. They will work on us. They will penetrate and do the miracle of transformation inside our being. There is one more beautiful sutra. Before ending, I just wanted to repeat that sutra and then we'll end the session. I surrender to the Arihantas. I surrender to the Siddhas. I surrender to the Sadhus. I surrender to the Dharma. Arihante saranam bhavachami. Siddhe saranam bhavachami. Sahu saranam bhavachami. Kevali pannattadammam saranam bhavachami. This is called Saranagati Sutra. Two things. If you feel confident, feeling connected, when you listen the truth, you are ocean. Even when you don't believe it, you are never separated. Wave is never separated from the ocean. If you feel connected to this truth, beautiful, just live it. If you feel that is too much, you are not able to really feel connected to those words, then catch this truth, surrendering. If you feel connected to the truth, then start expressing it. You are already enlightened. Nothing else needs to be done. If you feel it is too much, means you are ego-centered. You are not able to feel connected to the truth. Then the technique, method for you is Saranagati. Then surrender to the Arihantas, Siddhas, Sadhus and to the Dharma. See, person who is supposed to go in the path of self-knowledge, They will feel connected. Something will click in them. The moment they listen the example, the wave is never separated from the ocean. They will think, yes, true. Then how can I be separated from my source? I am connected to it. Suddenly you will see so many doubts and difficulties which you always carry relaxes, disappears, and you settle down. If that happens in you, just live that same peace and the truth, express it. If you feel it is yet to happen, then surrender is the path for you. Surrender your body, mind, everything at the feet of the great masters. Surrender to Arhantas, surrender to Siddhas, surrender to Sadhus, surrender to the Dharma. Actually, at least our disciples, you would have heard always lot of words from me. So you may be thinking, now also I should add more and more words. But I feel adding more and more words may not help, at least with these great sutras. With these great sutras, the very sutras are more powerful, so straight, so beautiful. All you need to do is carry one understanding. That itself will help you. That itself will liberate you. That will do what has to be done. If I leave you with too many words and techniques, you will not carry even a single word inside your being. You will not carry even a single truth inside your being. You will not allow anything to work on you. So now I want to leave you with one truth, one great truth, an understanding. Whether you understand or not, whether you believe it or not, whether you experience it or not, you are never away from your source. Wave is never disconnected from the ocean. It is always connected. So whether you believe it or not, understand it or not, experience it or not, you are enlightened. Just carry this one truth and express your enlightenment. Whatever way you can, express your enlightenment in your life. Express this truth when you relax and trust that you are connected to the source. Suddenly you will see all your insecurity, fear, greed which comes out of fear, everything disappears. And you start living totally different kind of a life with a different understanding. So all Mahavir wants to happen is that transformation. All these sutras are given to us for that transformation. Let that transformation happen in you all. That transformation is the root. That transformation is the base for everything. So here I leave you with less words, but with one great truth. Understand, I can say more and more words, but your minds are habituated to sit and listen more and more words, but never practice. The more words you listen, you feel a kind of a satisfaction. You did what you are supposed to do. You feel kind of a satisfaction that whatever has to happen has happened. Now you don't need to do anything. You go with a feeling, oh, everything is over. But I tell you, just the words are not going to be enough. That is the reason now I am going to end without giving you much words. Giving you one simple truth, so that this truth will work on you. See, only when you feel that if I speak as usual for hours, the end of the discourse you will, oh, Swamiji spoke beautifully. He spoke well. You will be talking, but you will never allow these truths to work on you. If I leave with this one truth, the truth will be just working on you constantly. You will be thinking, why you finished with this one word? What must be the reason? So that gap is enough for me and this truth to work on you. Understand, I do not want to load you with too many words. I have done that for last 6 days. You heard enough. Now it is time you contemplate on this one truth, on this one word, whether you understand or not, experience it or not, believe it or not, you are connected to your source. The wave is connected to the ocean. You are enlightened. Maybe we'll take few minutes, just sit with closed eyes with this one truth. Then we will enter into the meditation. Before entering into the meditation, just sit for a few minutes with this great truth. Let it work on you. Contemplate on this one truth. Just for 2 minutes. Please close your eyes. Remember, contemplate this one truth. You are enlightened. Allow your mind to bring all controversial thoughts. If your mind does not accept, if your mind says no, it's okay. Allow all the thoughts to come up. Even if your mind does not accept, you are enlightened. You are not going to lose it by your mind not accepting it. So even if your mind says no, it's okay. Just sit with this one truth. We will enter into the Nitya Dhyan. After the meditation, we will end the session with a few great words of Mahavira. We will repeat those words and offer our respects, then end the session. This meditation is a half-an-hour technique. I think we did yesterday. Today I'll explain. I'll just give the instruction. If you think you will not have time, or if you are not interested, you can leave the hall. Others, please get ready. We'll start the meditation. Please understand, it is a 5-step. First step, sitting in Vajrasana and chaotic breathing, intense breathing. Second step, intense humming. Third step, putting your awareness on every energy center. Fourth step, just sitting unclutched without allowing any chain of thoughts formation. And fifth step, sitting with a deep prayerful mood. Understand? First step, let your whole being become breathing. Second step, let your whole being become humming. Third step, let your whole being become an awareness in every energy center. Fourth step, let your whole being become just awareness, no thought, not pointed or directed towards anything. Fifth step, just deep feeling connection with existence. With a deep prayerful mood, sit. Please close your eyes. Carry this one truth, this one message. You are always connected to the source. Wave is never away from ocean. You are enlightened. Let you carry this one truth. Let this one truth work on you and lead you to awakening. Let you all be awakened. Let us offer our gratitude to all the great masters, to Mahavira, through this Saranagati Sutra and Namokara Mantra. Arhante Saranam Bhavajjami, Siddhe Saranam Bhavajjami, Sahu Saranam Bhavajjami, Kevali Pannattadammam Saranam Gacchami, Bhavajjami. Namo Arhantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Ayaryanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loye Savvasahunam, Eso Panchanamakaro, Savvapavapanasano, Mangalanam cha Savesim, Padamam Havai Mangalam. We thank with our gratitude and with our heartfelt gratitude the Jain Center and the association and the committee which runs this whole temple and organization for making this whole thing possible, and all the volunteers and all the devotees who worked for the success of this program, and all the devotees who came here and heard these great sutras all these 6 days. We thank with our claps to Jain Association and Jain Center for making this whole thing possible. So essence of the Jain Sutras is your awakening. You are never away from the source. You are enlightened. Carry this one truth. Even if your mind does not agree, don't try to convince your mind. Just carry this truth. Simply you will see this truth expresses itself in your body through your mind. Let you all radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Yogi Yugnita Sadatam Atmanam Rahasi Stitah Ekaki Yata Chittatma Nirashihi Aparigraha. The Jivan Mukta, having subdued his thoughts and identity, being free from desires with an attitude of renunciation, seated within oneself in aloneness, should continuously connect with a higher consciousness by unclutching. I'll continue on the same verse. Yogi Yungnita Satatam, subdued his thoughts and identity. Atmanam Rahasi Stitaha, with an attitude of renunciation. Please understand. Seated within oneself in aloneness. Atmanam Rahasi Stitaha. Sitting just with Atma, the pure self, just within yourself. I feel so joyful to talk on these verses because these verses are the exact path I walked. Understand? It's like once you become enlightened, you know all the paths. You can teach all the paths. All the knowledge about all the paths are revealed to you, available to you. But you always have a special affiliation to the path in which you traveled. I am so happy
to teach these verses, because these are the verses I'll sit and read maybe 12, 13, even after my enlightenment. Because the enlightenment happened in me as an experience. I myself wanted to know what all the steps I walked through to achieve that experience. See, like explosion, it has happened. So now I needed to know, without my knowledge, what all the steps I walked through. I never read this verse. Atmanam rahasistitaha means seated within oneself in aloneness. But I always used to practice this. I'll always sit with Arunachala, with the hill. This will be this is the usual posture. Not for 10 minutes, half an hour. Please don't mistake. From sunrise to sunset, without feeling like getting up. Not that I'll have a thought, oh, let me get up, and then I'll try to control myself. No. Just sitting and gazing. The greatest blessing I received from my mind and my body is only initial convincing I need to do. That's all. After that, never ever it disturbs me. This Nirahara Samyama, very casual, like a sports, very sportive I started. Only first day I need to convince. By that time, evening Kalabhairava Darshan, the body was ready. From second day, I don't even remember about food. Over. This is the best body and mind to live with. Please understand. You also need to understand this truth. Now so many of you are doing Nirahara Samyama. Means the living hunger free. So many of you, hundreds of you are doing the Samyama. If you don't even feel after tomorrow noon I am going to eat solid food, if you don't even feel, I tell you, your biomemory is the best biomemory to live with. If you feel, but you also feel, I may feel, but I am not going to eat. I am going to live. Then your biomemory is friend for you. But if you feel, no, these are all not for me. I think I have already done too much. This 21 day itself is too much. It's okay. Then your biomemory is your enemy. See, actually, you feeling this 21 days is too much for me, all this is just your own decision about yourself. Stop this your own decision about yourself. Allow my decision about yourself as your life. And I also wanted to announce one more thing, that these Samyamites, all of them, have contributed 89,000 rupee for the Sivagasi relief work to all the people who are affected. Along with this 89,000 rupee, I will give 1 more lakh rupee and send it as 2 lakh rupee in your name, apart from the 50 lakh I am sending from Dhyanapeetham. 7 it will go.
as 52 lakh. Not only that, as a Swarnagarshana Bhairava, I bless you guys, whoever has contributed even 1 rupee to this, even 1 penny to this project, I bless you guys. You guys will never have fire accident in your life. You will be protected from fire. And as Swarnagarshana Bhairava, I bless you guys. You will see, within next 21 days, you will be showered at least 100 times more than what you gave. This word which I uttered, I wanted you guys to do a study on this word. Take note of all these guys, 76 fellows. Call all of them after 21 days and find out. Suddenly out of their way, unexpected, they would have been showered. I wanted to know how much Bhairava showered on all of them. Kal Bhairava showered. I really wanted to know. Because this directly goes to the people who suffered. I feel bad about that whole accident, because not even the people who were working, people who came to rescue, without intelligence. See, even if you want to save people, you need to have little intelligence. Whether you will be able to save or you are also going to disappear into that same accident, you need to know. Without that, these guys entered into that and suffered. Anyhow, let us come back to the subject. I wanted to know, after the enlightenment, that what all I practiced. And I wanted to practice all of them officially. As I was telling, this verse says, seated within oneself in aloneness. I used to be practicing it sitting with Arunachala. But when I read all these things, it was just clicking with my heart. So I can tell you guys, this is the path I traveled. That is why I am so joyful to teach these great truths, to radiate these great truths. Do not give me all these foolish reasons. I am having a job, I am having a business, I cannot find time just to sit with myself and all that. No. You have enough time to watch that foolish TV. Enough time to fight with others. Enough time to gossip. Enough time to be roaming around, browsing, surfing on the internet. Then how you will not have time for sitting with the aloneness? I tell you guys, please understand. When mother sleeps, the baby grows in the stomach. That is why the pregnant women are asked to rest maximum time. When a mother sleeps, when a pregnant mother sleeps, in Indian tradition, the moment she becomes pregnant, she is called mother. We don't say pregnant lady, no. The moment she is pregnant, she is mother. A pregnant mother, when she sleeps, the child, the body of the child grows inside her womb. Same way, an initiated disciple, when he sits in aloneness, his soul grows. His consciousness grows. Sit, 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 sit. Sit your way to living enlightenment. Upanishad. That is why that one word Upanishad has become a brand of Hindu tradition. Upanishad means simply nothing but sitting with the master, that's all. If you sit in pure aloneness, you are sitting with me. Because I am pure aloneness. No prayer, no meditation, no mantra, no ajapa japa, no unclutching, nothing. Don't even try unclutching. Just sit. You may say, no, if I just sit, I will fall into depression. I will start worrying. No. How long you will worry? Tell me. How long you will worry? How much of worry you have? All your worries are useless. Maximum 2 days. Third day you will be bored, thinking the same rut. What will you worry? First you will worry. What will happen if this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. Finally you will hit the wall. My life is gone. Okay, now what further you will think? Then after that, all your worries are useless. It can come only for maximum 2-3 hours. After that, you will be tired and bored thinking in the same nuisanceable way. Same nonsensical way. I tell you, do not be afraid of your worries. Do not be afraid of your sleep. You may say, no, I may fall asleep. Do not be afraid of anything. Learn to sit. I tell you, in few days all these obstructions will disappear. So I'll offer one more samyama, Upanishad samyama. First day, for 2 hours, sit and have all your worries. Think. Nothing can be done. You are doomed. Now what can be done? Nobody is there to save you. Human being is an orphan. You have to know the truth. Okay, finish off all your worries. I tell you, when you spend time dedicated for worrying will feel shy. Worry will feel shy. Hey, you should not be so directly attacking me. It will really feel shy. Only when you try to put it under the carpet, it comes up like a Tom and Jerry. No, I will not be under the carpet. I'll come up. You just tell him, come out, come on, sit, let's talk, let's have a discussion. Just sit with your worries for 2 hours. Then after that, second day, fully eat. Let your body be full of food. Now naturally if you sit, what will happen? Sleep. Sleep, okay, no problem. Sleep. For 2-3 days, whole day, eat, sleep. Let's see how much you can eat, how much you can sleep. I tell you, by second day you will be tired of sleeping. Then sit in Upanishad. When you sit, after completing your worry and your sleep, first day, visualize yourself as a stone, like a stone statue. I can sit for days like a stone statue. Fourth day, try this method of visualizing, locking all the knee joints. and just sit. Within 11 days, you will discover the power of Upanishad. The best place to experience Upanishad is gazing Arunachala, gazing Ganga, or gazing Kailash. These are the best places. These are the places I experienced Upanishad. Sit with Ganga or sit with Arunachala. Of course, sit with Himalayas, sit with Kailash. You will discover the beauty of Upanishad, sweetness of Upanishad.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam Vande
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Anyhow, now if you see this Shiva statue is exactly expressing the sutra which he is speaking. Of course, you don't have to see the statue, even if you are not able to see, it's okay. He is just sitting straight, the same way in which he is explaining. And he is represented by a sex organ, Shivalinga. Why he is represented by that organ, and why he is sitting and meditating, what he wants to say through the sutra, and how all these three things are connected is the whole discourse. Sutra says, when on a bed or a seat, let yourself become weightless beyond mind. Shiva says, becoming weightless will take you beyond mind. Let me tell you about an experiment about which I read. Around the world, this experiment is going on. Still, doctors are trying. Doctors are trying to weigh the body of the man before death and after death. Constantly they are trying to weigh, because the East is claiming that the soul leaves the body. All the Eastern masters are claiming